para iniciar hoy, nada más que me den la señal.
I
Ya
am
estamos
only
listos entonces para
waiting
empezar el
for
día de
the
hoy, nuestro
green
tercer
light to
día
start today,
de
the
sesiones.
third day of
Si me ayudan
sessions.
a cerrar los
So if
teléfonos, por
you
favor.
could please help me mute all
Perfecto.
microphones
Gracias.
and put your mobiles on silent
Argentina,
mode.
¿cómo nos fue ayer?
Argentina, how did we do
Por
yesterday?
supuesto. Bravo por
Great.
Argentina.
Congratulations, Argentina.
Eso.
Yeah.
Y hoy veremos qué pasa con Colombia.
And we'll
Mañana
see
veremos
what
qué pasa
happens
con
with
México.
Colombia
Así
today
que
and Mexico
vamos a tener
tomorrow.
días
So
intensos en todos
very
ellos.
exciting days
Muchas
in
gracias
all
por acompañarnos
senses.
nuevamente el
Well,
día de
thank
hoy.
you everyone for
Me voy a
joining us today
permitir
once
invitar
again. Let
a
me
que nos
start by
acompañe en el podio a María Fernanda
asking Maria
Carvajal
Fernanda Carvajal to
para
come join us.
ella es miembro de la organización de
She's
GE
member
Healthcare.
of the GE
Ella
Healthcare
también
Organization.
colabora con los
She
grupos de
also
trabajo
collaborates
de
with
la
the work
coalición y nos
tasks
va a
of the
ayudar a moderar
coalition, and she will be
esta
moderating
sesión en donde vamos a hablar
this session
justamente
in which we'll be
de
speaking
la
about
experiencia de Reliance
the
para Dinavisa.
experience
Así que, María Fernanda,
reliance
muchas
for
gracias.
MDs and
Bienvenida.
IVTs at Dinavisa. So welcome.
Buenos días.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And as Sandra has said, it is my privilege to accompany this panel on a subject that we have already discussed a bit during the last days, and we are having more and more elements to have a better grasp on the impact and the benefits that the process brings, the reliance process, the experience from Dinavisa, and also the perspective of the industry. And for that, we have with us today Alison Iglesias, the Director of Registry of Medical and Dental Devices at Dinavisa. We also have Carmen Portillo, who's the Director of IVD at Dinavisa, and Roberta Massa, representing the industry. She's the Technical Director of the South American Network at Argentina, Uruguay, Bolivia, Paraguay, and Roche Diagnosis.
Bueno, iniciaremos con unas
Very well,
presentaciones.
let us begin with the presentations, the introductions have been done. Let's hear the presentations. And now you will also be invited at the end to participate with your questions and comments. Thank you.
Vamos con dispositivos médicos primero.
Let us start first with the presentation on medical devices.
Muy buenos días para todos.
Good morning, everybody.
Felicitaciones para Argentina,
First of all,
Roberta.
Argentina, congratulations, Roberta. Good for you all.
Bueno, ya estuvimos hablando mucho.
So we have been already discussing a lot about
sobre,
reliance and also about...
Perdón, segundo.
Sorry, apologies, 1 second.
Si me ayudan con la presentación, por favor.
Could you please help me with the presentation?
Okay.
Ahí va, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Bueno, ya
Okay, so
comentando sobre
we have been
las tres
talking
vías
about
para
the
las
3
solicitudes de
pathways
autorización de
for
comercialización de
submitting
dispositivos médicos,
an authorization request for
donde
medical
para
devices
el caso
trade.
de los dispositivos
And in the
médicos de
case of
clase 1,
class
clase
1
2,
medical
3 y
devices,
4,
classes 2 and 3 and
tenemos
4,
un proceso simplificado
the
en donde
classes 2,
aplicamos el
3, and
mecanismo
4
de
have a
reliance,
simplified
confiando
reliance
en las decisiones
mechanism
regulatorias de otras autoridades reguladoras
relying
nacionales
on other
consideradas de referencia
authorities' decisions that are considered to
ante
be
la
the
Dinavisa.
reference authorities
Esa,
for
ya
the
había
Dinavisa.
comentado que esa categorización
This
de autoridades
categorization
nacionales de
of
referencia, lo hemos
reference
hecho en base
authorities
a
is something
lo
that
que
we
considera la
have
OMS
created according to
y
the
en cuanto a
WHO's
autoridades
criteria,
reguladoras
as
estrictas
well
y
as what
con alto nivel de
we consider mature and rigorous authorities' work is. So the reliance mechanism that we apply for the authorization of treating classes 2, 3, and 4 medical devices is something that we do by first going through a minimum review of the documents that the company presents. Obviously, the company has to submit everything that the standard requires to guarantee the quality, the efficacy, and the safety of the device. The Navisa does a review, but with a reduced amount of documents. So what we do is that we expedite the review process. And after that, we keep post-market surveillance on them. It is also important to mention that in Resolution 226 of 2024, we have incorporated another reliance mechanism that acknowledges the MDSAP certificate, the certification provided by MDSAP, another figure, another way in which parties can present their certificates as a part of the quality management system by the producer that has already been approved. And in the past, we only acknowledge the ISO 4085 CDE and the good manufacturing practices issued by the regulatory agencies of the country of origin, but now there's this extra figure included. In the post-sale, post-commercialization, post-market stage, we are also relying on the decisions of other authorities by means of a monitoring of the sales notifications or adverse effects that have been announced of the medical devices, or in case of claims, or if there's been changes by the producer that have been notified by the regulating authorities because regulatory actions are required. We have the REDMA program. This is a segment and the Pan American Health Organization program, and it is meant to exchange reports on medical devices so as to strengthen the authorities at the level of the Americas. A website was created for this. It is an automated tool where, in a safe way, any claim or incident or adverse effect is notified amongst all authorities. Right now, there's been a little pause on the REDMAP program, but for us, this has been a very important tool for us monitoring everything around the medical devices. We also give follow-up through the website of the national regulatory agencies. That is to say, we're constantly checking any techno surveillance notifications. There's an area that is devoted to that work and works in collaboration with the area of the Registry of Medical Devices and the post-sale commercialization area and the legal department. So this is a work that is continuous. It's nonstop. We do it every day. The registry area gets a request of a report by the techno-surveillance teams usually. Then they notify if the product has been registered in the country and who is the holder of the sanitary registry. And then the research is done, the investigation is done. So we get in touch with the importer in case any regulatory actions are required. We have spoken about the reliance benefits a lot. For us, what we've seen is that ever since we started with the implementation of the mechanism, there's been an acceleration in accessing technologies. The sanitary registration documents are expedited. They're issued with more speed in the simplified process. And of course, this creates more quick availability of inputs for health facilities. It also optimizes financial resources of the institutions involved. We are not duplicating work, the duplicated effort that regulators used to do, and in this way, we're also optimizing the institutional budget. And of course, this mechanism promotes global convergence because it allows us we're forced in a way to align our standards with the best international practices, and that is of the utmost importance because I believe that's a main pillar for the reliance mechanism. It also allows us to be able to reallocate our talent, human talent, within the institution because the staff can now devote its time to other activities such as the post-sale surveillance. And yes, we have faced challenges to implement reliance for medical devices. To give you an example, the management of the operations, the administration, we've seen that's been an erroneous interpretation of the regulations by the regulated sector. Even though the way in which the mechanism performs is something that is explained in the regulation itself many times, there is perhaps a confusion at times, and so wrong submissions are presented for authorizations. For instance, many of the things that we face have to do with the fact that companies ought to present all of the documentations required for an ordinary registry. However, the company, what they do is that they only present what the examiner reviews. So instead of presented 9 documents, they only submit 4. Here, this causes obviously delays because the examiner has to notice that things are missing, ask for them, wait for everything to be straightened out and then move ahead. There are also problems with the digital platform for the authorization submission due to the fact that in the Dinavisa PI platform, the companies, when they go and try to get an authorization, they ought to check an item that will take them to the simplified process. Many times they don't do that. We find that the process, they think it's a simplified process, but it was never requested, and therefore we get many requests in the wrong pathway, and this also creates delays both for the regulator and for the regulated entities. We can also say that sometimes critical technical data is not clear enough. And this is something we need to express because for reliance, the examiner has to make certain that the medical device was correctly, the submission for that medical device was correctly presented with the same information as that was given by or was given to the reference authority, the very same documents, and many times they don't do that submission, so we cannot find the information we're looking for. And many times we have to go and check the websites of the reference authorities. Sometimes you find them, sometimes you don't. Sometimes it becomes a wild goose chase because certain information is not available. For instance, the purpose of use, the intention of the use is something very important, and you don't always have that. Sometimes you get a submission for a medical device that was approved with a purpose that had nothing to do with the use indications that were not approved. And so this is something that creates delays for both parties. So that is what we meant about the discrepancies of the devices. This is the situation that's more frequent. And so our request is that it would be very useful if we had platforms where we could centralize all of the authorizations made by the reference authorities. We have some examples. Winnipeg, for instance, is very useful. And also, it would be very important for the information to be available at the website of all of the regulators, and that is a task that we have been trying to achieve within Dinavisa. What are our next steps? Considering everything that we have learned this week in this workshop, we wish to assess the possibility of reliance mechanisms for post-market change approvals. For the time being, we had
El
only
mecanismo de reliance
formalized the reliance mechanism for
la etapa precomercialización,
the
pero
pre-trade
vemos que es muy
stage,
importante
but
también
now we see
aplicarlo en la
it's also
etapa
very important to
post-comercialización.
use it
Así
for
que
the
también lo
post-market,
llevamos como tarea porque
post-commercialization stage.
consideramos
So
muy
this is
importante
the next step in
poder
our
realizarlo
radar,
lo antes posible.
and we
Sería
wish to achieve it
próximo paso, pero a corto
ASAP. It will
plazo.
be a short-term next step that will be very
Bueno,
beneficial.
y creo que
Well, I
eso
hope
es
it was
todo.
clear.
Muchas gracias por su
Thank you very
atención
much
y
for your
después
attention,
estamos a
and I
disposición
will
para las
be
consultas.
available for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Bueno, muy buenos días. ¿Me
Good morning.
escuchan?
Can you
Parece-
hear me?
Yo me estaba escuchando bajito.
I thought
Bueno,
I
yo
was
les voy
not
a comentar
audible
un
enough.
poco lo que es
I
la
will tell
experiencia de
you
Reliance para el área
what
de
the
los
Reliance
productos
experience
de
has
diagnóstico
been
de uso in
for
vitro,
the in vitro devices in Paraguay.
utilizando como norma la resolución 44/24.
Resolution 4424 is what we use as the foundations of this work.
Bueno, rememorando un poco lo que veníamos conversando el
So,
día lunes con
on
relación
Monday, we
a las
reviewed
resoluciones o las
the
normas con las que
history
cuenta
of the
Dinavisa para
resolutions, the standards of
la evaluación
DINAVISA
de las solicitudes de
for
registro de productos de
assessing
diagnóstico de
the
uso in vitro. Contamos
submission
con
of
dos
IBDs in
rutas de
Paraguay.
evaluación.
There are two pathways
La
for an
primera, que es la
assessment. The first
resolución
one of them
DINAVISA
has
número
to do with
266/22,
DINAVISA
que
Resolution
correspondería a la vía
26622,
ordinaria,
which is the
que se
ordinary
encuentra vigente
pathway,
desde el
and it is
31 de
still
agosto de
current.
2022
It
y
has
corresponde a
been
la norma
so
madre,
from 2022.
que
It's
como les
the
había comentado tiene un poco menos de 4
mother
años
standard.
de
It's been around
que
for
entró en
less
vigencia,
than
¿verdad?
4 years.
Y la resolución
And then
44/24,
there's
que
resolution
corresponde al proceso
4424
simplificado de
that has to do
registro,
with the
que entró en
simplified
vigencia el 30
registry
de enero del
process that was
2024.
enacted on January the 30, 2024,
Un poco menos de 2 añitos de
less
implementar la
than 2
primera
years
norma, ¿verdad?
ago.
Con relación a la vía ordinaria,
Now, regarding the
¿cuáles son
ordinary
los
pathway,
productos que pueden
what
ingresar
are
a
the
través de esta vía?
products that can
Son los productos que
be presented this way?
se clasifican en las 4 clases de riesgo. Para
The
la
4
clase
risk
1,
classes. Class
contamos
1,
con un registro automático
we have
que
an
utiliza
automatic
esta norma para
registry that
solicitar el
uses the
registro, pero
standard
un
for
registro
granting the
automático.
registry, but this is done
Entonces,
automatically.
eso ingresa bajo carácter de declaración jurada
It is done
y
under oath by the
se
producer
ingresa
or
a
the
un formato
importer.
físico. Esa es una
A
oportunidad de
physical
mejora
format
que
has to
estamos
be submitted,
visualizando
and
porque no
we
se
foresee
previó
for the
la
future to
parte
change
informática
this because
para
we were not thinking
esa
about the
clasificación de
digitalized
riesgo. Entonces,
process for that
el
risk category,
solicitante
but it is
ingresa la
needed. So
solicitud,
anyway,
el
they
expediente en formato
submit
físico,
their file
se hace una
physically.
revisión con un
A
checklist
review is done
de
with
datos
a
básicos,
checklist
que
of
es
the
como ser
basic
primeramente verificar que corresponde a la
information
clase 1,
to make certain
porque
that
como les
it
había
is actually
comentado
a class
también,
1, because
para
as I had
el
already
sector
told
profesional
you,
bioquímico,
for the
hablar de
biochemical
asuntos
professional
regulatorios
sector,
en
speaking
Paraguay
about
es
regulatory matters in
con qué se
Paraguay
come esto, ¿verdad?
is
Les había
it's
dicho que el
something
bioquímico se
very
recibe para dedicarse al área
confusing.
clínica en su mayor porcentaje
Chemists,
o para el área de investigación.
when they
Entonces,
go to
cuando uno dice
university,
asuntos
they are
regulatorios, ¿qué
fully
es, verdad? Entonces,
research
genera
oriented. They
muchísima
don't know
confusión. Por darles
about
un
legal
ejemplo,
matters,
hasta
so they're
productos
very
de RU
confused.
ingresaron como clase
Even
1, por ejemplo, ¿verdad? Entonces,
products that
la
you wouldn't believe
primera
are presented
invitación
as
es
if they were
verificar
class
que
1 when they aren't.
corresponda
So the
efectivamente a
first
la
stage is
clase
to
1.
make certain that it's
También se
actually
verifica
class
que
1, to
esté
make certain they
habilitada la empresa
understand
para
it.
operar como
And then
importador de
we
productos
make
para diagnóstico
certain
de uso in
that the
vitro, porque
company
a
is
veces piensan
well suited
que
for the
como es un
importing,
dispositivo
because many
médico, entonces
people
con la
think that
habilitación como
since it's
medical
medical
device ya lo
device
pueden hacer.
importing,
Entonces
there's not
hay
much to
dudas
be done.
en
And so
todas
people
las
don't
fases
have
de las
clarity about their
actividades de las que uno puede
responsibility.
realizar como
So
importador
that is a
para,
lot of
de
what we
estos
do
productos, ¿verdad?
when we're dealing with class 1
Olvidé
first steps.
comentarles que
And I
nosotros
also forgot to
utilizamos como
tell you that we
clasificación
use
por
as
números.
our classification a
Así lo
number
hacemos de clase
system.
1,
Class
clase 2,
1,
clase 3 y
class
clase
2,
4, que
class 3,
serían
and
los
class
equivalentes
4,
a las letras,
which
porque
would
tengo
be the
entendido que la
equivalences
mayoría
of
está
the letters,
acostumbrado a hacer
because I understand
clasificación
in the rest of the
por
world the
letras, ¿verdad? Pero
classification
el
is done
equivalente de la clase 1 es
with
clase
letters,
A
but
y así
A is
sucesivamente.
1 and so on and so forth.
Bueno, y con relación al mecanismo
Now,
Reliance, aplica
regarding the
para las clases 2
reliance
en adelante.
mechanism, it
Esto sí,
applies for
ya se
classes
realiza
2 and
todo a
above.
través de la
Everything is
plataforma
handled
web de la
through the
institución.
website of the institution in this case.
Bueno, en cuanto a los objetivos del sistema, esto
Now,
es algo que
about
ya
the
venimos
system's
hablando muchísimo,
objectives,
¿verdad?
this is something that
Desde
we
que
have
empezó el
discussed
entrenamiento.
quite a
Entonces,
lot ever since the training
básicamente sería
started.
uno de los objetivos principales
One of
es
the main
optimizar los
objectives
tiempos
is to
regulatorios,
optimize
¿verdad? Aprovechar
regulatory
ya
timeframes,
las
to take
decisiones regulatorias
advantage
que
of
fueron tomadas
decisions
por
that have
autoridades
been made by
reguladoras
other
de
reference
referencia,
authorities,
hacer uso de esas
to
decisiones
use those
para evitar
decisions
la
to
duplicación de las
avoid
evaluaciones.
duplication of an assessment.
También facilitar el acceso
It
oportuno a
also
tecnologías
facilitates
y
timely access to
sobre todo seguir
technologies,
manteniendo los
and it
estándares de
can help
calidad,
us keep
seguridad, eficacia y
high
desempeño de los
quality
productos.
standards for the
Hacer el uso
performance, for the
eficiente de los
safety,
recursos
for
técnicos,
the
que es lo que nos
efficacy,
pasa a
and
nosotros,
an
¿verdad?
efficient
Que
use of our
contamos con
technical
poco
resources is
personal
guaranteed, especially because we
y
don't
eso
have a lot
también
of staff.
venía comentándole al sector
This is
regulado.
something that
Por más de
we
que a mí
have discussed the regulated sector, even
la
though I
Dirección de Recursos
understand,
Humanos
and the
convoque
human
a un
resources
llamado
area
para incorporar nuevo
invites
personal,
us to
el personal
to
bioquímico aún no está preparado
acquire
para el área de
new
asuntos
staff,
regulatorios. O sea, aunque a mí me traigan un
biochemical
PhD en
professionals
biología
are not
molecular, me va a
ready
servir a la
for
parte
the
técnica
legal
para eso, pero no
procedures
para
I've
la parte
mentioned.
regulatoria. Entonces,
We
el
get
mecanismo
brilliant people
Relay
who
en
are
estos casos es
PhDs in
muy
chemistry and
importante y
biology,
una
but
herramienta
they
muy
don't know
valiosa.
anything about the law. And so knowing about reliance is important for us to hire the right staff, which is something that is very
En
scarce for
cuanto a los
us.
requisitos
Now,
generales,
regarding the general
en primer
requisites or
lugar
requirements, first
está
of all,
el pago del arancel
a payment
correspondiente,
of the
el
corresponding tariff is
formulario del proceso
required.
simplificado de
The
registro, como les
simplified
decimos,
registry questionnaire has
llamarle
to
de
be
esa manera,
filled out. That's how we
corresponde al
call it, the
anexo 2 de la
PSR,
resolución.
Annex 2 of the
La
resolution.
evidencia de aprobación por una autoridad
Approval
de
evidence
referencia.
by a reference
Con
authority is also
relación a esto,
required.
se
And
preguntarán
regarding
cuáles
this,
son las
you might
autoridades
ask
reguladoras
who
que
are
Dinavisa
the
considera que
authorities that Dinavisa considers as
podría
reference
utilizar este
authorities.
mecanismo. Es una resolución que cada año la
There's a
institución,
resolution that the
conforme a la OMS y
institution every year,
OPS, va
according
haciendo
to
esa
the
certificación.
WHO and
Entonces, Dinavisa emite una
PHAO,
resolución con la
it's
lista de los
updated.
países que
We
son
get a
considerados
list of
autoridades reguladoras
the
estrictas o autoridades
That's
reguladoras
how
de referencia.
we
Entonces,
consider
utilizamos
as
eso como
strict
guía. Entonces,
regulatory authorities
esos
or reference
productos
authorities.
diagnósticos
Those
que
are
se
our
fabrican
guidelines.
en estos
The
países
products are
o
produced
si
in
no
those
se fabrican en
countries,
estos
or if
países y
they're not
documentan
produced
con
in
un
those countries,
certificado de
but they
libre
do
venta de
have
esos países,
a
pueden
free
someter a
sale
registro a través
certificate of those countries,
del
then they
mecanismo
can submit
Reliance.
using the reliance mechanism.
Se debe presentar el dossier técnico completo.
A
Entonces,
technical dossier has to be
el
presented
mecanismo
fully.
Reliance no
The
implica
reliance mechanism does
no
not
presentar el dossier
imply
técnico
not
completo. Y yo
presenting
estimo
a
que
full
esto
dossier.
es un
And I
requisito
believe this is
fundamental
a
porque considero que la
paramount
autoridad reguladora
requirement
debe
because
contar con ese
all
dossier técnico
regulators
completo. O sea,
must to
debe
have the
estar en la
full
base de
dossier,
datos de la
whether they're going
institución por
through the
cualquier
simplified
eventualidad.
method or not,
Solo que no se
because that
hace
has to
esa
be
revisión
kept in our
completa, ¿verdad? Pero el mecanismo no
even if don't
implica
we do the full
tener que
review, we do
presentar
need to have all the
la
papers.
documentación en forma
The
abreviada, ¿verdad?
mechanism doesn't mean that we or people can
También
get
las
away with just a
documentaciones
few
legales,
documents
como
instead of
ser
the
la carta
full
poder de
dossier.
representación,
And then who
documentaciones
does the proxy
administrativas, como ser el
representation has to
RUE,
be
que es el registro único de
lawfully
empresas. Este es un documento
presented.
en el
We have a
cual
document, the
es un
RUE
documento que se
document,
solicita previo a
a
la solicitud
document
de
that is
registro y en el cual se
requested
condensan
before the registry
documentaciones
and that
comunes entre una
reflects
solicitud y otra: el registro profesional del
a
referente,
follow-up of
su
who
cédula de
the
identidad, la
holder
constitución de
of
sociedad de la
or
empresa. Entonces,
the
todos estos
corporate
documentos se
chart of the
analizan
company
antes,
and
se
who's
emite
the
este
person
RUE y
responsible
con este
for
RUE
the
se habilita para
devices.
solicitar el registro.
That's what the RUE is all about, and the RUE is necessary to enable the registry.
Bueno, no sé si se ve muy bien, puse los dos anexos del
Well, those
mecanismo
are the
Reliance
two
que
annexes
utilizamos.
of the
Esto está
reliance
todo
mechanism that we
disponible
use.
en la
You
página web de
cannot
la
read it very
institución.
well, but you can check
El
it
anexo 1
in a
es la lista
website.
de los
Annex 1,
requisitos,
which is
como
the
les
list
había
of the
dicho. Los
requirements,
requisitos
as we have
son
said,
técnicos, administrativos y
the
legales, la
legal
documentación
technical
completa.
requirements that complete the
Cabe
full
recordar que estas
documentation.
documentaciones
And we
remiten
must say
de
that
carácter de declaración
these
jurada, ¿verdad?
reviews are considered as to
Y
be presented
deben
on the
estar
oath,
vigentes al
and they
momento de
have
la
to be current
solicitud
at
del
the time of
registro,
the
porque
registry
muchas veces
request
también
or
ocurre
submission,
que
because many times it
ingresa
happens that
ingresa vencido,
once
perdón, y
they
todo
give
eso
us the
hace que se
papers,
retrase
they are not
la evaluación, ¿verdad?
updated, something has
Y el
expired, and
anexo
that
2,
creates
que es
delays.
el
And then
formulario
Annex
que le
2,
llamamos
which is the
PSR o proceso simplificado de
PSR or the
registro,
simplified
que
registry process,
es un formulario
it
sumamente
is
fácil, práctico y
very easy to
sencillo de
fill
completar.
out
El
for
solicitante lo
questionnaire.
descarga de la web y lo que hace es
The
completar
people
todo
who would
esto.
like to
Estampa
submit
la
just
firma
download
digital y
it,
luego
fill it out,
lo alzan a la
provide
web
the digital
para
signature,
solicitar
and
el
then
registro.
upload it, and that's enough for the registry process to begin.
Otra cosa que quería mencionar que
Another
se
thing
estuvo
that I
comentando
wanted
en
to
estos días
mention that
con
has also
relación
been said the last
a
few
estos
days
anexos,
regarding the
que también
annexes.
les acabo de decir, ¿verdad?
And,
Estos
well,
anexos
those
ingresan en carácter de
annexes
declaración jurada.
are
Entonces,
sworn
como
statements
se
for
venía
us.
diciendo, esto
And as we
aporta
have
seguridad
said,
jurídica y
this
no
provides
solo
legal
al
certainty,
evaluador, sino
not
también a
only
la
for the
institución
examiner, but also
ante un
for the
eventual caso,
institution
¿verdad?
in case of a claim.
En cuanto a las etapas del
Now,
proceso de evaluación
regarding the
y los
stages of the
controles regulatorios que
evaluation
se
process and
mantienen,
the regulatory controls that are kept,
como veníamos diciendo, entonces el
as
mecanismo
we've been
Reliance
saying,
no
the
reemplaza
reliance
la función
mechanism doesn't
regulatoria.
replace the regulatory
Se
function.
continúan analizando las
An
documentaciones
analysis of
administrativas,
managerial
se,
documentation
se hace
continues.
un análisis para ver la
There's also
aplicabilidad
an
del
analysis to
Reliance, como
see
les
how
había
reliance can
comentado,
be
existe
applied
una
because, as
lista
I
de los
mentioned,
países,
there's
porque
a
a
list
veces
of the
también pasa
countries because
que un
sometimes it
país,
happens that a country,
perdón, un producto que se
or rather
fabrica
a
en
product that is
determinado país
produced
y no
in a
forma parte
certain
de la
country
lista,
doesn't belong to the
lo
list.
ingresan por esta
And
vía.
then they
Entonces,
try to
también se
present it
hace
as
ese
if.
análisis, se hace una
And so this is
verificación
something that we
documental
verify
de acuerdo al tipo
through
de
the
riesgo del
documents
producto.
according to the
Entonces,
type of
cuando es de bajo
risk.
riesgo
If it's low risk
y cuando es de alto riesgo se va
or if it's high
verificando caso
risk,
a caso
everything is verified
qué
on a case-by-case
documentación se
basis
verifica.
to see what is the
Otro de los
the
puntos
status.
que
Another thing
mantuvimos,
that we have
que
kept,
establecimos, perdón, en
that
la
we have
norma
established rather, in
44/24
24
son las actividades de
4424
fiscalización in situ.
is
¿Qué
the
implica
in
esto?
situ
Que la autoridad
fiscalization
reguladora
activities. What
tiene
does
la
that mean? The
potestad
regulators
de
have the
ir
power to go physically
físicamente hasta la
to the
importadora y
site of
solicitar
the
la
importer
documentación
and
original
request
que se ingresó.
original
Entonces esto también
papers.
aporta
So this
una
is another
herramienta
way
más para
in
hacer
which
la
we have
fiscalización
another
de
tool
estos
to do the
productos.
surveillance of the
Y las
products.
actividades de vigilancia por
And then
comercialización. En cuanto a lo que
post-market
corresponde a reactivo
surveillance
vigilancia,
regarding
tecnovigilancia, estamos
agents
todavía
and techno
en etapas.
surveillance and all of those matters.
Cuesta
We're
mucho la parte de
barely
o sea, de
beginning.
hacer
It
una
is difficult
notificación,
for us to
cuesta
do
mucho
the
todavía para las personas,
notification. It
para
is
los
still very
profesionales,
difficult
los
for
usuarios en lo que
professionals and
respecta a IBDs, ¿verdad?
users
Por lo que les
regarding
había
the
comentado,
IBDs. That
algo
is
nuevo.
why
Entonces, si bien
something
ya
new
hemos
is
recibido
coming our way, even
notificaciones de
though
algunas
sometimes we
importadoras,
have
pero
already
fueron
received
en estos
notification of the
4 años
importer.
apenas
In
2
the
o
last
3
4
nada
years,
más,
there were only
pero es
2 or
algo
3 of
que
them who did that.
seguimos
And so we
promocionando
are
y
still
seguimos
promoting
mandando,
the
¿verdad?
possibility to see if we can get it to maturity.
Bueno, en cuanto a los tiempos de evaluación, que es algo que
Now,
le interesa
regarding
mucho
the
al sector regulado, ¿verdad?
assessment time,
El
something that we
impacto.
are always asked about the
Entonces, cuando
impact.
se
When
hace uso de la
we
vía ordinaria,
use the ordinary
estimamos un plazo
pathway,
de
we
30 a 120
give a
días
period
hábiles.
between 30 to
Y
120 work
ya con
days.
la
And
implementación del
after the
Reliance, esto
implementation
se
of
reduce a
Reliance,
15
this has
días
been
hábiles.
reduced to 15 days.
Bueno, a la fecha tenemos aprobados aproximadamente
To date,
2.300
we have
registros
approved
sanitarios, ¿verdad?
approximately 2,300
De
sanitary
los cuales
records, health records,
aproximadamente el
and
66%
approximately
corresponde
66%
a
of
lo que
them
ingresó a través de
are
esta
the
vía
ones that
ordinaria y el
came in through the ordinary
34%
pathway,
por el
while
mecanismo Reliance, haciendo
34%
la
came through
salvedad
the
de que en
reliance
el año
mechanism.
2020, o sea, 2 años antes, primero
Recognizing
empezó
that
la,
2 years previously to
la
that,
vía
we
ordinaria y 2 años
started with
después
the regular pathway,
el
the
mecanismo
traditional pathway,
Reliance.
and then we went into the reliance mechanism.
Bueno, y acá un poquitito ya
And
los
so
datos
this
con
talks a little
relación a
bit
lo que se aprobó a través del
about
mecanismo Reliance. El año
the data that we
2024,
have
que fue el año de
once the reliance
implementación, se
mechanism was
aprobaron
applied in
215
2024.
registros
250
y ya para el
registries were
año
approved,
2025 hubo un
and by
incremento del más del
2025 there was
100%,
an 100% or
478
over
registros,
100%
¿verdad?
increase of
Les pido disculpas
registries with
porque lo que corresponde al año
478 registries.
2026 ya no
I
tuve tiempo
apologize
de
because I don't
preparar,
have the
así que
information for
tengo estos
2026
datos
yet,
por el
but
momento.
I mean, that's only the only data I have so far.
Bueno, y en cuanto a las lecciones que hemos aprendido de las oportunidades
And
de mejora,
regarding the lessons learned and
recalcar una vez
opportunities for
más, ¿verdad?
improvement,
Que el
well,
Reliance es una herramienta
Reliance
que sirve para
is
la optimización de los
an
recursos,
optimization tool
no
for all
constituye una
resources.
sustitución de
It
la
is
función
not a
regulatoria.
substitution of the
Otro
regulatory
punto de
work.
mejora que les había comentado es
Another improvement point, as I mentioned before,
el
is
mejoramiento de la plataforma que todavía
how
nos falta
we've
ajustar
been
aquellas
enhancing the
solicitudes
platform,
que
and
todavía
we
estamos
still
haciendo
need
en
to
formato
adjust
físico.
those requests
Eso está
that
viendo
require still
con
like
el
a
equipo
physical
encargado de hacer este
documentation.
trabajo, ¿verdad?
Um,
Otro punto
and the
importante
team
que
that is in
siempre
charge of
también
this is
discuto
doing
con los
it.
colegas,
Another important point
gerentes
that I
o
always talk
directores
about
técnicos
with the
es,
colleagues,
y es creo que
of
yo
the
lo que define la
technical directors and all
aprobación
the people is
por el
that
mecanismo Reliance.
what defines approval through reliance. And that means that is the
Porque
quality
como
of
les
the
había
documentation that
comentado, en el
has been
caso
presented.
del
Because,
registro de
as I
clase 1,
said,
¿verdad?
in
Hasta
the Class 1
por ejemplo,
registry,
ingresaron. O por ejemplo,
they
materiales de uso general en
registered,
laboratorio,
I don't
¿verdad?
know,
Medios de cultivo para
materials for
análisis de
general
agua o de
laboratory
alimentos, o
use,
sea, para
um,
que vean el
other
nivel
aspects like
todavía que
water
de
or food, for
inmadurez, por
example. So
decirlo así,
you
que
can see
hay
the
en
level
cuanto a
of
la
immaturity that we
regulación.
still
Entonces,
have in the
tenemos que
regulation.
tener un
So
ojo sumamente
we still
clínico,
have to be very
sumamente
clinical and very
atender
detailed
bastante
oriented
porque en un
to
descuido
cover these
podemos
things,
aprobar
because
esos
if we don't
productos que
pay
no
attention,
corresponden,
we
¿verdad?
could start approving
Y
products that are
como
not
les decía, hacer
in this
hincapié
sector.
en que
And we also
es
need
muy
to highlight the
importante que
fact
la
that
calidad de la
the
documentación presentada
quality
esté
of
acorde y que cumpla con las normas
documentation
para poder
is the
aprobarlo,
best,
¿verdad?
and that it follows the standard so that it can be approved.
La reducción de los tiempos debe acompañarse de las
There's a
actividades de
reduction in the
fiscalización y los
timelines that
controles
should be
post-comercialización.
accompanied by the auditing
Otro
activities
dato
and the
importante que
post-registry
comentó también la
control.
compañera
Another
Allison,
important aspect that
incrementar el uso de
Alison
documentos
mentioned is
electrónicos
to increase
verificables,
the
porque muchas
use of
veces en el
verifiable
caso de
digital
Eudamed, por
documents.
ejemplo,
Because in
si no estoy
Olamet, for example,
equivocada,
if I'm not mistaken,
sigue siendo una plataforma no
that's
obligatoria
still
para
a platform that is not a
los productores
compulsory
en
platform
Europa, ¿verdad?
for all
Entonces,
producers in
muchas
Europe.
veces
So
hacemos la consulta en Eudamed y no
many times
encontramos,
we
pero
go
no
into
significa
Olamet to find
que no
it,
esté aprobado ese
but we
producto,
never
¿verdad?
find it.
Entonces,
But that doesn't mean
para
that the
estos
product
casos
is not approved.
necesitamos contar
So in
que
these
la
cases,
autoridad
we need to make
reguladora
sure that
tenga
the regulatory
esa
authorities
información
have
para que
the
nosotros
proper
podamos hacer la
information
verificación
so that we can
correspondiente
do the
y
corresponding
que también ustedes a
verification.
la vez,
And for
una de
all
las
of
quejas que
you,
escuché mucho,
one
¿verdad? Es
of the
con relación
complaints
al
that I heard a
certificado de
lot
libre
about,
venta, ¿verdad?
it's
Que
about
muchas
the
veces lleva
free
tiempo
sale certificate
apostillar,
that a
consularizar.
lot of time
Todo
takes,
eso se puede
it takes a long
eliminar, pero
time
tenemos
to
que tener
apostille
acceso,
or
¿verdad?
to formalize,
También ya
and
nos
all of that
pasó que,
can
por
be eliminated,
ejemplo,
but we
los
have to have
códigos
access.
QR
We
estaban
also found out
falsificados,
that some
¿verdad?
of the
Uno
QR
hace
codes were being falsified.
la
You know,
verificación
you
y
do the
te lleva a otra
verification,
página.
and
Entonces,
that will lead you
tenemos
to
que
another
contar con
website. So
una
we need to
herramienta
have a
fidedigna para que
tool
podamos
that
hacer uso de ese
is
recurso.
transparent and that
Y
it's real
otro punto
and true,
importante
so that
es
we
seguir
can use this
fortaleciendo la
resource.
cooperación
And the
técnica
other one is to
internacional para
strengthen
intercambio de experiencias
international
regulatorias
technical
en el área IBD, como les había
collaboration for the
comentado.
exchange of
Entonces,
regulatory
para
experiences
nosotros es
in
un área
IBD.
nueva que
So for
todavía está
us,
siendo
it's
explorada, por decirlo
a
así,
new
pero que
area
nos apasiona
that
mucho.
it's something that we're
Y
passionate about, but it's just beginning.
eso es todo.
And
Quería
that's all.
presentarle a mi equipo.
I wanted to present my
Como
team.
les había
This is
dicho,
my team.
somos solo cuatro
As I was
personas,
saying, there's only
cuatro
four of
chicas.
us, four girls
Y
actually.
en Paraguay se hablan dos
And one other
idiomas,
thing,
por si
we speak
algunos
two languages
desconocen,
in
es un país
Paraguay.
bilingüe.
If you don't know
Hablamos el
this, we
español
are
y hablamos el
bilingual.
guaraní.
We speak
Entonces,
Spanish and
abuye
speak
es gracias en
Guarani.
guaraní.
So aguille means thank you in Guarani.
Abuye.
Aguille.
Hola, buenos días.
Good
Voy
morning.
a probar que esto funcione.
And I just want to make sure
Bien.
this is working.
Bueno,
Great.
para los que no me
Okay.
conocen,
So
yo
for
soy
those who
Roberta
haven't met
Meremasa,
me,
de
I am
formación
Roberta
soy
Medemasa.
farmacéutica, soy
I'm
directora de calidad y
a
regulatorio
degree in
para Roche
pharmaceuticals and
Diagnóstica
the quality
y tengo en mi
director
scope de
for Roche
responsabilidad
in
los mercados
Argentina.
de
And part of
Argentina,
my scope
Uruguay,
includes
Bolivia y
Argentina,
Paraguay.
Uruguay, Bolivia,
Y
and
tengo el honor
Paraguay.
de transitar mi segundo periodo dentro
This
del
is my
Comité
second
Ejecutivo de la
period as part of the
Coalición, espacio que
executive
me permite
committee of the
aprender
coalition,
muchísimo de colegas
and this
muy
has
distinguidos.
helped me to
Y
learn
me
a lot
sumé el
from a
mes
lot of
pasado
colleagues.
a,
And last month,
este
I
espacio, que es
actually
justamente el
joined this
Advanced
space,
Training for
which
Critical
is
and
this
Emerging
advanced training
Technologies
for
del
critical and
26 y
emerging
estamos
technologies
trabajando en ese equipo desde
2026. And
mayo,
we've
que
been
estuvimos
working with
presentes
this team
en Paraguay
since
justamente
May.
para
You know,
empezar
that when we had
este
this in
espacio de
Paraguay and when
formación
we
de
started this
fortalecimiento de capacidades
training
técnicas,
and
¿sí?
strengthening of technical
Personalmente creo
capabilities
muchísimo
course.
en el
I
diálogo
personally
público-privado.
believe
Me
in
parece que es
public
la
and
manera
private
de
dialogue a
lograr
lot.
que
I
la
think
innovación
that's
en
the way
salud
in
a
which
través
we
de
can
herramientas que
have
sean de
innovation in
calidad,
health
seguridad y
through
eficacia
tools
llegue de
that
manera
provide
oportuna a los
quality,
pacientes. Y
efficiency,
bueno, así que estoy muy
that are
contenta de estar
available
acá y
for
muy
the patients and
entusiasmada
are
no
open for
solamente
the
de estas
patients. So I'm really
conversaciones, sino
happy
de
to be
todo lo
here.
que
And
se
I'm
puede
quite
lograr una vez
enthusiastic
que
not
se
only
abren
about
estos
the
canales, ¿sí?
conversations that we can have, but
La
about
idea de hoy
what
es
can be opened
compartir
with these
cómo desde la
channels.
industria
The idea
vivimos
we
lo que
have today
comentaban las
is to
doctoras
show
Carmen
you
y
how
Allison.
in the
Tengo la
industry
suerte
we are
de
living
trabajar con una
through
autoridad
what
sanitaria que evoluciona muy
Alison
rápido, como es Paraguay.
the other
Y bueno, me
presenter
queda
were
muy
saying.
poco
I
para
mean,
agregar
I
porque he
have
contado mucho y la
good
verdad que
relationships with Paraguay,
la
and I
aceleración
don't
con
need
la que
to talk about
evolucionan
that
es
a
muy
lot
favorable, la vemos de
because
una
I mean,
manera muy
the,
positiva. Pero
the
bueno,
evolution
voy a
spread
poner
from
mi
Paraguay. We
granito de
see it
arena
quite
en este espacio.
positively, but I'm going to talk about
Voy a ir
my experience
comentando, voy
here.
a tomar
So
bajo el
I'm going to
concepto
start
amplio de tecnología
with
médica,
this
hitos
extensive
tanto de
medical
productos médicos
technology
como
concept,
de
and we're
IVD
going
y
to
las
talk about
invito
medical
a sumar
products and
conceptos cuando lo
medical
crean necesario,
devices.
¿sí?
And if you want to add any
Entonces, para
concepts here,
entender un
please let me
poco
know and we can
dónde
add it.
estamos, lo que
So, and we're
resaltamos
also going to
nosotros
talk about
desde Paraguay,
IVDs, just to
los que
understand
estamos
where we're at. For
estudiando el cambio
those who are
regulatorio de
studying
Paraguay,
all the
lo que
regulatory
queremos
changes that are
resaltar
occurring
es
in
un cambio
Paraguay,
del
we want
paradigma
to
en la
highlight that
manera en la
there's
que
a
se
change in
crean
the
las
paradigm
regulaciones.
in the way in which
Si
regulations are
comparamos Paraguay
created.
con el resto de
If
Latinoamérica,
we
vemos una
compare Paraguay
cadencia
with the
mucho más
rest of Latin America,
acelerada
we
y
see
mucho
that
más
their pace is a
iterativa
little
que
bit
la que
more
se ve en otras
accelerated
agencias de la
and more
región.
iterative than
Paraguay
what
durante
is
el
happening in
último
other
años,
regions,
más o menos dos,
in
tres
other
años, ha
areas in
emitido
this
más de
region.
10
In the
normas
last
que
2
buscan
years,
siempre
Paraguay has issued
agilizar
over
los
10
procesos
standards
regulatorios
trying to
y a la vez
accelerate regulatory
crecer en
processes
términos de
and
convergencia
trying
internacional
to
con autoridades
increase
sanitarias de
also and
referencia,
grow
¿sí?
with reference
Y siempre
regulatory
ha
authorities, and
contado con la
work with them.
industria
And
como
we've
un socio
always
estratégico para
had
poder
the
conocer
industry as a
más del
strategic
impacto
partner
de mercado
to
que
learn
tienen las
more
decisiones
about the
que ellos
market
toman
impact that
a
the decisions
través
that they
de las
make
normativas
has
que
through
se generan.
all the
Aún en el
regulations that are
contexto que
created.
describía la doctora Carmen en
Even
relación a la
under the
falta de
context that Dr.
formación
Carmen was saying, where they
que
still
se
do not have
ve
a lot of
en la
training,
industria
and that
paraguaya
can be seen
por la
in the
regulación,
Paraguayan
¿sí? Porque es un
industry,
segmento que ha
and
estado
that
mucho
is based
tiempo
on
prácticamente
regulation. This
desregulado, ¿sí?
segment that
Ahora
wasn't
sí
regulated
tienen
for a
mucho
long
en
period of time.
cuenta
But
la
even with
perspectiva de la
that,
industria.
they do consider the industry's
El
perspective
primerito que queremos
always.
resaltar
The
es la
first
resolución
milestone
266 del
is
22, que fue
Resolution
justamente la última que explicó
266
la
of
doctora Carmen.
2022, which
Antes de
is
esta
what Dr. Carmen
resolución,
just
los
explained.
dispositivos de
And with
diagnóstico in
this
vitro
resolution,
ingresaban a Paraguay a
IVDs
través
entered
de un
Paraguay.
mecanismo
Before this,
coordinado por el
IVDs came
laboratorio
into
central
Paraguay through a
que desde
mechanism that
nuestra
was coordinated
perspectiva
by the
tenía
Central Laboratory. And from our
una
point of view,
característica principalmente
it had one
aduanera.
main
Uno inscribía el
characteristic that was just
producto,
for
pero
customs.
era casi
You register
automático,
the
era casi una
product, but it was
lista,
just automatic
no
and it was
había
kind of
una
like a list.
verificación
We
técnica
didn't
robusta
have
de lo que se presentaba.
sound
A partir
technical
del
verification
2022,
of what was being
Dinavisa
presented. As of
cubre tanto dispositivos
2022,
médicos
the
como
NAVISA
IVD y es
includes
en ese
medical
primer
devices
hito
and
regulatorio
IVDs,
donde
and that is the first
observamos la
regulatory
convergencia
environment
internacional con
where we
normativas del
see
Mercosur,
international
¿sí?
convergence
Es
with
un
the
primer signo
standards that follow from
positivo
Mercosur.
de cómo
This is the
Dinavisa
first
comienza a dar
positive
esos
sign
pasos
of how the
regulatorios en
NAVISA
materia de
is
tecnología
considering the
médica.
regulatory steps
Sí es
for
cierto que
medical
esto
technology.
implicó la
It's
reinscripción
true that
masiva
this
de todos los
meant that we
productos
had
que
to
ya estaban en el
re-register
mercado y
our
tuvieron que
mass
reempadronarse
registry
bajo
of
este
all the
marco
products that already
regulatorio.
existed in the market, and that
Que vimos las empresas
everything
un
had to be
horizonte
registered
para
under
hacer esa
this legal
adaptación de
framework.
hasta 5
And
años, lo cual nos
the
parece
companies
bastante en
had up
línea
to
con las
five
buenas prácticas
years to do
regulatorias que se
all of this
observan
alignment, and I think
en
that that's
segmentos
quite
altamente
enough time
regulados.
based on
Y
the
algo que también quiero
regulatory
destacar es
practices
que
of
durante
segments that
este
are highly
periodo,
regulated and
si
what
bien
occurs
la
there.
autoridad
And
sanitaria y
something else I want to say is that
puntualmente
during
este
this
equipo que la
period,
doctora
and
mostró de 3 evaluadores,
during this period,
más una líder
we
del
have
grupo,
three
nunca,
assessors and a team lead
significó
working
una
on this,
demora
but
en el
this
ingreso de
never
nuevas tecnologías. Quiere decir, a medida que
represented a
se
delay of
migró,
for
se
new
fue
technologies
migrando lo
coming
que
in.
estaba
So as they
autorizado
were
por el laboratorio
migrating what had
central,
already been
Dinavisa
authorized by the
avanzó en la
Central
autorización de tecnologías
Laboratory,
emergentes. Y eso para
DINAVISA
nosotros es muy
also
importante
worked
porque a
on
veces lo que
emerging
observamos en
technologies and
Latinoamérica es
how
que cuando
to
se
register.
realizan
And that's
estos
really important because
cambios de
normally what
paradigma
we see in
regulatorio,
Latin
de
America
manera
is
de
whenever we
trabajar
have
en
these
procesos
changes in the
regulatorios,
regulatory framework
se ve un
and in the way
rezago
we
de
work
lo que queda
regulatory
bajo
framework,
un
then
proceso
we
contra lo que
delay
aparece en el
what
nuevo
is currently
proceso.
happening
Entonces, eso
because
también
we
es un
want to
punto
enroll everything that we had before
destacable.
and so there's a delay there between the
Otro
old
hito que
process and the
queremos
new
destacar
process.
es
Another
lo que
thing we
nosotros
want to
notamos como un
highlight
gran salto
is
de
what we
eficiencia en la
saw a
regulación
huge
44 del
increase in efficiency
2024,
in
que lo
Resolution
presentaron muy
44
bien
of
con el proceso
2024
simplificado de
that was really
registro.
represented with the
¿Qué es,
simplified registry
qué podemos ver en el proceso
procedure.
simplificado de
What is
registro
the
del
simplified
2024?
registry procedure
Concretamente
for
podemos ver
2024? Well,
elementos del
specifically,
playbook de
we have
Reliance que Sandra
elements of the
compartió
Reliance
ayer
playbook
y fue
that Sandra
publicado en el
mentioned yesterday,
2026.
which was
Hablo
published
del
in
playbook de IMDRF de
2026.
Reliance.
I'm talking about
Esto
the
también es un signo
IMDRF
muy positivo
Reliance
en relación
playbook.
a cómo
This has been also very positive for the whole Paraguayan state because they're trying to connect with international standards and they favor international trade. So it's clear, and we've seen that there are some changes or difficulties in implementation and compliance, but it's very clear to know what we can do and what we cannot do, because once it was implemented, then we could clearly see the list of countries that have reference regulatory authorities and the mechanisms by which you could update that list. This is available for medical devices and for IVDs. So what is Dinavisa achieving with this resolution? Well, they are achieving to have a record in evaluation timelines for all the products, coming down to up to 15 days only for this assessment. And this is not just going against time. You know, if you see that impact on the Paraguayan population, this means that once the FDA approves the technology, in Paraguay, it would only take 15 days for that technology to be available for the patients. So that means that the Paraguayan model with that, or the model that they're using to validate the quality, the safety, and the efficiency of medical technology presents a solution almost immediate for an innovative medical technology for a patient that's both in the United States and in Paraguay. So it's almost simultaneous. When you transfer this metrics to the rest of the region, we have longer FDA timelines, like 4 months, 6 months, and over that. So for us, this is one of the main points, how patients in Paraguay has the availability of get diagnosed, to treat themselves and to cure themselves with innovative technologies at the same time, almost at the same time, than the patient where they are developing that product or manufacturing that product. So we're going to go into the practical consolidation of the model the doctors were talking about. There's now a symmetry in digital tools. This simplified registry process does have a specific section for medical devices where you know about all the regulatory pathways. For IVDs, there's still a process bypass. We need to let them know that this product will apply through that pathway, and that kind of like impacts the timeline. It does impact the target, but it does require an additional effort. There is also a limitation in resources. We are with an agency that's very small, but they still are good in managing their resources, but it's still operating up to 2027 and the mass registration of all the products that were already registered at the central laboratory. In a digital platform that Dinavisa uses to platform, there's no pathway for techno-surveillance reports. Today, we're just sending them via email, and I think that the next good step would be to add a platform so that we can have traceability of the whole process, especially so that we can materialize and provide safety to the market, because Dinavisa has already been implementing and investing in that through the implementation of Reliance. Now, we are not clear either on how Dinavisa is approving this through what they're approving through the simplified registry or through the traditional method, and how many of those enrollments that we have. We don't know how many of those products were authorized through the simplified registry method, or if they require additional work. That's still not clear for the private sector, so it's not visible at all. And what the doctors already mentioned and what they're working on is the post-approvals, once the product is approved for medical technology and there are some changes that happen to them, those changes are presented to the health authorities, but there's no regulatory framework for the whole medical technology sector so that we can do and prevent or do this process ahead of time. When working on this presentation, we also thought about what is our role as industry and as part of the private sector, in everything that has been done. We see that there's a need to strengthen the local sectorial associations. I mean, we currently have the right basis to work in this and to strengthen the technical capabilities of the private sector, even though with that, Paraguay does not have an industry sector for medical devices like Mexico has or Argentina has. And so I think that as industry, we need to work on that and have it. We also want to strengthen technical capabilities together. I think that we can do a lot more locally to this regard, especially to talk about those things that have to do with registry evaluations or the common mistakes that they do during the evaluations and with everything that has been mentioned by the previous doctors and presentations. And also from the industry, we can collaborate by sharing technical knowledge that the manufacturer has. Many years ago, this technical knowledge was more like focused for academic purposes. Now, as time goes by, that technical knowledge, innovation, and knowledge of the product is now part of the private sector. And it's hard for a health authority to create a regulation if they don't know what they're going to regulate on. So that's an opportunity that we need to provide from the private sector, to train people on these technologies. And I believe that with these three components, then these will lead to the institutionalization of the public and private dialogue. I go back to what I mentioned at the beginning, to create predictable and proactive channels for technical conversations to close or prevent gaps that we have detected when a country is implementing reliance in the way in which Paraguay is doing. So we can prevent all of those gaps. So to conclude, Paraguay and the reliance in Paraguay shows a real shift in paradigm compared to the traditional theory or the traditional methods of the region. Dinavisa tried to use a constant iteration process that an accelerated standardization development, with all of the pre-market process, with all the technical surveillance process, and you can see in all of it. And now they told us that they're working also in the post-market or post-approval area for the access of innovative technologies into the market. This regulatory framework is really positive, and it makes them be like a strategic ally of their own society. And of course, the challenge is that we need to continue working together so that this regulatory agility can be transferred to our day-to-day operations so that a safe innovation can reach Paraguayan patients in record time. Thank you very much.
Bueno, yo quiero darle las gracias
I want to
tanto
thank
al equipo de Dinavisa como a
the
Roberta
people
que
from Benavisa
representa y
and
nos
Roberta,
cuenta
who is
cómo ha sido la
representing the
experiencia para el
industry and
sector
who can
regulado
tell us,
y para los
who
pacientes
told us
también.
about how this has been for the
Este sin
regulated
duda
sector,
es un
and
caso
for
de
patients
éxito
at
que
the
vale
end.
la pena
This is
compartir no
without
solo
a
en
great
este foro.
success case that
Creo
should be
que a
shared not
través
only in
de
this forum,
muchos otros
that
que
should be
podamos tener en
shared with
América
many
Latina
other forums
y
that we
que
can
es
have in
crítico
all Latin
debido
America,
a
which is quite
la
critical and
situación
important
regulatoria que
because
estamos
of the
teniendo, donde
regulatory
muchos
situation
países
that we are
se están
facing.
regulando,
We have
donde
many
se
countries
está
that are being
actualizando la
regulated,
regulación de otros y
the
donde vienen
regulation of
muchos
others
más
are being
para
updated,
este
and
camino
there's many
regulatorio.
others that will
Ahora
join
me gustaría
this regulatory
preguntar,
pathway.
comenzar y después les
Now,
doy la
I would
palabra,
like to
unas
ask one
preguntas para el
question and
equipo
then
de
we can
Dinavisa.
pass the floor to the rest of
La
the
primera
people.
sería,
I have a question for the team,
muchos
the Tina Visa team.
reguladores que
Many
no tienen reliance
regulators
podrían
that do not have reliance
sentir
could
temor al implementar un proceso
feel
de reliance
fear,
porque van a tener
by implementing
más
the reliance
dependencia con
process,
otras agencias,
because it
van a
means that
tener
they will
menor
be more
inspección
dependent on other
regulatoria local y
entities,
esto
they
les
will have
podría dar temor en
more
términos de
local
seguridad
regulatory
para los
uh,
pacientes, incremento en
surveillance,
volúmenes
and
o
this
severidad
could,
de eventos
increase the
adversos o de
volumes
alertas de
of
seguridad.
adverse
¿Cómo ha
events
sido la
or
experiencia
safety
específicamente
alarms
en
or other
Paraguay
cases.
respecto
So
a
what
esto?
has been Paraguay's
Debido a la
experience with that?
implementación de Reliance hemos
Given
tenido
that you just
mayor
implemented
volumen de
Reliance,
eventos,
have
mayor
we
severidad,
had
¿cómo ha sido
a
esto?
higher volume of events, or is there more
Bueno,
safety? I mean, how is
con
that? Has
relación a
that
lo que
worked?
estaba comentando María,
Well,
sí, es
regarding what
cierto,
Maria was
existe ese
mentioning,
temor,
it's true.
porque
We have that
cuando
fear
se identificó la
because
necesidad en Dinavisa
when
de implementar
we
para el área de
identified this need
diagnóstico,
at
me
Dinavisa
pasó
to
lo mismo,
implement
¿verdad?
this for the
Debo ser muy
diagnosis
honesta y
or
dije,
diabetes,
ups,
I
¿cómo
went through
hacemos
the same
esto,
thing. I
verdad?
was like, oops, how can we do
Pero
this?
después uno siempre tiene temor a lo
But
desconocido, ¿verdad?
we're always
Pero
afraid
uno
of the
tiene que
unknown.
leer, investigar
And you
y
need
después
to
de que
do
efectivamente
research.
resulta.
And we realized at the
Entonces,
end that it did work,
como es algo
and it does
todavía
work.
nuevo,
This is something that's
eh,
still new.
yo creo que una de las lecciones que hemos
And I
aprendido
believe that
entonces es
one of the lessons
eh,
learned is that
seguir nosotros enseñándole al sector
we
regulado,
need to
también
continue
capacitarle
teaching the
para que
regulated sector
puedan
and train that
mejorar
sector
en la
so that
presentación de
they can
sus
improve also
solicitudes.
when they present
Y
their
un punto
submittals.
muy importante es
And another
fortalecer el
important
área
point
de
is
vigilancia
to
post-comercialización,
strengthen
porque hablaste de los
the
eventos adversos que es algo
post-market
que el
surveillance area
área
because we're
IBD
talking about adverse events,
poco
you know,
o
and
nada
for the
prácticamente, ¿verdad?
IVD, we normally have nothing
Notificaciones nada más se
or just like 2
presentaron.
or 3
Así que
notifications that were presented.
la cultura de la
So I think
notificación
that
es
having
todavía
this culture
baja, ¿verdad?
of notifying things is still
Muchas
not there
gracias. Y
for
aprovecho,
us.
por
It's
favor,
quite low.
Me
adelante.
gustaría
Thank you. And
hablar
I
desde
would
el
like to
punto de
talk
vista
about this
de lo
from
que
the
sería mi área,
point
dispositivos
of view of
médicos.
my area for medical
Sí
devices.
vimos,
And
creció demasiado la cantidad de dispositivos
we
médicos en el
did see
mercado
that the number of medical
de
devices in the
diferentes
market
orígenes
increased rapidly, and they came
y
from different
fue una
locations.
preocupación,
And
¿verdad?
that was a concern that we had.
Para todas las áreas
You know, it,
involucradas que son
it was a
transversales
concern
a
of
ese
all the
proceso.
involved areas on
Por
how we're
ese
going to work with
motivo,
those processes. And because
Dinavisa
of that,
hoy en día tiene en su página web
Navisa
un botón de
has
notificaciones
one
de eventos o
notification
incidentes
button in
adversos
their website
atribuidos a esos
to
dispositivos
notify
médicos. Por
any
el
adverse
momento,
events
este botón
related
al
to those
ingresar
medical devices.
va
Right now, when you
a un
click on that
formulario
button,
Google,
you
¿sí?
get to a
Pero
Google
en ese
form,
formulario
but in that
el que
Google
está
form,
notificando debe declarar toda la
the
información
person
que
notifying
se solicita.
includes all the
Esa
information, has
notificación
to
puede
include all the
ser
information
de
that is requested,
carácter, no es
and it could
necesario que dé
be, I mean, they
su
don't have to
contacto,
give their
sí, o sea,
contact
su
information
nombre,
or their
pero
name
sí
even,
una vía,
but
un contacto para comunicarnos con esa
they
persona para
should be a
solicitar más
contact
información
so
en
that we
caso
can
de que se
contact that
requiera.
person to request
Entonces,
for
cuando
information
el
in
área
case it
de
is necessary.
tecnovigilancia recibe
So
esa
when the techno
notificación,
surveillance area receives that
inmediatamente
notification,
se
then
comunica con las áreas
they
involucradas y también
communicate back to the
con esta
involved
persona
areas,
o que
and they can
está
communicate
notificando,
also
¿verdad?
back to
Eso
the person that
fue
is
lo
notifying.
primero que se
So that
realizó,
was the first thing that was
teniendo
done,
en cuenta la cantidad elevada de
considering
productos
the
que
high
empezamos a tener en el
amount of
mercado.
products that we have in the
También
market.
hizo que el área de vigilancia
This
post-comercialización
also
trabajara en
created that the
tener más
post-market
recursos
surveillance
humanos para
area
salir más en
had
la
to work
calle.
on having more
Entonces,
human resources so that they could be out
si
on the street
ustedes
more.
revisan las
So
redes sociales de
if you go
Dinavisa,
to the Navisa's social
Instagram,
media,
Facebook,
Instagram,
X,
I don't know,
por
Facebook or
ejemplo,
X,
van a poder notar la cantidad de fiscalizaciones que
you
se
can see
realizan en
the
todo el país,
amount
no
of
solamente en la
reviews and
zona
audits that are done
central,
throughout the
sino que
country, not
alrededor
only in the
del
center area,
país
but throughout
y
the country.
encontramos
And
muchas situaciones
we
en donde se incautan
find
productos,
many such
se
situations where
analizan
they
y
seize
se realizan las
the
acciones
products are
correspondientes, las
analyzed,
acciones
and then the
regulatorias, ¿verdad?
regulatory actions,
Eso
the
también
corresponding
fue una
regulatory actions are
consecuencia
then taken. And
de
this
todos estos
is
procesos
a consequence of
de agilidad
all of these
para
agility
obtener la autorización de
processes
comercialización.
developed to get
También
the
hizo
merchandising
que tanto Carmen
authorization.
como yo
And this also
nos metiéramos
made
más en el
Carmen and
mundo de la
myself
docencia.
to be much more
Somos
involved in the
profesoras
teaching area.
honor en la
You know,
Universidad
now
Nacional de
we are at
Asunción.
Honorum,
Dimos clases
teachers at
para
the National
diplomados,
University. We were
para
teaching
regulación
for
de
diploma
dispositivos
courses
médicos y también
regarding
para
the
IVD.
regulation of medical devices and IVDs.
Inclusive yo misma me llegué a
And
ir a un programa de
I
radio.
actually
O sea,
went
hicimos
to a
cosas
radio
que
program.
realmente no
I mean, we
pensamos
did
que
things that
íbamos a
we
llegar a hacer.
hadn't
Muchos
thought
compañeros
we would do
fueron a
before.
programas
You know,
televisivos, ¿verdad?
many of our
La idea es
colleagues went to
promocionar,
TV broadcasting stations,
sensibilizar a la
but the
población
idea was to create
de
this
que todos
awareness
nos
with the
conozcan,
population
sepan lo
so
que
that
hacemos
everybody
y que
could learn
necesitamos de
about what
todos
we are
para
doing,
poder
to
hacer
learn about
mejor
the
el
topic,
trabajo y
and to
que
learn
sobre
about
todo
what we
tengamos
all
en el
can do
mercado
together so that we can
dispositivos
have better
médicos
work
IVD
and so that we
seguros
can have
y
safe
eficaces, que
IBDs and
todos
medical
usamos,
devices
todos en la
that are
casa, inclusive
good and
nosotros,
efficient.
necesitamos
Because
de que esos
everybody,
productos
even in
sean
your own
seguros y
household,
eficaces.
I'm sure that you need
Entonces,
a product that is
llegamos
safe and
realmente a
efficient,
hacer
you know.
muchas
So we
actividades
actually carried out many
que fueron
activities
consecuencia de estos
as a
procesos que implementamos.
consequence of these processes
Creo
that we
que eso.
implemented.
Sí,
I
sí,
think
muchas
that's all.
gracias. Es
Yes,
algo que
thank you
creo
very
que no
much.
habíamos mencionado
That's
aún,
something that I
pero el
think we
tema
haven't
de
mentioned
hacer
yet.
el proceso
But I mean, developing a more efficient process in the registry helps us to focus more on the surveillance aspect, to be out on the street where many things that are not related to reliance might happen. I just want to add one more thing
en el
that I
área de
forgot,
dispositivos médicos
and it's that
tenemos
in the medical
más
devices
de tres
area,
cámaras
there's
de,
more
son
than
asociaciones
3
tanto de
chambers.
importadores
These are
como fabricantes
associations
del área de
of
dispositivos médicos
importers,
que
manufacturers
a
for the
través de
medical
ellos
devices
también
area. And through
llegamos
those
a más
chambers,
personas, llegamos
we can also
a que más
reach more
personas nos
people
conozcan
and we
y
can make sure that
también
they know
que
about
las
us.
empresas que
And
están afiliadas a
another
estas
thing is that
cámaras
the companies that are
sean
members of
capacitados
these
también
chambers
en todo lo que es
uh,
la
are
regulación,
also
¿verdad?
being trained
Pero sí
in
creemos
these
que
regulations. But
somos
we
conscientes
do
de que
believe
todos
and
estos
we're aware
sectores los
that
debemos
all of these
fortalecer,
sectors
tenemos que
need to
seguir
be
trabajando
strengthened.
juntos para
We
que
need to
podamos
continue
llegar al objetivo
working
común,
together so that we
¿verdad?
can
Y
get
lograr
to our common
la
goal
agilidad
and so
en
that
los
we can
procesos
achieve the
y
agility that we
sobre
want in the
todo que
processes
tengamos productos
and so
seguros y
that we can
eficaces.
have a
Eso
safe and
solamente eso es lo que
efficient
quería agregar.
product.
Muchas
Gracias.
gracias.
So that's all I wanted to add.
Bueno,
Thank you.
hubo un
Okay.
comentario respecto al certificado de venta
There
libre y
was
me
a
gustaría
comment
hablar un poquito
regarding
más
the
sobre
free
eso.
sale certificate,
¿Cómo ven
and
ustedes la
let's talk about that
posibilidad
one a little
de
bit more.
ir
I
directamente
mean,
a
do
bases
you think
públicas
that
de
we
los
can go, I
reguladores?
don't know,
Ahora
to a
vamos a ver, por
public
ejemplo, de Canadá, de
basis
USAID,
of
de Anvisa,
the
para
regulators right now
verificar
for
la
Canada
información
or
de los
Visa,
productos
and if
directamente
you
en la
can
fuente y
verify
que esto pudiera,
the products directly from the
digamos que
source, is
eliminar
that
el
possible? And that
requisito
way we
de
could
un
eliminate
certificado de venta
that
libre
this
apostillado, como lo
resource
es.
of having an apostille of a free sale
Con relación
certificate.
a eso, María, nosotros
Well,
hacemos
regarding
ya
that,
uso de esa herramienta.
we use that tool. We do use
Si
the tool.
bien no está
If
explícito en la
it's
44/24,
still
pero en la
not
norma
included
madre
in the
sí contemplamos
44R24,
de que sí,
but in
por un
the
eventual
original one,
motivo no
we do
cuenta con una
consider that
apostilla
if
o
you
consularización y
don't have the
legalización,
apostille or
nosotros
you don't have
aceptamos
it
siempre y
notarized or
cuando pueda
legalized,
ser verificado.
we would
Por eso es
accept
que
it
hacía
if
hincapié en
it
que es
can be
una
verified.
herramienta súper
So
valiosa
that's
poder
why
contar con esa información,
having
pero no
that
se
type
da
of
en todos los
information
casos, ¿verdad?
is considered like
En
valuable
muchos
information, but
casos
it doesn't happen in all the
pasa
cases.
que se
In many
adjuntan
cases,
códigos QR falsos, ¿verdad?
they
Entonces,
have like we've seen
esa
this
sería un poco la
false
limitante,
QR
¿verdad? Cuando
codes,
no se
and
pueda
so that could
contar
be a
con
limitation.
esa,
You know,
esa
when you don't
verificación,
have
pero
that
para nosotros ya es una
verification.
realidad.
But for us, it is a reality.
En cuanto al área de dispositivos médicos,
Regarding the medical devices
todavía
area,
tenemos la
we
exigencia
still
de presentar
have
certificados de libre venta apostillados.
that requirement of
Eh,
presenting
entonces, todavía no
apostille
está explícita en la
medical
norma
certificates.
de que
And
puedan
so
ser
this, the
verificados a
standard
través
still doesn't
de
say
las
that we can
vías
verify this
oficiales,
through
pero ya
official
tenemos la directiva y
paths,
es
you
un
know, but we
proyecto
still have
de
the
resolución en donde
mandate, and that's part of
queremos
the resolution project,
disponer eso,
so
¿verdad?
that we
Una
can
posibilidad de
include
que
that.
puedan
You know, there's
presentarlo
a
de esa forma, de que
possibility
la
of
empresa
presenting that
pueda
that way, so
brindar
that the
el link
company
donde
can
podamos
provide a
verificar
link
y
for us to verify this,
que realmente sea
and so that
verificable.
we
Y
can
también en el
actually
caso de que
verify it
no
there.
sea verificable,
And in the
también que
case
siga
this
teniendo la
cannot be
posibilidad de presentar
verified,
el documento
well, that's
apostillado,
for
¿verdad?
then to have the
Entonces ya
possibility
es
of
una
presenting the
directiva y
apostille
que se está
document.
llevando
So
también a
that's part
cabo.
of the mandates, and it's something that we
Es
are
una
carrying
gran
out
noticia,
at
muchas
Bina Visa.
gracias.
María,
Great
quiero
news. Thank you
agregar
very much.
que
And Maria,
nosotros
I want to
aplicamos este
add that
mecanismo
we
no
actually
solo para el
apply this
certificado de libre
mechanism
venta,
not
sino
only for
también
the
para el
free sale
certificado de
certificate,
conformidad.
but also for the
Entonces, mientras
conformity
se pueda verificar en
certificate.
la página del
So as long
organismo
as it can
notificado,
be
Aceptable.
verified in a
Muchas gracias.
certifiable
Y bueno,
organization,
mi
we can
última
accept it.
pregunta es para Roberta. Ya las doctoras Alison y Carmen
My
nos han
last question
compartido
is
los
for
retos que
Roberta.
tienen al revisar
Allison
los
and
expedientes
the
y en
doctor have
algunos casos
already
por parte de la industria porque
explained
la información es
challenges to
obsoleta,
review the
porque llega
information
el
because the
documento no
information is not
responde,
always
los documentos no
complete or
son,
documents
que
are not
desde la
what they are
industria,
supposed to be. From the
¿qué
perspective of the
oportunidad
industry,
tendríamos
what is the
para
opportunity
soportar y
we could
colaborar en
have
esto
to
y evitar
provide
el
support and
retrabajo que se
prevent
puede ver
duplication of
en esta área?
work that the Dinavis is facing because of these mistakes in the submission?
No sé. Gracias por la pregunta, Mafer.
Thank you for
Nosotros
the
lo que
question.
vemos en
What we
nuestra propia
see
retrospectiva de cómo hemos contribuido como
and how
industria,
we have
justamente
contributed to this as industry,
la capacitación técnica
it has
dentro
to
de las
do with
asociaciones
technical
gremiales.
capability
Hoy no
within the
tenemos
guilds.
esos
Right now,
equipos
we do
de
not
grupos de
have
trabajo
the
dedicados a asuntos
task
regulatorios en
forces
donde
that
los
specialize in
directores técnicos
regulatory
o
matters where
gerentes nos
technical
juntamos para
directors
intercambiar
get together
experiencias
to
y
exchange
también
experiences.
identificamos dónde hay
And we
un
have
error
also
puntual
seen
o dónde hay un
that we have
malentendido
not
que
perhaps
comprende
gone
a todo
through
el sector.
the possible
Esos espacios
mistakes that
son
is systematic of
la
all the
plataforma
sector.
para
spaces like this is the way in which these conversations are taking place and growing more organically like an industry. That is where we see the best opportunity to help the Inavisa. Yes, thank you, I agree. Okay, so you're now all invited to share your questions. There's a question here in the room, 2 questions.
First, I want to say congratulations on your process. 34% rejection or through the Reliance pathway, I think. Good quality documentation based on your standards and great time reduction. That's fantastic. There's a lot that's going on. And I think what would be nice if we could see a multi-jurisdictional case study from regulators. What's working, what's not working, be able to bump that up against the Reliance playbook, which is theoretical versus what's actually happening in practice. What have you learned? What worked for you? What didn't work for you that we can share with other regulators? I think that'd be great with a direct comparison of the number of issues that you're seeing coming through the Reliance pathway versus the standard pathway. Are they the same or are they different? It would go a long way toward getting credibility to a Reliance process. So once again, congratulations. I thought it was fantastic. Thank you.
Gracias. Gracias a ustedes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Ay, gracias.
Could you please help us?
Gracias por su presentación.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the
Mi
presentation.
pregunta, bueno, es,
My question
entendemos que
is,
conforme al
we
mecanismo de
understand
reliance
that
aplicado, no es posible
the
solicitar una
applied
indicación
reliance
de uso
mechanism
distinta a la
doesn't let you
aprobada
have a
en la
different
autoridad de
indication of
referencia.
use to that
Sin
of the
embargo,
reference
¿cómo se gestiona
authority.
el caso
However,
en el que
how
se busca
do
ampliar la
we handle a
indicación de
situation
uso,
in which
que en inglés
an
es broader
extension
indication
of the
use,
broader indication of
cuando
use
dicha
could be
indicación adicional ya
given
cuenta con
when
aprobación en otro
the
país
indication of
reconocido
use
por
has been
reliance?
given
En este
permission,
contexto,
but an
quisiéramos
extension is
consultar, ¿es
needed? So we'd like
necesario
to ask,
que el
is it
titular
necessary
vuelva a someter el registro
for
desde
the
cero,
holder to start from
aplicando
scratch
un nuevo mecanismo de
with
reliance,
a new
acorde
reliance
a la indicación
mechanism
ampliada,
according to the
o existe
extended
la posibilidad de
indication of
gestionar una
use, or
extensión
can
o
an extension
modificación
be
a
granted,
un
a change
registro
can be
previamente
granted to a
aprobado bajo
previously approved
reliance para
registry
incorporar
under
dicha
reliance to
indicación?
incorporate this new extension of
Asimismo,
indication of use?
agradeceríamos que nos
We would
compartieran
like
cómo
to
abordan este
hear,
tipo de
how
escenarios
do
en
you
la
approach
práctica, en
those
la realidad.
scenarios
Gracias.
in real life? Thank you.
Gracias por tu pregunta.
Thank you for your
Bueno,
question.
cuando
Well,
existe el caso de
when
una
a situation like
ampliación
that
en la
happens, an
indicación de
extension
uso
of
del
indication of
medicamento,
use is required for the medical
primeramente,
device,
según lo que establece la norma,
according to
no
what's
es
established in the
necesario
standard, it
solicitar
is
un
not
registro
necessary to
nuevo,
request a new
puede hacer
registry
una
altogether.
notificación de
A
modificación de ese mismo
modification
registro
of
para la
indication
inclusión
of
de esa
use
indicación médica
can
en
be
sí.
requested
Pero
for that
para ese
medical
tipo de
use.
modificación
But
ingresa
for
por
those
la vía de
changes,
notificación
you
de
would have
modificación
to
tipo 2
go
que
through
implica que
class
los
2
evaluadores de Dinavisa
or
tengan
type
que
2
aprobar, tengan que
pathway,
evaluar y
so
aprobar
the examiners would have to evaluate
esa
that
modificación que
new
solicitaron.
change, that new
En
indication
el
of
caso de que
use.
la
A test
empresa
is required.
demuestre
If the
de que
company
esa
proves
inclusión de
that this
indicación de uso o esa
inclusion of new
modificación ya fue
indication of
aprobada
use
por
or
la
change
autoridad
has been approved
reguladora
by the
de origen
regulatory
o de
agency of
referencia,
origin, the reference
aplicamos también el
authority,
mecanismo de
we also
reliance.
apply reliance
Entonces,
in that
la
case.
evaluación es mucho más
So
ágil
the assessment
y
is much
entonces
easier, and therefore
puede hacerse la modificación de ese mismo registro.
changes of the registry can
Eso
take
es
place
en la
in a
realidad.
simplified way.
Pero
That's what
cuando uno
happens in
revisa
reality.
la
And
resolución
when you
donde
look
están
at the
detallados los tipos de
resolution where you find the
modificaciones,
different types of
tal vez no se
changes
encuentra
applied,
que pasa por
maybe
un
you
mecanismo de
won't be able
reliance
to
que
see
está
that it's
aprobado por
through
otra autoridad
reliance that's been
reguladora de
approved by
referencia,
another
pero es algo
reference
que
authority, but this
realizamos
is something that we
habitualmente hoy en
do
día.
habitually
Entonces, por
nowadays.
eso es muy importante
That is why
que la
it is so
empresa cuando
important for
solicita
the
ese tipo
company
de
when they
modificaciones que
request
ya
a
fueron
change
aprobadas
that has
previamente
been
por sus
previously
autoridades
approved
reguladoras de
by the
referencia,
reference
nos
authority,
informen
let
sobre
us
eso y
know.
nos demuestren
So
que la
it's
documentación
quicker, and
correspondiente,
show
entonces
with the
ese tiempo se
documentation that that is
minimiza
the
muchas
case,
revisiones.
you will be saving a lot of time. Thank you.
Acá tenemos otra pregunta, gracias.
There is another question over here.
¿Me escucha?
Sí.
Can you hear me now?
Carolina Morales de allí.
Carolina Morales,
Primero que todo,
Giger.
agradecerles. Creo
First of
que
all,
es un
thank you very
gran
much.
ejemplo
What a
de
great example
reliance
of
para la
reliance you
región.
brought us for the
Y mi
region.
pregunta es para la doctora
My
Allison.
question
La
is for
doctora Carmen
Dr.
mencionaba
Allison.
que hay
Dr.
alrededor
Carmen
del
mentioned that there are around
33% de empresas que
33%
están
of
adoptando
companies
los
that
mecanismos
are
de reliance
adopting
para
the reliance
dispositivos
mechanisms
médicos,
for medical
para
devices,
IVD, perdón.
rather,
En el caso de
IVD, sorry.
dispositivos médicos, ¿hay
In the case of
algún tipo de
medical devices,
métricas o
do
espacios
you
donde
have a
estén
figure,
viendo qué
statistics?
tanta
Do
adopción
you
por
know
parte de la
how much
industria hay de este nuevo
adoption
modelo en
is
Paraguay?
happening on behalf of the
Bueno,
industry in Paraguay?
antes que nada, tengo
Well,
que
first
mencionar
of all,
que
I must
en
say
Paraguay
that in
un poco
Paraguay,
más del
more than
95% de los productos que
95% of the
tenemos en el mercado
products
son
that we have in
productos
the market
importados,
are
¿sí?
imported
Cuando hicimos
goods.
la transición
When we did the transition
de las solicitudes en formato
of
físico
submissions
a
from the
plataforma,
physical format to a
nos llevó un
digital
poco de
one,
tiempo
it took us some
hacer
time
esta
for
estadística,
us to
¿sí? Y es algo
get
que
new
lo venimos
statistics.
trabajando hasta el
And this is
momento,
something that we're still
teniendo en
working
cuenta
on,
que
considering
la
that
plataforma que tenemos hoy en
the
día es relativamente
platform
nueva,
that we
todavía
have is
se sigue
relatively
ajustando,
new.
todavía
It's
necesita
still
más
been adjusted.
módulos
It
para poder
still
aplicar
needs more modules
eficientemente
to
la normativa.
efficiently
Entonces,
apply the
no quisiera darte
regulation.
un
So
número
I wouldn't want to give
ahora
you a
mismo, pero
figure
sí
right now top of my
estamos
head,
trabajando en
but I
tener
know that
todas
we are
esas
working
estadísticas
to get
porque
those
todavía
figures
tenemos
because
algunos registros
we still
que
have
se
some
están
physical
venciendo, se están
registries that are
renovando,
being
entonces
expired, that are being
estamos
renewed.
cruzando
So
toda
in
esa
that case,
información.
we're
Pero
also
tengo que
cross-referencing
decirte
all of
que
this
la
information. But
mayor
what I can say
parte de
is
los
that
dispositivos
most of the devices
son aplicados por el mecanismo de reliance.
are now using the reliance mechanism.
Bueno, aquí hay otra pregunta.
Very well. Here's another question.
Buenos días.
Good morning, María Jesús Valdez from Agile Medical. This is for Dr. Allison. What would you recommend so that we could collaborate for legal documents matters, for the submission of IDVDs, ISOs, because sometimes when they are submitted, they are current, but because of delays or whatever, they expired, and well, the authorities obviously take their own times. So what could we do as companies so that once we have the document, well, I presented it, it was still valid, and it doesn't throw you back if anything expires? That is a very important question. Thank you very much. Currently, in the regulation established that the documentation must remain current all throughout the process of the submission process. So what I usually tell companies is that it is very important for them to keep in mind that they need to keep a control of when their documents expire. So whenever it's necessary, they request a new one, they can resubmit and not stop the submission process if they upload it into our platform in a timely manner. This is something that will improve once we can have an online check on the websites, the validity and the currency of those documents. So this is something that is a learning opportunity for everyone. This is something that we are working to implement, but it is important for the companies to keep track of their documents and have an understanding that it's their responsibility to keep their documents current and do whatever is necessary so that your submissions are not delayed or stopped because of an omission of that nature. Did I answer your question? Yes, you did. Thank you. And I would like to add something about that point. And this is a recommendation that I usually make to my colleagues and the biochemical staff. When you get documents, analyze the document completely, because something that happened is that they get a document, they don't even read if it's expired, if it corresponds to the right product, and they submit without even reading it carefully. You cause great delay when you do that. Because if the problem is the document and not the information or not the platform, then it's something that is in your hands to avoid. For instance, if you make a mistake in the platform, edits are very quick, considering stability studies. But if it's the document that is problematic because it's been expired or whatever
Entonces, lo
reason,
recomendable es
it
que
takes longer
revisen
to
sus
fix. So
documentos ya en el
pay
momento de
careful
recibirlo
attention to
por parte del
everything
proveedor, que
regarding the
cumpla con
document,
todos los puntos
dates,
para que posteriormente se
requirements
pueda
met,
someter a registro. No solo
etc.,
la
so
fecha de
that
vigencia del documento,
submission is
son muchas
going to
cosas que
advance
hay que
correctly. And it's
verificar.
not
La
only
dirección del
the
fabricante, que sea
expiration
el
date, it's
objeto de
also the
registro,
right address, that
todos
it
esos
is the
puntos.
right product, all of those things.
Gracias. Tenemos-
Thank
sí,
you.
adelante.
Yes?
Más que me gustaría agregar
Speaking about that, I
para
would like to
explicar
add
nada más
something.
por qué
I would
la
like to
solicitud de
explain
que el
why
documento se mantenga vigente durante el
it is
proceso.
so
Es
important
que
for
ya
documents to
tuvimos
be
casos
current during
en
the
que el
process, because
documento
there have been cases in
ya
which
venció en el
documents
proceso
had
y
expired during the
después vimos
process,
que ya
and
no fue
afterwards we
válido por la
realized
autoridad
that
reguladora por
the
algún
reference
por
authorities
algún
didn't
motivo en
renew
particular, ¿verdad?
their
Entonces, siempre lo que
validity
tratamos de
or
resguardar es que el
something
producto
of the matter.
realmente
So
siga siendo
that is
comercializado
why it has to
actualmente,
be
¿verdad? No haya tenido
always
ningún problema,
current,
ningún evento de
and it is
technovigilancia.
important that no
Entonces, más por esos
technosurveillance
motivos o
claims
más
were
por la
presented in the
seguridad
meantime.
del
It
producto
has
es
to do
que
with
esta
safety and
normativa hoy
security,
en día
and that is
ya
why the
se está
regulation
exigiendo que se
is
mantenga vigente,
demanding
¿verdad? Es
all
como
documents to be
otro
current.
resguardo más
That
que
is another
se da
safeguard
para que los
that we
pacientes o los
provide for
usuarios puedan
patients and
contar con
users
productos de
to
calidad
have
y de
high
con seguridad.
quality
Entonces, pero
products in a safe
igualmente, como había
manner.
mencionado, va a ser
And
muy importante
as I had
que
already
estos
mentioned, it
documentos
will be very
podamos
important for
revisarlos
those
en línea.
documents to be reviewed
Va a ser
online.
más rápido
It's
para
going to
ambas
make
partes.
all of our lives
Sin lugar a
easier
dudas,
and
si me
quicker.
permiten, claro, este escenario
Thank
es
you
el
very
que
much.
al ir
This
directo a
is a
la base de datos y
scenario
revisar en línea se
that is
puede
ideal because when you
eliminar este
go into the
retroceso que se puede dar.
database, you
Gracias.
can correct
Tengo
things
dos preguntas
in
en
a
línea.
swifter
Voy
way.
a
We have two
iniciar. Una
questions
es de Verónica
online.
Hernández
One is
Santamaría.
from Veronica
Excelentes
Hernandez.
ponencias. ¿Cómo
Wonderful
la autoridad de
presentations.
Paraguay
How
visualiza el
are the
impacto de la
authorities in Paraguay
información por
visualizing
mercado
the
en la
impact of
obtención,
post-market sales
mantenimiento
in
de la
the
autorización sanitaria?
granting of sanitary authorization?
No entendí bien la
I
pregunta.
don't
¿Se puede
understand the
darnos
question.
una
Yo tampoco,
aclaración?
pero voy a
I
volver a
didn't
repetir.
either.
¿Cómo la
Gracias.
autoridad de Paraguay
How
visualiza el
are
impacto de la
authorities
información por
visualizing the
mercado
impact of
en la
post-market information
obtención,
in the
mantenimiento de la autorización sanitaria?
obtention and maintenance of the sanitary
No sé,
authorization?
¿cómo contemplan el
I guess
estar
she means,
revisando la información postmercado y eso
how
si
do you consider
afectaría la autorización
post-market
sanitaria en su ciclo de vida?
reviews?
Y creo que
And how would that
cuando
affect the life
recibimos
cycle of the
algún
processes?
reclamo, alguna
When we
notificación de un
get a
dispositivo
notification,
médico
a claim of a
y
medical device,
es revisado por el área
and
competente de Dinavisa,
the Navisa area
una vez
looks
que se
into that,
termina las
once
averiguaciones,
the claim is
las
concluded,
revisiones
the
técnicas
review
en
of the
contacto
technical
con el
matters,
importador o
we got
distribuidor
in
de ese
touch with
producto,
the importer
lo
or
que
the
se hace
agency.
y si
What we
requiere
do, if
que
necessary,
sea informado a la población,
we need to inform the
el
population
área publica
in case
una
that is
alerta,
necessary.
una
If a
notificación,
warning
un
has to be
informe
given
de
to the general
seguridad
audience
en
as if because
la
of
página
safety
web, en las
security
redes
reasons
sociales de Dinavisa.
in our
Entonces ese
social
informe
media
se
or
envía
website,
a la
that's
población,
how
se
we let
avisa
people
sobre los
know.
acontecimientos que están
You know,
relacionados a ese
this
dispositivo
product
médico.
had an
Una vez que
authorization, but
todos
something has
tienen
happened
conocimiento,
with
¿verdad?
the
Y
use. You
no
should be
surge
warned
ninguna duda o miedo al
so that
usarlo,
there's
¿verdad?
no
Entonces,
fear or
creo
questions
que a
when
eso se
using those
refiere la
products. I
pregunta.
guess
No
that's
estoy
what that
equivocada.
question meant. I would
Gracias.
guess.
Gracias.
And
Y
I
la
hope I answered.
siguiente es
Okay, the
Isidora
next
Jiménez
question, Isadora
Barragán,
Jimenez
Cofepris.
Barragan from
Quisiera saber
COFEPRIS.
si
I would
existe
like to
alguna
know if
herramienta
there
o
is a
metodología
tool
que
or a
permita medir y
methodology that
evaluar
could
si el
help us
sistema
measure or assess
Regulators
if a
está
Reliance
siendo
system
funcional
is
dentro
being
de la agencia
functional
reguladora.
within a regulating agency.
Sí,
Yes,
el Dinavisa cuenta con una dirección
Dinavisa
de
has
planificación,
a planning
una
office,
dirección que se encarga de la gestión de calidad
an area that
de
does
todas las
quality
áreas
management
operativas
for
de
all of
Dinavisa.
the operational areas within
Tengo que decir
Dinavisa.
que
And I must
esta
say that
dirección es
this
también
office is also
una dirección nueva.
a new office, a new area.
Todos estamos aprendiendo
We're
junto
all
con ellos.
learning on the go.
Justamente con Carmen estuvimos en
With
capacitaciones
Carmen, we took
sobre
training
sistemas de
together
gestión de calidad
about quality
de la
management
ISO
systems for
9001, la
ISO
17000.
9001, the
Estuvimos
17000.
en
We
talleres
also attended
intensivos de
intensive
análisis de causa
workshops
raíz,
of root cause
de gestión de riesgos,
analysis,
de
risk
gráficas, de matriz
management,
de riesgos. Entonces,
risk
estamos trabajando
matrices and
fuertemente
charting.
en
So
ese
we are
punto
working
para
very
poder medir todos
strongly
los
to
procesos
be
a lo
able to
largo del
measure
año, ¿sí?
processes all
Pero
throughout the year.
tengo que decirte que sí,
But I must
tenemos
say that yes,
matrices
We do have matrices to be able to measure things, and we do this in a quarterly matter or sometimes every 4 months. As of last year, we've been working on that, right, Carmen? And probably this year, we will see some tangible resources for planning and quality management. On a personal note, I think this is a very important part of the institutional work. This is what will let us know when things are working or where they are not working, and how is it that we can improve things. So as you know, when we have improvement proposals, we also have people who are responsible, we have terms. So we're also forced, we're obliged, June, July. Now, I'm thinking about the matrix, I'm remembering that what's coming up, yes. I'm working on that, and I'm very pleased about it. And that is the path towards continuous improvement. Yes, and to support what Alison has said, implementing a quality management system is the foundation. If you do not have that, it is impossible to do anything. So it is also, as she has said, a new area. We're all learning, and there are deadlines, and according to those deadlines, we are coming up with the metrics that people are asking about. Thank you. All right. To wrap up, I would like to thank the participants. Oh, yes, there's another question. Please go ahead.
Sorry, Tammy with Roche. Just one more quick question. Does Dinavisa have a process to measure when the submission has to be given back to the manufacturer or the person or entity that submitted it? This is something, for example, that FDA does on a regular basis because it keeps both sides accountable, right? As I mentioned a couple times, we have to be accountable as well for the quality and completeness of what we submit. And so through requests for information, the FDA, for example, tracks how many times they're having to go back and ask for more information. And actually, the clock would stop if they don't have the adequate information to do the evaluation. So just curious if Dinavisa has that as well. Thank you.
Yes, that is another thing that is also related to the new area that we mentioned for quality management. They are now doing that. We have a procedure that's been approved. Well, they're very new operational procedures. They started 3 months ago, barely. And so we have now established times, deadlines to respond to the users when they are having a submission or a procedure. This is something that we're beginning to implement. And if you visit our website, there's a button there. Users can go there and ask and claim and have somebody to talk to. And this claim goes through different areas, starting the National Advisory Director's Office and all throughout the technical areas. And so we check if the time terms have been observed, and if no answer was given according to the regulation, something has to happen because we wish to have continuous improvement. And so this is how we are supporting our users in case it's taking longer. And for IVD, we have very well-defined deadlines or time terms in the standard. I didn't tell you this during my presentation. And even though it takes 15 days, we do demand the regulated entity to also provide timely responses. We give them time, 30 days for any claim to be presented. And there's a single evaluation. If after the first and single evaluation, there are still discrepancies or inconsistencies, we deny the procedures. So this is something people should be aware of. We give them a facility to go through reliance. So it is a single assessment of opportunity they have, and if they don't meet with the observations in a timely manner, we reject the procedure, they'll have to start from scratch. That doesn't happen with the mother standard, as we
Very
call it.
helpful, because that's exactly what I was trying to get to. It holds industry accountable for making sure we are giving you what we're supposed to. And regulators can show industry during these conversations, look how many times we had to give it back to you, and for the general reason. So that's a really important piece of metric to have to keep industry accountable. So thank you.
Nada más para complementar en ese punto.
Yes, and to add up to that,
comentario, también, o sea, como tenemos plazos establecidos
since we have terms established by the law to answer and for companies to answer back to the things we request, we also give them a chance that an extension to those terms be granted, because sometimes the producers or the importers, perhaps they have a problem getting the document, and it's something that is reasonable. Maybe the reference authority of origin is not meeting their deadlines, or there's certain problem on the way. So we give them a chance to extend their terms, the deadlines. It's been done. Companies have asked for extensions. Of course, they have to give an explanation. And all of that, obviously, we keep record. We grant them an extension so that they can meet the requirements, and we keep them accountable.
Muchas gracias a las participantes del panel
We
y a todos los
thank
presentes. Una sesión
the
productiva. Gracias. Buenas
speakers and everyone. It was a very productive session. Thank you, everyone.
Vamos a seguir ahora para
We will
el
continue.
próximo sesión que tenemos
We
acá,
will
que
start
es
with the
virtual.
next session, a virtual
Y
session.
voy a cambiar al inglés ahora para
I'm going to
presentarle el
switch to
próximo
English to
ponente.
introduce the next
So we are going to
speaker.
have now a panel enabling reliance through data, hands-on experience, part 1. So we're going to show how Canada database works. And for this, we invited Sima Vias. Sima Vias is, I lost myself. Sima Vias is our invitee from Medtronic. She's the Director of Regulatory Affairs of Medtronic Canada. So Sima, can you hear us? Your mic is closed, Sima. Can you hear us? Yes, now yes. Hello. Would you like us to share your presentation, or you can share from there?
I think I would prefer to share the presentation.
Okay.
Can you hear me properly, and can you see me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, perfect.
So we are ready when you are.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I'll just have to adjust my screen a little bit. Give me a second. I think it's taking another camera. Okay, is this better?
Yes.
Okay, and I will share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, perfectly well, Sima. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So thank you so much for the introduction, and hello, everyone. I'm here to walk you through the Health Canada database, and I appreciate the opportunity to present. I'm just trying to adjust myself here, so give me a second. Okay. Okay, so I think the purpose of this session is to show the publicly available Health Canada databases on what information can be found to confirm if a company has a valid medical device license, meaning if the product is approved or not in Canada. The focus is on transparency and how this information can support reliance or inform through informed decision making. And that's the purpose of the presentation today. Let me see if I can move my slide. But before we begin, I think it will be very helpful to understand the Canadian context. So Canada, as most of you know, is a very large country from a geographical perspective. It has 10 provinces, 3 territories. You may or may not know it has 6 time zones, 2 official languages, English and French. However, the population is very small compared to US. We are only 41.5 million in such a large country. It's even compared to Mexico, we are only 30% of the population of Mexico. It's a very large area covered. And this context matters because it's important to understand where the regulatory system needs to support timely access to medical technologies to the 41.5 million people that are here based in Canada. This slide provides a very brief history of the Canadian medical device regulatory framework. The details, as you can see, have evolved over time. The main message here is in 1975 is when the medical device regulations were initially brought into force, and there were several changes that were made through the regulations. And the main message here is in 1998 is when the new medical device regulations came into effect. And this is the framework that matures through the experience. And this is where the pre-market information was brought into as one of the requirements. The details evolved, but the direction has been consistent. It's stronger, it's risk-based oversight, clearer evidence expectation, and more structured post-market visibility. I would also like to take the opportunity to help you understand how the classification system in Canada works. The classification system is the foundation of the Canadian medical device framework. And under the regulations, all medical devices are classified into 4 classes, as you can see on the screen. There are 2 separate classification systems. One is for in vitro diagnostics and one for all other devices. So the devices are grouped from class 1 to class 4, moving from low risk to a higher risk. And class 1 is the lowest risk class 4 is the highest. And the class 1 non-IVD device basically would include, among other types, those that make only non-invasive contact with the patient and do not transmit any energy to the patient. Class 2 and 3, 4 include devices of increasing higher risk as determined by factors such as degree of invasiveness, the hazard of energy transmission, and the potential consequences to the patient in case of device malfunction or failure. The devices are categorized by the classification
Los
system.
dispositivos están clasificados por el sistema de clasificación, que es invasivo, no invasivo, activo, y hay muchas reglas especiales que se tienen que considerar también para la clasificación. Creo que el punto práctico que estoy tratando de presentar con esto es que la clasificación lleva al nivel de revisión regulatoria, la cantidad de información que se tiene que presentar en la presentación, ¿no? Entre mayor es la clase, mayor información se requiere.
This slide shows Health Canada
Aquí en esta
issued
diapositiva
two
nos
main
muestra
types
cómo
of
Canadá
licenses for medical
emite
devices. The first is the medical device license, or the MDL for products. And this is issued to manufacturers of class 2, 3, and 4 medical devices. Class 1 medical devices do not need a license. The medical device license is managed by the Medical Device Directorate within Health Canada and is issued to manufacturers of class 2, 3, and 4 medical devices. The second is the Establishment Licensed Medical Devices, or MDEL, which applies to manufacturers of class 1 devices and to importers or distributors of class 1 through 4 devices. And the MDEL, as you can see, is managed through the compliance and licensing side of Health Canada. This distinction is important to understand, as one license is product focused and the other is establishment focused. The information that supports these licenses is also very unique in its own self, depending on whether it's a product-based or establishment-based. This slide connects the classification to the licensing requirements. So a class 1 device is generally associated with an establishment license pathway. The class 2 device undergoes an administrative review. Class 3 and class 4 devices, they are the high-risk class devices, which we will require scientific review as they reflect the high risk profile. And the level of information in the submission increases as the risk increases. And that does not mean the low-risk devices are unregulated. It just means the type and depth of review are proportionate to the potential risk to patients and users. As you can see from the picture below, the information that is provided from 1, 2, 3 is required for all submissions from class 2 to class 4. It's the application form, the labeling, and the MDSAB. The variation is in the submission dossier. And the class 2 basically is administrative requirements. However, it's important to understand from a manufacturer's perspective, the requirements to do all the testing, validation, verification is the same. It doesn't impact the information and data that has to be generated to support the safety and effectiveness. The difference lies in how much information is provided in the submission dossier. Class 2 is administrative, as most of that information is being provided through attestations, confirming that objective evidence is available with the manufacturer. Class 3, let me go to the next slide. So this is where the class 3 and class 4 medical device differences can be seen. This slide compares expectations for class 3 and class 4 devices. Both requires the safety and effectiveness information, but class 4 generally requires a greater level of detail. As you can see, class 4 requires all the information that is provided on the class 3, plus the ones identified for class 4. So it requires a greater level of detail, including more complete summaries and the supporting evidence. The practical lesson that we get from here is that the evidence expectations are linked to the risk, and the information may include clinical evidence, device descriptions, manufacturing quality information, labeling, risk management, etc. So I think what the message here is to look at, when you're looking at the database, which I will share a little later, it's not only to look whether a license exists, but also look at the class to understand the level of information, the depth of review that supports those licenses. Now, from a medical device lifecycle perspective, it is important to understand from once a device is licensed, the regulatory work does not end, as most of us know here. So Section 34 of our regulation addresses amendments to a medical device license. And the changes are assessed as per Health Canada's significant change guidance documents to determine which changes may be submitted and which requires Health Canada approval prior to implementation. And this is especially important from a lifecycle management, as I mentioned, as the device evolves, software changes, manufacturing site changes, indication changes. All of these changes do happen during the life cycle, and the regulatory file is always updated, and the public information which is in the database stays aligned with the current device. So let's move to the framework, to the data source, basically. So Health Canada provides several public databases that are very useful for both regulators as well as industry. Today, I'll focus on the three main databases that will be very helpful from a Reliance perspective. The first one is the Medical Device Active License Listing, or MDAL. The second one is the Medical Device Establishment License Listing. And the third one is the Regulatory Decision Summary, or RDS. These sources answer different questions. So MDAL, for example, it helps confirm whether a medical device has an active medical device. The Establishment License Listing would help confirm whether the establishment licensing is active or not for a specific distributor importer. And the RDS database provides a summary of the basis of certain regulatory decisions. And these databases can be a starting point from a Reliance perspective, as they do not replace the legal requirements or direct regulator to regulator engagement, but they provide a more structured and public information that can be helpful to understand whether the product is, first of all, licensed or not in Canada. So let's look at MDAL. So MDAL is a medical device active license listing. It is an HTML-based application, and it's used to search for active licenses, but also archived licenses. And you can search by various searches, various parameters, like if you know the license number, or most common use one is the device name or manufacturer name, or any other available fields. A key limitation important to understand from an MDAL perspective is the MDAL does not display Class 1 devices because, as I mentioned earlier, Class 1 devices do not require a medical device license. They are monitored through the establishment licenses. So in this slide, I will show a screenshot of how the MDAL search page looks like. As you can see, this is where the medical device active license, this is how the database, once you click on it, it looks like. And I have highlighted two areas where it shows you the active license search as well as archived license search. And these are the various parameters that you can use to do your search. This is an example of an actual Health Canada license. As you can see, it provides information on the license number, the manufacturer's name, the date, the first date of issue. This is an amended license. So you can see when the amendment was actually, the date of amendment, the type of license, as well as the manufacturer's name. Depending on and this is a system license. So depending on how many products you're licensing under that particular product family, or in the case of a system license, the different components, the number of pages for licenses can vary. Some license can be very short as 2 pages, with the middle page being the common page across how the license is displayed. And the second page is where it lists all the CFNs. So from Health Canada, the license is based at the CFN level. And as you can see, they are, it's a system license. So the different components within the system are called out and identified under a unique device identifier. I can walk you through a live example of how the MDAL database looks like. And I hope the link works. Are you able to see the MDAL screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for confirming. So this is how it's on my other screen. So this is how the active license, medical device active license listing looks like. This is the active license search, and this is where the archived license search is. If I click on the active license search, this is the page that I had a screenshot on, and you can do a search of any of these search options. For example, if I want to do a search with, for example, we can use company name as Medtronic and click on the search. It's a very simple search, and this is always live and is a very current database. So as you can see, the list of all the Medtronic companies that are registered under Health Canada is all listed here. If we want to go back and say, this is not what I'm looking for, it's a very broad search, maybe we can go back and see if we have a license number or a device identifier or a device name. So for example, if we look at the license number that we had on the previous presentation, find my screen, just bear with me. So 39073, if we take 39073 as the example, and we put that here, 39073, this is do the search. It will give you the exact information that I shared on the physical license screenshot. So it gives you the manufacturer name, it's Medtronic Powered Surgical Solution, name and address of the company ID, license name, the type of license, the classification, when it was first issued, and the license name. If you go down, it also gives you the device first issue date, the device name, which were the different device IDs, and then the identifier first issue date. And this is where the CFNs, the customer facing number, or the device identifier, as we call our identifier. This is how the search comes up when you search by a license number. And the device identifier first issue date, you can see it is all depending on when it was issued. As you can see, a very recent one was just added on in May of this year. So this is how the database looks like. And I'll go back to proceeding with the next. So this is the database for the product. Let's go and have a look at the medical device establishment listing. It's different from MDAL as it focuses on establishments rather than the specific medical device license. And it includes organizations that are licensed for activities such as importing, distribution, manufacturing certain devices in Canada. And this matters because access to Canadian market often depends on often depends not only on the device license, but also whether the right parties in the supply chain hold the appropriate establishment license, like the importers and distributors in Canada. So for the MDL information can help clarify who is involved in the supply chain, what activities they authorize to conduct, and it gives assurance to Health Canada that medical devices sold or imported into Canada meets the safety and effectiveness requirements. MDL listing also contains company ID, establishment license number, company name, address. So there are various search options, and it's a very easy database and very intuitive as well to walk through the database. So this is a screenshot of the active medical device license database. And as you can see, you can search by license number, company ID, and you can do different search options here. This is how an establishment license looks like. As you can see, it gives you the establishment license number, the manufacturer name and address, and whether they are distributor and importer of class 1, 2, 3, or 4 devices. I can walk you through the database itself. So give me 1 second. Okay, so as you can, give me a second. All right, so as you can see, this is the holder, this is the active medical device license establishment license database, and it's very intuitive. You can search with the information you have. Typically, we would have a company name. You can company, if I put Medtronic in here and do a search, it gives you exactly the replica of the actual screenshot of the license that I shared. So the information is very accurate and it only shows the active medical device establishment license holders. So as you can see here, you can find the company ID, the Medtronic Canada ULC is the Canadian organization based here in Brampton, Ontario. It also gives you the senior official name, as well as you can see the device class and what the activities that this particular license establishment holder is responsible for. Okay, so that's a very high-level walk through the database. As you can see, it's very intuitive and very fast as well. The third database that I would like to talk to you about is the Regulatory Decision Summary, or the RDS. It provides more context about certain Health Canada decision. It can include information such as the purpose of the submission, the basis of decision that Health Canada made to provide the license, the relevant device or license details. For regulators, the value of an RDS is it goes beyond a simple listing, right? It helps explain what was reviewed, why a decision was made, and that can be very useful when considering reliance and alignment with another jurisdiction's assessment if Health Canada is being used for reliance. And this is a screenshot of how the database looks like. I would just want to say it's not, it contains a lot of information and it supports transparency and improves more and provides more information into not only what is licensed and what classification, but also the basis on what Health Canada made a decision on. So this is an example of how it looks like. And maybe I have a link to the database as well. So I have given so this is how the drug and health product register database looks like. And this is where the review decisions are. If I want to make a search, I can go here. I made a search that I showed earlier for Micra, which is one of our Medtronic pacemakers. And as you can see, once I put MICRA in, it gives me all the license information for the various submissions we have made with Health Canada. So the first one is approved in 2016. This is when it was first approved. The second one is it was another version approved, and it also shows you the type of submission. So this is a new device license application. The second one is also a new device license application. And as you can see, the third one is an amendment. Now, if I were to click on one of these, the links here, I'll click on the link and it brings you to this information. It will share with you the information. This one is an amendment, as we saw. And once I click on what was the application for all at the time of approval, so this is where the information comes in. I'm not sure if it is big enough for you. Let me just put my screen. So this is the information. So as you can see, this is an amendment to a class 4. It provides all the model numbers. It provides the indications for use. And it also provides the information that Health Canada reviewed to ensure the safety and effectiveness were supported by device labeling, market history. Also lists some of the specific clinical studies that were used while making the decision. It also provides the decision issued in accordance with the regulations, the date of decision, and the manufacturer's information. So this is a little more detailed information on some of the data that Health Canada reviewed and based on which they made their licensing decisions. And I think pretty much that was my presentation today on the 3 databases. So thank you so much, and I'll hand it back to you for any questions if you may have.
Thank you, Seema. We thank you for this insightful presentation. I think if we want to apply reliance properly, we have to rely on open data, and you just gave a very, very good example on how Canada works. So I'm going to open for questions. ¿Hay preguntas del público? ¿Hay cuestiones para la
Are there any
ponente?
questions from the audience for our speaker? Anybody here or online who would like to ask any?
Sandra tiene
Sandra?
una pregunta.
Sandra has a question.
Seema, there's one question here for you. Just a sec, please.
Sure.
Seema, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm Sandra Ligia Gonzalez, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Coalition for Regulatory Convergence. Based on your experience working with Health Canada, and I know being a global company, probably having subsidiaries reaching for help to help regulators in their jurisdictions to navigate in the Health Canada database to confirm the identity of a product. Is there anything that you have found that has been either very helpful or very challenging for other regulators to find?
Thank you for the question. I'll first look at it. I think it's very helpful. I think Health Canada is one of the very few regulators that has transparency in these type of data, where it's very easy to go and check immediately on whether a specific CFN is licensed or not licensed. I think it's also helpful to understand specifically for class 3, class 4 devices where the RDS is issued. It gives a very good insight into the indications for use, as well as the basis of decision on which what safety and effectiveness data that Health Canada reviewed. It gives you a little bit more insight into into that level of details, which is very helpful when going through and looking at it from a reliance perspective. So far, I think Health Canada has these databases are very easy to work. They're very intuitive, and we can find information very, very fast. You know, you don't have to ask or reach out to anybody in the country if you know where to go and look for the information. One of the challenges that I have heard across industry is sometimes browsing through the Health Canada website to know where the information is, how to access MDEL database. So it's more around just ensuring you know the link, and once you know where to go and look for the information, it's very, very easy to go through. So navigating the database can sometimes be daunting, and Health Canada would not be the only regulator that has this kind of situation. But other than that, I think it's no other challenges. If I had to make a wish, I think I would want to have a wish of maybe displaying all class 1 somewhere. That might be helpful to some of the industry members or regulators. It's if you don't find a specific CFN on MDAL that is a class 2, 3, or 4, it can be either a class 1 device, but it may also be a non-medical device, or it may not have been licensed. It may also be on some of those clinical trial, or maybe on some special cases, special access authorization. So there is, it's very important to understand that the database only provides licensing information for class 2, 3, and 4 products.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sima. We have just a comment here in the chat. So Yaneli is asking about free available training in the Health Canada webpage for this kind of access. Are you aware? Or she also included the link. So I guess she's trying to understand if there is this kind of training, the one that you did in the Health Canada website.
So I think Health Canada does a very good job, and they have some trainings available on various databases. On the MDAL, if you want to put your MDAL through, there's a training on there. If you want to understand how to license your medical device, there's a very high level training. The depth of the training may vary from what I presented probably. But what I think from what I presented, the key message is you just need to know the link. Once you know the link, the database is very intuitive, and you can just browse through and get the information you're looking for. In addition to support, there are trainings, as the person who's asking the question has already gone through the Health Canada website. There are very, very important and useful trainings available on Health Canada's website.
I think we need to have you more often in our trainings, because it was such a good presentation. So with that, I want to thank you so much. Ahora los invito a todos los presentes a un cafecito y volvemos
So now I'll invite everybody to a coffee break, and we'll be back at 11:15 so that we're not delaying. Okay, today. So thank you very much, and see each other at 11:15. Thank you.
Pues bienvenidos. Deseo que hayan disfrutado
Welcome.
el cafecito.
I hope you enjoyed the break, the coffee break. It was brief, but we're ready to continue with the very practical part of the sessions. And for this, I would like to invite once again to Maria Fernanda Carvajal so that she can help us moderate the second part, in which we will be navigating the databases of the FDA and ANVISA.
I'll leave you with Maria Fernanda. Thank you.
Okay, good morning once again. We now have the privilege of explore of having a hands-on session to explore and better understand the FDA and visa databases. Some of these databases are publicly available and contains a lot of information that are helpful for all of us. We have here Scott Colburn. He is Director, Office of Readiness and Response, Office of Strategic Partnership and Technology Innovation at USFDA CDRH. And we also have Leticia Fonseca, Deputy Executive Secretary and Diagnostic Lead at Inter-American Coalition. We will start with the presentation and for both, and after this we will have a space to share all the questions that you may have. Scott, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you guys hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, and can you see my slide?
Yes.
All right, I guess we're good to go then. Well, thank you, Maria, so much, and Sandra, it's great to see you. I've been following along the past, this is your third day now, and I've been trying to follow along as much as possible because I find these to be just extraordinarily informative. To learn how we can keep trying to do better at what we do as regulators, as manufacturers, as advocates of public health and patient safety. And so I'm very excited to see that this whole event was able to pull together in such short time, and congratulate all of you for really doing what you've done to pull this together. So a big thank you just to bring this in. I hope I'm able to today talk a little bit about, a little bit of, some of the FDA resources, a little bit about our structure and stuff too, to help kind of give a little bit of a illustration as to how does what we have work for us, but how you might want to consider applying, the use of data, the collaborations that you may be interested in trying to, optimize what your goal is as public health regulators, but also to try to minimize the burden that it takes to get high quality products first in the world to the patients in Latin America and Mexico or wherever you may be from as a regulator, because that's the goal that we all have here. And a lot of that boils down to relationships and building trust and understanding where trust can be obtained. And so I hope I can give a little bit of a snapshot of that. We aren't going to take real deep dives into any of my databases, but I will try to showcase some of them. With the goal of trying to open up for questions later to see if we can help out with that. As Maria did say earlier, all the information that I have provided is publicly available, and at the end I'll try to make sure that you guys have those links and any of the important information that you would need to be able to get a deeper dive than what I'm going to be providing today. So kind of starting off with the basics, the FDA, like many of the regulators in the room, has a much broader regulatory responsibility than just, say, medical devices. At FDA, we deal with other things, of course, such as veterinary drugs, biological products, drugs themselves, the nation's food supply, cosmetics, tobacco safety, and of course the medical devices as well. And it's really about promoting and protecting the public health of the nation and trying to ensure that we have clear and efficient pathways to get high quality products into the market and being able to monitor those products to ensure that products that are unsafe or having problems in the market can be removed and either addressed responsibly or just removed altogether. So let's see, clicker here. So FDA, like many of the regulators that you've heard, has a history. We have been around for quite some time now. Since 1906 is when FDA was originally formed, and we've had several authorities to help improve and modernize our approach in drug safety where it did start. And then in the medical device area, I think just a few months or so after the Canadian presentation that just went on, I saw 1975, so we were 1976. Canada's Health Canada is actually a little older than us in CDRH. So it just shows that, many of the regulators around the world have been dealing with the medical devices for a long time, and many of us around that same time or period too, which probably spells nicely into why did that occur to begin with, because and what are we trying to achieve as regulators in the medical device space. Of course, our most recent center, the Center for Tobacco Products, was established in 2009 and has continued to grow to ensure the manufacturing quality and oversight of those types of products. Structurally speaking, this is your eye chart for the day. We obviously have our Office of Commissioner, which has several other offices, such as the Chief of Staff, Chief of Counsel, and so forth. And then we have several other product area centers or science-based centers that each have their own leadership. And of course, I am within the Center for Devices and Radiological Health, where our director, Dr. Michelle Tarver, is our current lead there. So I think this is, very similar to what everyone in the room does. We have very similar goals or needs and areas that we address, but in some areas, depending on the resources and what we are able to do, or the legal pathways that have been provided to us, that's where we have some challenges, and that's where we continue to work on trying to achieve those. So if it's product review and approval, all the way through how we look at clinical studies, to imports and exports, education and outreach, which is a big one that we do, and making sure we understand what's going on in the research domain as well, because FDA does have its own research facilities where we help try to further and advance critically emerging technologies and regulatory science tools. But we don't do a lot what people do think. I am always surprised how many people feel that we either manufacture or test vaccines and and medical devices to get them into the market. And that isn't what we do. We do test medical devices. We do evaluate drugs or vaccines, but that's more from a research standpoint. We evaluate the data that the manufacturers have done the testing on to make the determination if they have met the criteria for safety and effectiveness, or whatever bar is needed to do that. So we also don't regulate medical procedures, which sometimes people also feel that the FDA does. We do not get involved in the practice of medicine. We ensure that the products that the practice of medicine utilizes are safe and effective for their intended use and labeling. CDRH's mission, I think, is very similar, and it's just to ensure that we have timely and continued access to safe, effective, high-quality devices, and we want to make sure we provide to all our stakeholders understandable and accessible science-based information. And we want to be a part of that medical device innovation and facilitating the regulatory science by providing industry and other stakeholders with predictable and consistent and even transparent, I will say as a regulator, the importance of transparency is huge. But make sure we have clear pathways to ensure consumer confidence is there and the manufacturers know how to meet those levels of confidence that we're expecting to see for devices that are in our market. Day-to-day activities, again, we do a lot in the pre-market space here at CDRH. That might be different than some other regulators that might focus more in the post-market space. But we do a lot of pre-market review of medical device and combination product applications. We do evaluate that scientific data through engineering tests, lab results, clinical data, et cetera, to which we have multiple tools, such as international and national standards and other tools that we use to help streamline those processes. We meet very regularly with industry and clinical representatives, and I wish I could have a picture of what the room looked like, because I probably could pick out 5 or 6 or maybe even 10 very familiar faces from our colleagues in industry. And the importance of that relationship is very critical for us, ensuring that we are working together for patient safety and advancing the sciences that we want to bring into our domains. We also attend and present at many meetings and do a lot of those types of opportunities. And then we also do a lot of visiting of manufacturers and clinical study sites. And we do that for 2 reasons. One is to try to make sure we can share ideas and listen from each other. But it's also a developmental opportunity. Several people at the agency have worked for decades here at FDA, being regulators. And the amount of knowledge that they can get by visiting a manufacturing site and seeing it firsthand puts a lot of perspective into understanding the rigor and quality that a manufacturer puts into its processes. And it helps us to go a lot further than just seeing it on a piece of paper. So I'm going to try to walk through the whole bringing a medical device to the market, and then at the end try to showcase some of the slides that you'll see on databases as we walk through this. And step one is really understanding how to classify your device, and that is, interestingly, one of the more challenging areas that we see in the agency is understanding what is my medical device in terms of how it fits into our regulations. And just like as you heard with Canada, and I think every other regulatory speaker so far, we have classification system as well. Our classification system is similar, but not probably identical to any of the ones that you've seen. But the process that it goes from is, I think, pretty much the same in principle. It really talks about the lowest class devices and what they need versus the highest or greatest risk devices and the extent of regulatory controls on such of those things. One of our databases that I'll show here in a little bit does talk about our medical device classification system and how we are classified into medical specialties, as you see here. And within each of those specialties, there's dozens, if not hundreds, of what is called product codes, which is 3 letters that is affixed to a particular classification system to help identify what type of device this is. And that helps then provide the tentacles into which areas of regulation they should be looking into to help identify the pre-market, post-market requirements that they should be considering. I'll do a little quick example of this, but I just wanted to do a snapshot of our product classification database that I was speaking to here. And in that, you can see that there's a lot of ways that you can look at by typing in what is the device, or maybe you're looking for a particular thing like the cardiovascular panel, or if you happen to know the product code, you can put that in and it'll tell you different pieces of information. The one thing I like to show on any of our database pages is not the database part itself. It's the side part here that is just as important, because this lists all of our other databases that I'll try to touch on in a little bit later. So going back to the classification system and what you need to think about it, I think this is very similar to others. Class 1 devices are, lowest risk. They have just general controls. Sometimes those controls might just be registration and listing. Sometimes those controls might go up a little bit higher and they have to do the post-market surveillance activities and stuff. But by and large, those are products that we do not see here at FDA from a pre-market standpoint. Those are more reserved for the class 2 and class 3, where you have general controls plus either special controls as it's relate to class 2. And those special controls can be things such as identified requirements that are listed in regulation or a particular guidance document, or pointing to performance standards that are listed in our recognition database that I'll show here later in my talk. The class 3 devices, like I think what you heard from Health Canada and other groups as well, are for your highest risk, and those require what's called pre-market approval, which is different from the class 2 510K, which is a pre-market notification showing that you are substantially equivalent to another product on the market. The pre-market approval is a demonstration of safety and efficacy, because there aren't enough like products in the market to do that as a substantial equivalence determination, or the risk is high enough where we need to see the independent clinical studies and other performance aspects to demonstrate the confidence that the agency would need. Just a quick, snapshot here, again, looking at the general controls, the regulatory requirements that are applicable to those devices that fit under this. General controls might require certain types of things such as labeling or establishment, registration, adulterations, and misbranding, and those things would be listed out underneath the regulation or product code to each of the products. Special controls take that a little bit deeper dive, and you're looking at when the general controls themselves are insufficient, you might need to look at, again, performance standards or post-market surveillance and post-market surveillance studies. There are certain guidances and guidelines to help walk people through this. There may be special labeling requirements based upon the use of that device. But in many of these cases, a lot of these products require a pre-market notification or 510K. Some may be exempt from 510K, but are still required to do all the activities as part of their quality management system. And those are things that are usually looked upon when FDA shows up for inspection or does an audit. Looking at this back to the classes of medical devices and how this fits together, the general controls again for class 1, where there's typically no pre-market submission. Very simple devices, maybe certain types of bandages, sunglasses, IV stands, things of that nature, medical beds, and so forth. Class 2, again, going up to the 510K, you might be looking at things that are a little bit more advanced in terms of the risk, like indwelling intravenous catheters, infusion pumps, ventilators, things like that. I mean, some of those devices, there's a huge difference between a ventilator and a piston syringe. Both of them require 510K, but each of those have additional guidances and other types of pathways that help identify what is the FDA expecting to see in such pre-market notification submission. Lastly is the class 3 device, which is generally for your highest risk devices requiring that PMA or humanitarian device exemption, which is for specific populations. These are those devices that support or sustain human life, like an implantable neuromuscular stimulator, heart valves, coronary stents, and the like. Next, we're going to just talk a little bit more about the preparation of pre-market submissions and sending those in before we get into complying with the requirements once you're in the market. And I'm doing just a really brief scratching of the surface overview. But as I mentioned before, we have the 510Ks, PMAs, and HDEs. We also have IDEs, which is a earlier look in to help prepare clinical studies for, say, a PMA. But there are several different types of submissions that we have, and those help. Those are all based upon the type of classification that the device has. Devices that are typically new, as I mentioned before, or don't have enough information in the market are classified as class 3. But if that class 3 level that usually goes down the line of needing very intense clinical studies or very intense in-depth evaluations, if that is thought of being too burdensome, FDA has created what's called the de novo pathway, which is a newer process which allows medical devices to follow a 510K-like approach, where they have to first be determined not to be substantially equivalent to other devices, but that their risk category is similar and can be met through other types of special controls or mechanisms to demonstrate the safe and efficacy of that product. So looking at the last stage here and complying with applicable regulatory controls, including the establishment of registration listing, this will kind of get us more into some of our databases. And so, as mentioned earlier, we have a lot of different applicable rules or laws. We have our Code of Federal Regulations and our CFR citations, which there's a link to in the slides that I believe will be made available to you. These are the core areas for what most people need to be aware of if you want to be a medical device manufacturer. At a bare minimum, understanding how to register and list, how to deal with labeling, what your quality management system should be looking like, and any types of medical device reporting or tracking that you should be thinking about. Dealing with the IDEs or the PMAs or even 510K areas, that again goes dependent upon the classification of your device. But these are the core areas that everyone needs to really be aware of. Establishment of registration, as I mentioned, is pretty critical for anyone who wants to be considered a medical device. There is an annual registration fee with no waivers on that to help fund all the activities that we have as part of the agency. That database is pretty straightforward and is searchable, and I will show a quick example of that a little later. Just wanted to give a snapshot of what that is now with the URL. And then I want to just talk a little bit about our quality management system. I think Ken Kavanaugh spoke a little bit about the QMSR that was recently updated. In fact, it was this year that it finally went from a proposed rule to a final rule, where our 21 CFR 820 was updated to incorporate ISO 1345. But 820 is the establishment of the quality systems to ensure products consistently meet the applicable requirements, and it applies to final finished devices that manufacturers intend to commercially distribute into the U.S. and covers all aspects of the medical device throughout the product life cycle. As I mentioned, and Ken did earlier too, we have harmonized now our regulation closer to the base standards. So we have incorporated by reference, or IBR as it's called in the United States, ISO 13485 to be the foundation of our quality management system. And it was then renamed to be the Quality Management System Regulation. This was a very long process. Not so much that it was hard to just take 1345 and find out what could we replace it with, but the aspects of what it took to update certain parts of the agency, our guides that we have for inspectors, the education and training requirements that we put in for that, making sure industry is well aware in advance, all the systems are ready to go. So there was a big to do to get us to that stage, and we're very happy that we've crossed that finish line. But it has allowed us to harmonize with many of our other regulators from around the world. And we knew when we were going into this that it was something that most all manufacturers already are doing. And being able to use a quality management system that is widely adopted around the world provides several opportunities, both for manufacturers and for regulators to work together to ensure we have global safety of our products around the world. So going into medical device tracking, we have several areas of which manufacturers are required to track their certain devices based upon their risk classifications. And it's to make sure devices can be located properly, and we can do all different types of aspects for that. Over the years, this has been improved through things like a unique device identification and nomenclature standards that have helped us do some traceability, and that also helps support things like supply chain management, which has become a very active area. Post-market surveillance is sometimes an area that is required for certain types of devices that meet these criteria, or it also may be something the agency would invoke upon a particular type of device to determine if there is a risk that needs to be considered. And this essentially allows us to make sure we're getting data in the post-market in a very coordinated way, and we work closely with both the clinical areas that are reporting in on this and the manufacturers, and the specific areas in the center to help us assess the safety in use in particular populations, or maybe in certain types of areas of which a device is being used. Continuing on into medical device reporting and adverse event reporting, we have a database that helps support that. I wanted to just kind of show, that we have several databases that allow us to use several tools to determine, are the issues that we're seeing with medical devices something that is serious and we should be acting upon, or are the manufacturers acting upon these in advance of our even being aware of them themselves? Manufacturers do maintain knowledge of what's happening with their medical devices through several of the reportings, and they also do keep a track on what's going on into our own database. These are all very important, and these are all key to making sure people are ensuring that products in the market are maintaining the reasonable safety and effectiveness that has been demonstrated in the pre-market submissions, should it be a device that is like that. But this is also important to make sure that things that might change during the manufacturing processes over the course of years don't create an unintended adverse event, and the adverse event reporting is one of those tools for us to help manage and maintain that knowledge. So we have a MOD database that is one tool that contains medical device reports, or adverse event reporting databases, and I'll show a link to that in a little bit. And finally, and again, I'll show this a little bit later, or I'll show some links to this as well. We have several resources that I think are critical. One of which is our device advice and CDRH Learn modules. DICE and CDRH Learn has an enormous amount of great information, and I'm going to try to pull across to you some of what I'm talking about here. So just confirming real quick, can you see the website that says device advice on it? Or did I put everyone to sleep? I was just confirming, are you able to see the slide that says device advice?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So going into the industry and education areas, device advice, if I could give one recommendation, go here, start here. This is the best place for anyone, manufacturers or regulators, to start from, to really understand how does the CDRH structure itself, how do we communicate what is necessary. It talks about everything from, do I have a medical device? And if so, how is it? How to study and market your device? What is device registration and listing? What are the user fees associated with the CDRH? All the way into other device databases that I'll showcase a little bit from, guidance documents, and so forth and so on. That's Joseph Tortel, who's our lead for that space. And this is, like I said, a very, very good database for us to show and go from. The CDRH Learn module, which is a part of this, again, has over 80 different videos that walk you through everything on how to study and market your device, which way down in there, near and dear to my heart, after you get through all the submissions, is areas even on standards. And I'll talk a little bit about standards tomorrow. But we have a little bit of everything for anyone in the CDRH Learn data modules that we have here. But more importantly, I want to get into some of the other areas. As I mentioned before, and what the part of this talk is we have a lot of different databases. We have a whole website on our databases, and it's relatively easy to get to. You just click into medical devices, go to device advice, and click into our databases. And a lot of what I talked about today in very speed time walks through a lot of these, the different 21 CFRs, the good ID and UDI databases, our advisory committee panels that show the classifications, the MOD database and MDR database, and so forth and so on. So this is a wonderful resource to kind of show how the center has structured the different databases that represent different areas of our responsibility, and how we keep those in a way where the public can have access to it and be able to utilize them. And again, kind of looking through what I showed a little bit earlier, we have the establishment of registration and device listing, where you can search specific aspects of a device or a type of device, such as a product code. Or if you're wanting to look at just thousands and thousands of different things, you can click in and understand that the establishment, registration, and listing is provided in a database. And if we went to one here from Canada, you'll see that information is in here, the registration number. I'll make that a little bigger for us. Who the key contact people are and official correspondence. And in many cases, if it's outside of the U.S. A manufacturer, they'll have a U.S. agent or someone we can contact, and that is listed here as well. We also have what I mentioned earlier, the MOD database that houses our medical device reports. And you can either search by a particular type of problem or a particular type of a product classification, or event types, model types, brands, and so forth, a lot of different ways. And that'll bring you into this database that lists when the report was put in here, and then you can search on this to determine what it was for. The report itself can be very vague in the case of this, or sometimes very detailed, depending on what goes on. Some of these are very new, so there's a lot of preliminary investigation that is going on to understand the root cause. But the important thing here is that there's a lot of different stakeholders that have access to be able to enter in data here. And there's a lot of opportunity for folks to be able to benefit from that. Very similar to the MOD database, I mentioned medical device reporting. There's other ways that you can report into any medical device reports. And this one is available as well. And I just put syringe in there to kind of show that you could put in a specific product code, and you'll see that there's certain types of adverse events. Now, these are reports that were received back in 1996, so it shows that it goes a way back. But you can look on these and see, what the issue was and how it was addressed, and so forth and so on. And these are real, again, helpful for us to understand what's happening in the market. We have analysis tools and ways to determine, should we be doing extra work? Should we be trying to initiate a recall? Has the manufacturer done the appropriate corrective actions already? And these are wonderful tools where we can collaborate on that. Additionally, as I mentioned before, sometimes we may need to do a recall. And I just wanted to show real quick that we do have a medical device recall database, but something switched on my page here. Just give me a second. So a recall, I think everyone knows what a recall is. We have 3 different classifications of recalls that is outlined here in our webpage. Class 1 is that which we feel is the highest category of a recall, where the product could very likely cause a serious adverse health consequence or death. And class 2 would be kind of that intermediary area where think there is a risk for a temporary or medically reversible adverse health consequence. But we do feel that that is a remote chance. And then a class 3 where it's still very unlikely, or the volatile product is not likely to cause the adverse health consequence. These are important because they do initiate certain types of actions from a compliance standpoint and requirements that on the manufacturer as well. But what's interesting is the classifications can be initiated either by the agency itself, but in many cases, it's initiated through the manufacturer, which speaks to the relationships that the agency has with the manufacturer to ensure that we can grow confidence in the manufacturer is doing the right thing by managing their products effectively. It allows them to be very proactive as well. But there may be cases when a manufacturer isn't aware of some reporting that's going on, and because maybe the information came in directly to the agency through a different means, and a recall might be initiated through the agency. Or if the agency didn't feel that the recall that the manufacturer did was at the right level, they may want to raise it, say, from a class 2 to a class 1 recall if it's necessary. But I'd say overall, the initiation of recalls by the manufacturers is correct, and we try to follow through with it with the manufacturer, because that provides us the best pathway to ensure that the issue that we are trying to address is being done. The last 2 databases real quick, I'm just going to show, I think most people are familiar with are some of our pre-market submission databases. Probably the most popular one is the 510K database, where you can search by a lot of different aspects of what's in a 510K and look at the 510K number, and in there be able to see a lot of the different information that's placed into here. Sometimes there's even in there what's called a 510K summary. Of course, the one I picked doesn't seem to have that. But these allow you to get a little bit more in-depth and knowledge on what was looked at and what was the regulatory determination for such of these types of products that were cleared. And then lastly is the product classification database that I wanted to show. And here's again where you can look at, take a type of medical device, and you type it in, you get a number of 45 different results for ventilators. Who would have thought? But what it does is it ties in almost anything that could also be a component or other type of device used. So here you see tracheal tubes and non-continuous monitors and resuscitation aids that are all kind of part of that ventilation aspect. It isn't just ventilators. It breaks it down into what could be other things that you're looking at. So going back to your product classification, you may want to do maybe a more advanced search that allows you to break it down into the specific product code or regulation number or other things, should you want to do something that can be more specific. And many of the databases have an advanced search or just a quick search like this. So I think, other than my favorite one, which I think will be touched on tomorrow by Dr. Terry Woods, we do have also our recognition standards database, which the agency is very well known about having its very robust involvement and engagement in standards, and where we list our, we're at almost 1,774 standards that are recognized right now. And we try to maintain that database continuously with 2 major pushes a year, but we also try to maintain it throughout the year as needed to ensure we are communicating real important tools on demonstrating safety and performance of medical devices are typically done through standards, and we understand the importance of maintaining our involvements and keeping that up to date. So I said a lot. I'm sure I could test everyone on it to get an A, but I hope that I was able to provide just a little bit of oversight, and I will turn it back over to you guys.
Scott, thank you very much for this insightful and practical session. Now we will have the opportunity to see the presentation of Leticia regarding Anvisa database. And after this, we will have a session of questions. Sí, no.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Maria Fernanda. Thank you very much for the introduction. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to present some of the Anvisa's database. I worked at Anvisa during 14 years. I used to be the manager of in vitro diagnostics, and for me it's a pleasure to present the databases that I see that they improved a lot along the years. Thank you so much. Sorry. I prepare a step-by-step presentation, so you will have the opportunity to see after when you want to take opportunity to explore more all the databases that we will see today. Thank you. When we talk about reliance and medical devices, we have to think why it matters. And the answer is very simple. Public accessible regulatory data is fundamental for effective reliance practices in medical devices oversight. And this is highlighted by Playbook of Reliance. The playbook talk about the importance of transparency, verifiable data, public accessible regulatory data, and also calls the regulators to prioritize the public information. In Brazil, we have 3 different databases that offer information that directly contributes to strengthening the reliance process. One, the consultation of medical devices that allow the tailored checks of device regulatory status, ensuring that products considered for reliance are compliant and authorized. The second one, the certificates of good manufacturer practice that provides public access to GMP certificates. And the third one, a list of regularized medical devices. They provide up-to-date information on all legally registered products or notified devices, supporting rapid verification during reliance assessments. And it's a clear evidence of a prior regulatory assessment. Oh, let's start. I prepare a step-by-step presentation. The first step is open the website, the Anvisa website. I put here the link to the Anvisa website. And when you open the Anvisa website, the second step is go to close to the name of the Agência Nacional de Vigilância Sanitária. You have an icon, you put you click on the icon and will appear these options. And you have to click in services, serviços. I think it's better here. Serviços, sistemas. And the second is after clicking on sistemas, you will appear this list of different systems that Anvisa have. If you go to this consulta of a registro de produtos e serviços, this is the link that appears in, you have to choose produtos para a saúde. And after that, will appear this table with different options to search. We can search by name of the medical devices, the number of the notification or register, the number of the process, the technical name, the holder's name, and the status of the register or notification, if it's valid or not valid. In Brazil, we have 4 risk classifications. Class 1 and 2 are subjected to notification. It's not a register. It's a simple process that the company enter with all the informations, and after 30 days, the notification is published in our official diary. For class 3 and class 4, all of them are subjected to a register, and Anvisa have a lot of information that the company must provide, and after that, they publish the number of the register. I put the link here, Consultas, Agência Nacional, in the end, to be accessible for you. In this case, I used a number of registers from GE. I asked Maria Fernanda to tell me what kind of register can I use to as an example. And I put the number of the register, and will appear the name of the product, the number of the register, the number of the notification process or the register process, the number of the process, the ID identification of the company, and the situation of the notification, it's valid or not valid, and the validity, the expiry date of the notification. In case of invalid products, will appear a date of cancellation of the number. And when you click in this information in, sorry. You can click in where you want, you appear the information about the product. In this case, this is the mask that appear, and you have the number of the company, the holder number of the company, the ID tags, the name of the medical devices, the technical name, the number of the notification or the register, the situation of the notification, the number of the process, and the legal manufacturer, and the classification, the risk classification, and is the first date that this product was allowed to be on the market, and the validity of the register. And also the authorization number of the company in the information. And you have also all the instructions for use. This is a very important information in case of reliance, because you can look at the informations about the product, the models, or what else you want to know about. This is a public information that Anvisa be available in the website. And all the models. In case of IVD, all the presentations, all the informations are put together in this database. This is just an example of this, the instructions for use for data. All the information are in Portuguese, not in English, unfortunately. But I think we can use some tools, translation tools, that can help us to know about the product. We can also have informations. I will come back a little bit. Sorry. You can also have information about the process. When this process entry at Anvisa, when it was published, if suffer any change during the process, if the company asked for a modification, and I will show them. In this case, the process was published and have the publication. After that, they enter the instruction for use informations, and they made a change in the register, and all this information is public. You can consult everything. Another way to make this consultation is putting the technical name. And in this case, I put a technical name, and will appear all the informations related with the technical names. In this case, we have monitor sinais de sinais vitais, and we have 2 different technical names. If you click in one of them, you can see all the registers that are related with these technical names. Just an example I put here. And and with that, we finish the consultation page. When you look for good manufacturing practices and certificating of good manufacturing practice, I take this slide from the Anvisa's presentations during the IMDRF meeting, just to explain a little bit about how a company have a certificate of GMP practices, because there are different routes. Anvisa received the GMP certification request, and if the company provide information about the medical device single audit program, about the audit performed by the medical device single audit program, Anvisa analyze these informations and can issue the certificate or decide to perform Anvisa on-site inspections. There is another way. Anvisa receives the documentations and can decide to perform a risk analysis. And they are check all the informations of the companies, if they have is this a revalidation of the certifications, and decide to perform or not a new Anvisa on-site inspections, or to publish this GMP certificate. And in some cases, the GMP certification is refused. I put there, this is the system that is the same way that you access the system. You have to enter in the system portal, open the website, enter in the system portal, and after that, choose what you want. And in this case, we will start in Sistemas de Consulta. When you go to Sistemas de Consulta, will appear another one, because this one is the old system that was used by Anvisa to this information. You access the system and choose Certificados de Boas Práticas de Fabricação, with the row in red. And here, you like in the consultation of products, you have different search options. The holder's names, the National Register of Legal Entities, CNPJ, certificate type, if was by MDSAP, if was by inspection performance by Anvisa, or for risk analysis. And the origin of the certified company, the period of certificate publication, the validity period of the certification is issued by, and certification status, in this case for paramedic release, that is applicable for medicines, not for medical devices. And I put the holders' numbers from GE, and appear 3, there are more than, but appear 3 certificates. You can see the first one was published by Análise de Risco, and the last one was published by MDSAP, just to show, and the second one is expired. In this case, you have access for all these informations. The name of the company, the manufacturer that was audited, the address, the company that's responsible for the product in Brazil, and in this case, we can see the name. The certification was made by MDSAP, the validity date, the resolution, all of them informations are related with the publications of the certification. And the country also. And for the third one process, it's a little bit different. Brazil Anvisa published a list of all regularized products in her database. To access that, you have a different way to access. You have to enter in the same page, the website, and go to Assuntos and after that to products for health and the list of dispositivos médicos regularizados. And after that, again, you click on the row and the list of regularized products will have information about the registration number, the process number, the technical name, the risk class, the trade name, commercial name, the registration holder, the registration, the manufacturer name, the country of manufacturer, the registration publication data, and registration expiring data. Why this list is important? Because provide a consolidated authoritative source of all medical devices legally authorized in Brazil, ensure transparency through daily updates reflecting new approvals, notifications, and registrations, supports verification of Anvisa's regulatory decisions, strengthening confidence in reliance process, and is daily updated. And important, one register may have more than one, may appear more than one time, because this is related with different manufacturers that was approved for this product. Sometimes the companies have different manufacturers for the same products. In this list, this appears as well. And this list, this database, I bring here not because it's so close related with reliance, but just to show how Anvisa have different systems to take the companies and all that wants to know about their process, about transparency. It's an analysis queue, and they publish the list of analysis of petitions. One company, and for that you have to follow the row that I marked in the red. And in this case, you have to fill with some information, the area that you want to know about, how is the list of the process, and you select, in this case, register, and you choose, you can see about equipments or IVDs or materials. You choose what we want to see. And you can see, in this case, all of the process that entry in Anvisa, and they are waiting for analysis. This is very important, because when a company have to wait time to have approval and don't know anything about that, he can be lost. They can be lost. In this case, Anvisa published it. You know where you are. In this case, for materials, I saw this information on Monday. You can see the first process, waiting for analysis, entry in January 2. And we have 259 processes waiting for analysis. The metrics are very important. Anvisa have a very huge system that provide many different ways for the companies and the public know about their process. They can entry and knew about timelines. I didn't bring this today, but we have a different databases available. And in this case, for diagnostics in vitro diagnostics, there is a different list. You have to enter in a different space, but it's the same process. And with now, I will change I will navigate in the system to show how the things goes on. Paco, eu vou entrar em internet. Gracias. Sim, sim, sim. Share. Compartilhe. This is the system that I bring. First, I will put the name of the register. If I click in the name, I can see the information that I showed. If I click in the holder name, CNPJ, I can see all the informations and the situation of all of them, all of numbers. I can download for Excel file. Okay. I'm trying real life. Just a second. I'm trying to come back. Sorry. Okay. And if I go here, I can see all the movement, the things related with the process. And and if I enter here, we'll download. I'm not sure if I think I have to deixar de compartilhar. Here. Here are the instructions for use of the product. Oh, sorry. And you have all the information that you need. Yeah. With that, I finished my presentation. Thank you so much. And sorry for my English. I speak Portuguese, and sometimes I try to speak in Portunhol.
Leti, muito obrigada. Thank you very much for sharing this valuable information with all of us. This help us to understand what kind of information we can find in the ANVISA databases, and also help us to understand how we can get that information. Now we can move to the Q&A session with Scott and also with Leticia. Let's start. Who wants to start? I can start. Okay. This question is for Scott. In your view, what would be the biggest regulatory efficiency gain if authorities like COFEPRIS and DINAVISA systematically leverage FDA data and decisions, and how would be required to unlock that potential?
Yeah, it's a great question, and thank you again for having us, and I really appreciate hearing the previous presentation as well. The biggest efficiency gain in doing any type of reliance activity is really in building how that can impact positively the limited resources that any of us have as regulators. There's so much to do throughout a product's life cycle when you can rely on anything that would help you understand if the right procedure, the right pathway, the right amount of testing, reporting, and so forth has been done. I think that's where you can start finding, does that build the right level of confidence for you in that arena? And if you think so, then the next step is to start working with your other regulators to determine pathways for you to build those type reliance, collaboratives. Obviously, many people in the room, many of the regulators are involved in one or more regional or global regulatory forum like IMDRF or PACO. There's so many out there. But making sure that you're an active participant in it and trying to ask these types of questions in a way of how do we get there. Working just with one agency, while on paper and administratively might be easier, the goal is to try to get global harmonization. So I think working within the global organizations like an IMDRF is a really important aspect. To unlock that potential, I think the biggest barrier, we have two types of barriers typically when it's government to government. One is, do we have a non-confidentiality agreement to be able to share certain types of information? And so understanding how your trade offices work with the trade offices of the country you're trying to share with is very critical. And then I had a second point and I almost lost it there. And then really understanding too how you're going to build that into your pathway and communicating that to your stakeholders, whether it's the public health sector that you're serving or the manufacturers to which you're working with to get the products there, to make sure that they understand what's the information that is needed. I think I heard Tammy say a couple times earlier today and even yesterday, tell us what you need. Let's be really clear on what that is so we can really help us all be successful getting to the finish line.
Thank you. Just a curiosity, does FDA refer to other regulators' databases to inform their decision making?
So it depends answer, I think. We do share certain aspects with in piloting certain single review platforms from a pre-market standpoint. We have worked with regulators in the post-market arena where we may hear of something and we know of other regulators where this product exists, just to make sure that they become aware. A lot of this is through public notifications. But we are also trying to expand how we can do with that. So some of those databases that are shared are through nomenclature standards that IMDRF has helped set up, and in the MDSAP forum as well, where we can understand how quality audits are going. But I think in the good ID establishments in where those types of nomenclatures are built in, that's where we can build the most out of in sharing. But that is something I think that is a new and emerging topic in general, and I do see us moving in that direction over the years to come. I know that is being managed both through agency consultation, but also through our trade offices and trying to help get better trade agreements in place and where we can build that from a government-to-government relationship.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Leticia. What was the starting point that led Anvisa to implement all of these databases? Which were the challenges that Anvisa and the industry, the sector, were facing in that moment?
Okay. When I arrived at Anvisa in 2000, we have a lot of paper, and a lot of work to perform. All the information in the process have to be transcribed to the system. And if you need to have any other answer for the company, we have to send a fax. It's a lot of issues. You have different problems related with that. I think for the sector, the biggest problem is imprevisible. Imprevisibilidade. Uncertainty. And in this case, when we started in 2006, the in vitro diagnostic was the first area inside the medical devices general manager to have digitalization of this process. And with that, the technicians that, like almost of you, I had 4 people only. They have more time to look in the process and take decisions with less pressure, because this before the digitalization process was a mess. And I think for the sector was the same. They are responsible to enter with the informations in the system, and we receive the informations and analyze and finish, and it was very quickly. This contributed for the area have always followed the legal timelines established.
Thank you, Letty. Okay, we can move to the audience questions. We have one there.
Hi, my question is to Scott. So we have a lot of initiatives inside the companies to put artificial intelligence to try to put together documentation and build a dossier. Do we have the same initiative in FDA using a kind of artificial intelligence, machine learning, something to speed up the analysis to support the analysis of the dossiers that you received? If yes, could you share something with us that we could leverage in other regulators in Latin America? Thank you.
I just want to make sure I heard the question correctly, is do we leverage artificial intelligence in any of our day-to-day operations or workings?
Yes, so for analysis, or very specific for the analysis of the dossiers that you received.
Yeah, so we have, I think it's kind of publicly known, we have a few artificial intelligence tools. One that's available to staff to work with is something called ELSA. And ELSA has been a friend to many of us, but it's not designed to replace our pre-market review or to make decision or determinations. What it does help us do is do some data analysis or comparative analysis, depending on the type of action that is being done, and help us walk through our own thought process and communicating with it. So we have been able to use this in certain areas in the pre and post market areas. One example in the pre market has where artificial intelligence sometimes can be helpful is in the areas of data integrity. We have publicly come out showing that there has been some evidence of data that has been submitted that was not truthful or accurate and was conducted, say, by a third party. So the manufacturer was not aware of it as well, which, unfortunately, it's the manufacturer's data, but they were unable to determine through the resources that they have if that data was in fact not true. So we've been able to use artificial intelligence for us to understand data and its actual, is this a data that is something that you could rely on? And tools like that become very helpful. So we are learning how to expedite how our processes can be optimized and be more predictable, as well as more accurate as well. So I think it's helped us ensure that we are looking for the critical data points that are essential for product quality, product safety, and effectiveness. But it's not there to replace the determination, nor does it have an influence on that. It just really kind of helps us in some of what used to take several hours of doing data crunching and analysis. We are able to now consolidate that and get a little bit more efficient in being able to get through some of those real large data points and data files.
Thank you. There is one question in the chat. Thank you for your presentations. Question for Anvisa. In case there is an error in the unique code reflected in the legal manufacturer section of the product registration database, can this be corrected through a file conosco ticket or it is a formal submission required?
Thank you, Maria Fernanda. Just remember, I'm not from Anvisa. I used to be the manager, but not now. And the answer for that, I suggest the first talk with Fale Conosco, and after that they will be correctly oriented how is the best way to correct this information.
Thank you. Okay, we can continue. There is one question, two questions.
No chat?
No, no more. Here.
Thank you. My question, well, I have two questions, but I can do it very fast. One for Scott is, at the beginning of your presentation, you said that one of the activities that FDA does is interaction with industry members. So I ask you if you could provide more detail on how are those interactions managed, and if they are done on any specific part of the process, for example, a pre-market submission, and how does FDA sees this or manages these interactions, as there are some regulators or some countries that may believe that having this interaction with industry can be seen as corruption or as a bad practice.
No, thank you for your question, and I understand, where sometimes the optics of working with those who you regulate could be seen as a corruptive activity. I think we have to realize what is our mission and what is it that we're trying to do, and that is to protect and promote public health and to try to ensure that we have products of high quality first in the world in the jurisdiction to which you regulate. And to do that, you have to understand your products, and you need to understand how the manufacturer works with their products. So we have just an endless variety, I guess, is how I would describe how we engage with manufacturers on that. We do a lot of engagements at professional conferences, for example. That's one way that we will discuss and have the ability to talk about challenges and areas of involvement in emerging technologies. We work very much in the standards arena, in working with ISO and IEC standards, national standards, regional standards, and we see other regulators at the table as well. But this is a wonderful opportunity to see how passionate industry is about ensuring that the processes that are being developed, the tools that we use as regulators, have the ability to demonstrate the high quality and addressing the public health needs. We also do experiential learning opportunities through our ELP program, where we will have staff go visit a manufacturer at their site and have a day tour, kind of understanding the processes and what the manufacturer goes through. Opportunities for doing those types of events is very educational and eye-opening for staff as well as for the company as well to ask questions. We do vendor days here at the agency. In fact, yesterday we did a vendor day, or not yesterday, last Friday, we did a vendor day with in the area of sterilization, and I had several companies come here and kind of like an expo showcase their products and then provide kind of a question and answer period based upon talks that would go both ways, from regulator to the manufacturers and manufacturers to the regulator. And these are all for us to help understand, are our processes in place sufficient to meet the needs of what we need to do with emerging technologies? Do we understand that we have the right types of expertise or are asking the right levels of information in the most efficient, least burdensome way? I think all of that is a far separation from the regulatory activity and responsibilities that we have as an agency. We don't sit with them side by side as we're doing our reviews and have an influence of how we should be making a decision. But we do have what's called interactive review processes where we may go through a module and ask a question and make sure we stepwise this process through in a thoughtful way to try to minimize the impact and hopefully the length of time it takes to get into the market. It's just something that I think is a bedrock principle of working with your stakeholders. And it isn't just industry that we work with. We also work with academia and researchers. We work very closely with healthcare providers, and we also work closely with patients. We have an entire office that is really focused on patient engagement and working with patients to hear from them about their experiences. So it's not just coming from the industry or a research perspective. We want to make sure we understand how these products are actually doing what they're intended to do by talking to those who it's impacting the most. And I think that has really been our more recent expansion over the last decade, is working with patients closely. And that has furthered our ability to talk with industry and understand how we can work together to make sure that our products are meeting them. Big answer, but long story short is we do a lot.
Perfect, thank you. There is one question here. Allá, por favor, gracias.
Gracias. Pues muchas gracias por la presentación.
Thank you very much for the presentations.
Luz con respecto a Brasil.
We learned a lot about Brazil. So I would like you to suggest a tool for translating those parts of the documents that cannot be translated, and so that we can have a best translation possible, because there's AI available now, but not all AI is good, so it's complicated.
Unfortunately, I can't recommend one. Personally, I use one DeepL, and I compare, but I can understand a little bit about English and Spanish, but I'm not sure if it's. I think you can try to study and find one that is proper for your work. I think is the best answer for you. Sorry.
Gracias.
De nada.
Okay, I will review, and we have a couple of questions online. This is for Scott. What regulatory controls or mechanism does the FDA currently implement to ensure the safe, effective, and responsible use of AI?
Responsible use of AI, yes. I think I helped answer that a little bit earlier too, but I want to expand on that. Was this the one that was written into the QA or one that you gave?
It is in the chat.
Yeah. Okay. No, I got it here. So I think there's a lot of areas that we've been trying to focus on AI, and the one thing I talk about first, I'm not an expert in artificial intelligence, but I do look at AI as another technology that we have to understand, and we are a risk-based regulatory agency. Our quality management system is a risk-based, focused on the product type quality management system. So 1345 focuses on, things based upon risk. So those two things come together nicely. And there are aspects in which that we do to help ensure that the use of artificial intelligence as it's a part of a medical device is thought of in that same area. Now, when we start thinking of the challenges that come with AI, there's always something that's changing in AI, right? There's predetermined control change plans that need to happen a lot, and that's built into somewhat what we have. Also, some other areas where we want to talk about good machine learning practices and working on some of those aspects. We have set up a whole digital health center of excellence office that has helped spearhead a lot of the communication. And I think in the chat, I put a link to some of the information that we have in this space. And I would encourage people to walk through that, and it kind of talks a little bit about what we have for artificial intelligence, how we are trying to address that. We are trying to not be in the way. That's the one thing, because the hardest thing with new and emerging technologies in a regulatory area is it's very easy to want to ask a lot more questions. And what we need to figure out is what is it that we need to know so we can see how these products work in the market with reasonable assurance of safety and effectiveness. And the key is to try to help us get there. So a lot of the guidances and tools that are a part of the digital health community of excellence are designed to try to walk us through that and looking at AI as part of the total product life cycle and get into those factors a little bit. Standards has also become a front leading role in this. So if I can, put a big spotlight on for getting involved in standards and standardization, that is a critical area that will help not just those who are developing and putting AI into products, but also for those who are regulating. So regulators in the room becoming very aware of standards and how you can be engaged in them is a very important aspect to making sure you understand how to build that into your regulatory paradigm.
Thank you, Scott. We have a question here.
Hi, this is Manuel Franco from Medtronic. So first of all, thank you very much for these key tools that you are sharing. I think those are very, very relevant for us in this topic of reliance. I'm precisely talking about one of the aspects in this reliance is the voluntary recalls. So when the manufacturer closes those voluntary recalls, how long it takes to be reflected as closed in the database, either in Brazil, in Anvisa, or in FDA? Is it real-time status, or we should review other bias to ensure we are having the right status? And I'm making this question because this is very important information for regulators to make decisions on new registrations or changes that are being applied for this reliant pathway. Thank you.
You can move with that answer, Scott, first.
Sure. Our recall database is generally updated within hours to no more than a few days of an action that's taking place. And we also, if the recall or issue is of a high enough level, we may do some other public notification. We may need to communicate also directly to the manufacturer with something like it has come to our attention letter. But in general, when it comes to recalls, especially level 1 and level 2 recall, where there is a potential of impact to the public health based upon the risk that I talked about earlier, we try to make sure that information is put out as soon as possible. So that's communicated early, and often some of the manufacturers in the room might be able to help give some real world examples to that possibly. But we do try to be as nimble and quick on that because it's important to communicate to the right stakeholder or stakeholders that would be impacted by that recall. And so the timeliness of that is very important. So as an external regulator looking at a recall, you should assume that, if it's happening, as soon as we capture it, we try to turn it around as fast as we can.
Okay. I didn't know the specific answer for this case, but what can I say is that Anvisa databases are daily updated, and probably it will be very quickly.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. There is another question here.
Gracias. Esta pregunta es para Anvisa.
Thank you. This question is for Anvisa.
Yo sé que no estás en Anvisa.
Everybody wants to ask Anvisa questions, right?
¿Ves algún beneficio o
do you see a
cómo
benefit,
podrían
or
los
how
otros
could
reguladores
the
tomar
other
beneficio de todas las
regulators
bases de datos
benefit
que
from all of the
construye
databases that Anvisa has created
como una fuente de consulta
as a
y
source
reducir
of
requisitos,
consultation
como
and to reduce
hablábamos en las sesiones
requirements, as
anteriores,
we
por
mentioned in the
ejemplo, el
previous
requisito del
meetings, for
certificado
instance,
de
the
libre
requirement
venta
of the free
que ya
sales
no sea
certificate, which
necesario, o
shouldn't
que
be
esta
necessary
información
anymore, or if this
permita
information
facilitar
could
el
allow
reliance
facilitate
con otros
reliance
agentes
with other regulatory agencies.
I think the public data are important for all regulators to know a little bit more about the products and the companies. And the case of Anvisa, if the companies and the regulators know a little bit more how they work, they can feel comfortable to accept some informations without establish new requirements. I will take like MDSAP program and the certification of good manufacturer practice like an example. Nowadays, more than 67% of the certifications of GMP in Brazil are performed by MDSAP model. Anvisa analyzes all of the reported that they receive from the audit organizations, all of them. And after analyze all this information, they publish the certificate. I think this is an example, a good example in how other regulatory agents can feel comfortable to accept this kind of information, but they have to know how other agents works. I think this is very important.
Someone else? Yes. Thank you. Two questions here.
Muchas gracias y felicitaciones por las presentaciones. Mi pregunta es para los reguladores en la sala. A medida que ven el avance de la disponibilidad de este tipo de información en
the progress
páginas
is on
web
the
oficiales de las
availability of this type of
agencias,
information on the
¿cómo
websites of
evalúan
the
la
different agencies.
evolución del
How
requisito
are you
de certificado de
assessing
libre
the
venta
evolution of the
como
free
un
sale
todo
certificate?
o la parte de la apostilla
You know, as a
solamente
whole, are you
de
just
cara a
considering
estas
the
nuevas opciones que
apostille?
hay para
I
validar que
mean,
un
based
producto
on
se
these
encuentra
new
aprobado en una
options to
autorización
validate
para
if a product is
países diferentes?
approved or not in one of these comparable regulatory agencies.
Bueno, recalcando un poco lo que ya habíamos comentado hace
I
un
mean, based on what
ratito,
we
en
had
el caso de productos
said
y diagnósticos in
before,
vitro
in
en
the
Paraguay,
case of
sí.
the
Y
IVDs in
aprovechar
Paraguay,
la ocasión para
we do,
felicitar
and
a ambos
I want to
ponentes y
congratulate both
comentarles que
speakers
sí, estamos
and
haciendo
tell
uso
you
de ambas
that,
herramientas,
yes,
de
we
ambas
are using
plataformas,
both
tanto de la
tools. We are
FDA
using both
como de
platforms,
Anvisa,
both
ya hace
Visas and the
prácticamente desde que
FDA's
empezamos con la
platforms, and we
regulación.
did that since we
Son
started with
herramientas
the
que estamos
regulation.
utilizando todo el
It's part of our
tiempo y
tools,
son
you know,
bastante
the things that we
completas,
use
¿verdad?
every day,
Y
and they are
como había
quite
comentado,
complete.
en nuestro
And
caso
as I
sí
was
hacemos
saying, in
esa
our
excepción si
case,
es que
we do
podemos hacer la
present that
verificación en
exception.
estas
If we can do
plataformas,
that verification in the
tanto para
platform,
los
we do
certificados de
that
libre
waiver.
venta
You know,
como para
for
los
the free
certificados de
sale
conformidad
certificate as
13485.
well as the conformity certificates with
Roberto,
13485.
tu pregunta se refiere a la
Are you
exclusión del
referring
requisito de
to
certificado de libre venta
excluding the free sale
o a
certificate
la apostilla o
requirement, or excluding the apostille, or what?
Hay veces que hay situaciones de países en los que el
There's
marco
some
legal para intercambio de
situations in
información oficial
countries
te
where the
pide
legal
ir
framework
por un proceso de conformización
requires
o apostilla.
to
Y esto
do this
procede
apostille,
al
you
trámite
know, so that
regulatorio.
they can
Aplica para cualquier
formalize the
documento que
process.
dos
And this
naciones
is for
quieran
any
intercambiar. Entonces
document
ahí tenemos
that
una
has to be
barrera
exchanged
concreta que
between two
excede
countries.
a la
So
autoridad
that's a
sanitaria.
specific obstacle,
Entonces
you
nos
know, that
queda para
goes way
evaluar
beyond the health
si el
authorities.
requisito
So we
sigue
would need to
teniendo la misma
assess, or we want
importancia
to
en el
know if
proceso de
that
evaluación
requirement is
ahora
still
que
as
tenemos estas
important in
herramientas
the
disponibles.
evaluation process, now that we have these other tools available.
Particularmente pienso que es algo que
I
tenemos que
specifically
seguir
consider that this is
conversando
something that we need to
entre
continue
los
talking about.
reguladores
You know, that's a
y los
conversation that the
regulados.
regulators and the regulated entities need
Es
to
un
continue
tema
talking
importante
about it. It's an important
de
topic
revisar, de tener bien
that should
claro
be reviewed, and we should all be very clear on
ambas partes.
how
Así que
this
por
could
ese
impact
lado
the parties or
no
not.
podría darte
You
una
know,
respuesta
so right
concreta
now
sobre
I
el punto
wouldn't
del
be able to
requisito
give
del
you like
certificado de
a
libre venta,
specific answer
pero sí
regarding that specific point,
referente
you
a
know, of
la
the free sale
apostilla
certificate.
o
But regarding the
que pueda
apostille,
ser revisado a través de
or
un link
regarding the fact of
en una
reviewing
página
it
oficial
through
por
a
ese
link in an
lado
official
sí
website,
es
yeah,
algo que
I mean,
creo que
it's something
puede ser
that
factible de
can be
realizarse
feasible,
en Dinavisa
and
y
we
de
can
hecho
do it
algunas
in
agencias
Dina
lo han
Visa.
hecho
And there's actually areas that have
nosotros tenemos
already done it there.
esa
And
tarea que se está llevando a cabo
we
pero
are working on it,
tenemos que
not
seguir
right
para
now,
ese
you know,
punto.
but hopefully we're going to have that done very in the near future. Thank you.
Del equipo de COFEPRIS, ¿les gustaría
From
tomar
our
esta pregunta
COFEPRIS
también?
team, do you want to answer this question, please? Anybody from COFEPRIS?
No.
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias por
So,
la
good afternoon,
ponencia, por
and
esta
thank you for
información que nos
this
es muy valiosa
presentation
para
and all
nosotros
this information
agentes.
that's quite
Para
valuable for
contestar
all
a
of
la
us at
pregunta
COFABRIS.
también, en este
Now,
caso
to
con
answer
la
the question
apostilla, hay casos en que los
regarding the
documentos
apostille,
legales
well,
pueden
sometimes
presentarse sin
the
apostilla
legal documents
o
could be
autenticación
presented
por
without
cónsul,
this
siempre y cuando
apostille or
podríamos
without the
verificarlos
authentication via
justamente
consulate.
en la
This is when
plataforma.
these documents could be
Entonces, nosotros
verified
también lo estamos
within the
haciendo de esa
platform.
manera.
And so we are
Igual estamos
working like
haciendo uso
that,
de las
and we are
herramientas de
also
FDA
using
Brasil para
the
poder
FDA
ahí
tools,
tomar
the
la
Brazilian
información.
tools, so that
Sí,
we can
muchas
take the
gracias.
information from there also. Thank you.
Sandra, tú tenías...
Thank you. Sandra, I think you had another question.
Sí, muchas gracias, Sandra González.
Thank you,
La
Sandra
pregunta es
Gonzalez.
para
And my
ambos,
question
Scott
is for
and
both
Leticia.
you, Scott,
How
and
do you see
Leticia.
that we can support as industry these efforts for more regulators to be more comfortable in using or accessing the platforms to gain access to the information that they need in order to foster the implementation of Reliance? How can we further leverage all that wealth of information to prevent additional workloads for both the manufacturers and for regulators in the process of making sure that all the necessary information that they are mandated to have available for whatever future situation may happen is done in a more effective way?
I think the answer for me is share information, training. It's not a very quickly way, but I didn't see any other way to achieve this. I started to work at in the coalition in 2020, yes, and since then we have been training and always with national regulatory authorities together with us to show how they can achieve informations, because that's the key. I can see another way and think we can try to publish something, to put together all this information that we had here about Health Canada, US FDA, Anvisa, Singapore, to disseminate the information.
Scott, any ideas?
Yeah, if I understood the question correctly, it's like, how can, what advice would we give to, a emerging regulator or a regulator trying to learn how to work on Reliance more? And I think, in the case of, we'll just say in Mexico, we actually have a regional office there. So we do have resources that are present local in the general area, in the Latin America area, which are very well equipped to try to help and discuss a lot of different questions, regulator to regulator. I also would say, pick up the phone and give us a call. I say that to everyone, especially industry, who thinks we're so scary. But there's lots of ways. We have an international affairs department here, which you saw Ken Kavanaugh speak to, and he has several resources and ways for us to build how we can help, either whether it's in education or in collaborations and other aspects, and just being as active as you can be. And I say that with understanding that there is a resource constraint that many regulators have in trying to figure out, how do I do better or do more with such a small resource that I have. And that can be a very big challenge, but I do think trying to find a way to carve out time to talk with fellow regulators and your industry partners on areas that you think can be helpful, that's invaluable. I think we make our changes and course changes through talking with our colleagues from regulatory and from industry to make sure that we're staying up to date on information that we should be able to deal with, and making the appropriate adjustments that are necessary to regulate the products and technologies that are out there. So I think, long story short, try to make a friend is the best way to do it.
Okay, I think that we don't have more questions. Again, Scott and Leticia, thank you so much. This is relevant information for all of us and is useful for our daily activities, our daily work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bueno, pues ahora sí que listos para el almuerzo. Si les parece, regresamos aquí.
So we're ready
a
for
las
lunch now,
2:15 de la tarde.
and we'll meet back
Regresamos un
here
poquito
at
más corto.
2:15. We don't have
De
a
hecho,
lot of time for lunch, a little bit
si
shorter
pudiéramos
period.
regresar,
And as a matter of fact, if we
si
could
lo
be
hacemos a
back,
las
no, no, no,
2:15,
no, no,
porque
let's leave it
tenemos a
by
nuestros
2:15
ponentes
because
virtuales.
we have
Estamos tratando
virtual
de ahorrarnos
people
un poquito de
connected by
tiempo
then.
previendo
We're trying
la
to save
celebración de
some
este
time because we
prepartido
know
y
there are going to be
postpartido
some
que vamos a tener seguramente el día de hoy
post
en
party
algún museo de
celebration
la
of
Reforma,
soccer
que es la
games,
preferida para
that's
esto,
going to happen
pero como
here
tenemos
outside
ponentes
at
virtuales
Reforma
no
because that's a
tenemos esa
favorite one.
flexibilidad.
But
Entonces,
because we
2:15 de
have
la tarde nos vemos de
people virtually
regreso
connected,
y buen
we
provecho.
don't have that flexibility. So we'll meet back here at 2:15. Thank you very much and bon appetit.
Hola, buenas tardes. Vamos a
Good
empezar.
afternoon. We are going to begin once again.
Sí, vamos a empezar ahora. Voy a llamar ahora a la moderadora de este panel, que es una persona que ya conocen.
So
Entonces,
let's begin. I'm going to call the moderator for this panel. It's somebody that you already know. And
to moderate this session. And then she's going to introduce the other panelists.
I'm so sorry, I didn't have my translator on yet, so I looked clueless because I was. Give me just a moment here to get set up. I'm left-handed, for those of you who don't know, so I usually find everything backwards. All right. Is everybody back from lunch? I see physically, yes, potentially mentally, hopefully. We are in the home stretch for day 3. So thank you for rejoining us again today for the third, I think, and final presentation or panel on enabling reliance through data with hands-on experience, part 3. I will moderate the session today. Again, Tammy Storwald with Roche Diagnostics. And joining us today, you had the opportunity to meet her yesterday, Wei Jung, who is the Assistant Group Director of the Medical Cluster of the Health Science Authority, or HSA. And we welcome Wei Jung to you. Are you on the call today? Just touching base. Ah, yay, there she is. Okay, great to see you again, and thank you for joining us. Also on the phone we have today is Jane Shum. She is the Director of Medical Device Authorization at the Therapeutics Good Administration, or TGA. Those of you are probably more familiar with that acronym, from Australia. So Jane, thank you so much for joining us today. Do we also have you on the call? I see. Yes, there she is. Okay. All right, so this is the third session to help us all understand how we can navigate the reference authority or even just any authority's database to try to access information more quickly with being able to answer questions, for example, or even eliminate additional documents that may not be needed because they can be verified directly on the authority's website. And I think, Wei-Jun, you were going to start maybe with something that you recorded. I have to apologize. I wasn't for sure. I'm so sorry. And yes, there you are. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to establish the recording, which I sent to you. If you could play that, because I was afraid, because translation.
I feel like I'm having deja vu. We can't hear you again. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, is there? That's why I sent over the recording. If you can hear it now, in case you can't hear me.
We are having, your voice is very soft, so I'm having difficulty hearing you. I suspect the translation resources also having difficulty hearing you. Do you have?
I'm asking for you to play the recording.
Can you hear? Oh, Sandra is indicating we did not get the recording. So we couldn't find the recording. So maybe what we can do is transition just, okay. Do you?
I sent it 3 times.
What? I'm looking at Sandra. Was it a hyperlink or an attachment? These are the joys of having remote meetings. Yeah, okay. Wei-Jun, I think in the interest of all of us, including yourself in the audience, maybe we could transition to Jane, and then I can touch base with you on the side and maybe try to get opportunity to figure out where that is at. Would you mind?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Jane, without any further ado, I think we'd like to bring up Jane's deck. She has a deck that she's going to present. Does anybody have any good jokes? We're still waiting for Jane's presentation. I'm looking at the folks in the back of the room to try to bring up Jane's presentation, please. They're working on it, Jane. Thank you for your patience.
No worries. All good.
Jane, do you want to tell a little bit about yourself as we're getting your presentation up and get you started there?
Oh, yep. Okay. So my name is Jane Shum. So I've been at the TJ here in Australia for about 13 years. So started in post-market. So came across as an investigator with the Australian Federal Police and started in post-market. So investigating when devices go wrong, but I know that's not the topic of this, what we're talking about now, but very interesting. And then I've moved over to pre-market. So having a look at applications and making sure that our applications are compliant before they go on the ARTG. So my brief today was to provide you with a little bit of information about how to search our ARTG, which is our Register of Therapeutic Goods, to verify approval by Australia to supply in Australia. So hopefully I'm on brief. Yep, thank you. I'll just follow along on my computer.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
No worries. So today I'll walk through a simple step-by-step way to use our ARTG, so specifically focused if you're regulated in another country. I'll briefly explain the Australian system, including that we're based on a risk classification system for our devices and a bit about legislation, just to give some context for when you're searching. And then I've got screenshots of the website. I think you wanted a live search, but I was worried that wouldn't really go well. So I've done some screenshots and I'll focus on how to look for things, how to check information on the ARTG, and the most important fields for confirming a device is approved for supply. And a little sort of important concept for us in our framework here in Australia is called a kind of device. So in Australia, one ARTG entry can include a group of devices, so not just one product. I know that's similar in different jurisdictions, and it can be different from other countries, so it's important to understand that when searching for the limitations. Okay, next slide, thank you. So Australia regulates medical devices under our legislation when we use a risk-based system like many other systems. So our devices are classified by risk, and high-risk devices have more requirements before they can be approved for supply. So to be supplied in Australia, most devices have to be included in the ARTG. There's some very specific exemptions and that may apply, but really too complicated to go into today. An important difference in Australia, like I mentioned, is that we have kind of device. So that means one ARTG entry can include more than one device. The caveat is that they share the same sponsor, the same manufacturer, that they're the same classification, and they have the same GMDN term and code. So that means one ARTG number can represent a group of similar devices, not just one product, but in the higher classes, it really is only one. So we've got that concept of UPI for some sort of class 3 and the higher ones. But if you're going down to a class 1, 2, you might have hundreds of products under one. Not often, but sometimes. So that's important when checking approvals. Next slide, thank you.
Oops, did that go twice? Okay.
Oops, I think.
Go back one more.
We're going forward.
Forward?
I'm going to go back again. You're still going forward.
Oh my gosh, it's backwards.
Started off okay.
I might need your help up here, please. Sorry. It's backwards. Somehow it's not going forwards.
Oh, now you're going back. What?
So what, we need to flip backwards or forwards? We need to go backwards towards the beginning. I am so sorry. That's okay. I was pressing. Okay.
I've got, that's it. That's the one we want to start.
Okay. One more? Yeah.
One more forward. Yep, there we go. Okay, thanks everyone. So our Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods, the ARTG, is our public database of therapeutic goods in Australia. So it includes all medical devices, medicines, and biological products that are approved for supply. It doesn't include exempt and excluded products. So if a product is in the ARTG, it means it can be legally supplied in Australia unless we have an exemption. And the ARTG helps to check if a product is approved. It shows key information about the product and its inclusion. And it's also important to know that it's only summary information, so it's not technical or scientific details. The higher classes, there's a little bit more information, but not much about the approval process. It also doesn't give any advice or recommendations. So it's a starting point to verify approval, but not our only source of information, obviously. So next slide, thank you. Great. So the ARTG is accessed. You have all these slides, so yeah, you can go back and have a look at them. But the ARTG is accessed through our website, the TGA website, or you can access it, like most people do, which is Google, search the ARTG, and you should go straight to that page. After you go to the website, you need to open the ARTG search, and that's where you can search the database. So you can search by product name, sponsor name, and ARTG number is great. So that is your most accurate search. If you've got it, it'll give you the most accurate result, but not required. There's a search box. I will show screenshots. I'm just talking through, and there's options to filter or refine. And it's important that different searches may give different results. So obviously with all database searching, I would do it a couple of times, and some searches would be more precise than others, how you filter, etc. Next slide, thank you. So after you've found the ARTG search function, that's where you search for products, I think. Yeah, we might just move on to the screenshot. Next slide, thanks. So this is where you've got a few different options to search. So product name, sponsor name, AITG number, anything you have, brand number. Sometimes it's in our register. It's not a requirement for brand names to be in our register. The number's helpful. It'll take you straight to one result, but you might not have it. That even happens for us when we're trying to find something. So it's important to check the results carefully. I've got a little screenshot on the side of some of the filters you can use there. After you've put something in, I put in the pacemaker and it popped up with 219 devices. Some of the sponsors you can filter down, and when it was published, or that means when it was entered or approved for supply in our register. Next slide, thanks. So that's how it looks when you pop up. It's just got one field to search, so that's why it can seem fairly, you're not really sure what to put in. So once you put in something in there, then it will pop up with how to filter. Next slide, thanks. So after I searched pacemaker, that's where it came up with the list of things. It was very general. Anything where pacemaker's in the title, but not in like the intended purpose or anything like that. So there is an advanced function, and you can see there I've highlighted Access, our visualization tool, which I will show you, which is advanced functionality, which is always good to have. But this is the simple functionality, which, it can get you what you need. Next slide, thanks. So after you've run your search, you've got a list of results. And if you've used an AITG number, you'll get one result, which is really great. If you've got name, you can have many. Each result is got basic details there. You can see it's just got the sort of title that includes the sponsor name, the product name that they've included, and the GMDN code term. And it's important to check them carefully so you choose the correct product. And when there's multiple products, take a moment to compare them, because make sure you've got the right sponsor, because in Australia we have, the sponsor is there, and the intended purpose can be different. It can have multiple products. I guess the thing to note here is you can have the same product on our register multiple times, because it might have a different sponsor or sort of a different supplier in Australia. So that can happen too. Next slide, thanks. So that's what it looks like in the basic function. So you've clicked on sort of that first pacemaker, and it shows the number, that's just a reference number for our register, the name, which is a combination of different parts of the application, their product name, so that's what the sponsor has nominated as the name. It may be trade name or brand name, it may not. ARTG date, which is when we approved for supply. Type, because we do have medicines and biologicals in here, and also surface disinfectants, which will be different for a lot of people. And the sponsors there, and you can click on that to give more details. Obviously, there's got a hyperlink there. The manufacturer and the class and a summary. So that's a PDF. So I will show that shortly. Next slide. Yeah, so if you've selected one, you can just open it, and that's the official record for the product. So it's confirmed that it's included and can be supplied. That's a summary only, obviously no technical documents, detailed evidence, but that's you've found what you're looking for there. Next slide, thanks. So you can also see our public summary. That's that PDF link that I showed, and I'll show that in the next slide. It's kind of busy page, but it shows information like the sponsor, manufacturer, more detail about intended purpose for the higher classes might have a functional description. And it can be useful to check that they match what you've been given or what you might be looking for. Obviously, it's supporting information and not the only source. So let's go to the next slide so you can see that public summary. So yeah, like I said, a bit busy, but I think the intention, and is to be a certificate, so it can be printed. So it shows key information. Right at the top is the ATG number, product name. We've also got sponsor name and address, which is a requirement for it to be there in Australia. Classification, status of the product, and dates. more information about the product type, a little bit expanded. So you've got the GMDN term expanded there, more detail about the intended purpose. If it's a higher class, you'll have variant information, sizes of things and that are approved for supply, because that can be different in different jurisdictions depending on the assessment. Maybe some sizes or variants weren't approved. Yep, so not much technical information. I guess there's a part with specific conditions. So obviously some jurisdictions, including Australia, can apply specific conditions about a product, and they will be there on the summary if that's been approved. Next slide shows the, if you can move to the next slide, that's our visualization, so our advanced search. So a few words on that. So that's also a pretty busy page, but we're all pretty tech savvy these days. But so you can use different fields and not just one here. So like I showed with the basic search, you were just adding one name or number to find something. Here you can filter and group by different things, by sponsor, by manufacturer, product name. You can do text searches. So is this word in an intended purpose? And you'll come up with a range of things. You can export that search. You can filter down. You can get more specific. I think that's really, really useful in our data reviews here. So we use that quite often. So you can see on the left, devices, medicines, OTGs, that's what we call our external, disinfectants for surfaces, and advanced query. So, depending what you're looking for and what you're tending to find, what you want to find, you could use the advanced search or just the basic search to get your summaries and certificates. You can also have summaries and PDFs when you link here as well. Next slide. So important to note that we are happy to talk to anybody. So we've got our get in touch page, contact us page, and John really wanted me to spruik this, so my supervisor. So we've got an info line, email, phone number, and depending on this is just devices obviously, but on the page is all the other sections and contact in points for TGA. I think the next page is just a question page, so I might just stop.
Very much appreciate that. I think that from Jane's presentation, we can see that TGA also has quite an advanced database that's available to others around the world to access in order to gain information. And as she's also provided on her last slide, they're also very easy to get in contact with. So they support that communication to try to get other regulators more familiar with their database so that eventually you get more used to it and then it's easier to use on a regular basis. Thank you, Jane.
No worries, thank you.
Okay, well, we're going to try one more time with Wei Jun. And I know that we had some challenges. She does have a recording, but as technology would have it, sometimes technology doesn't allow us to access everything that we need to be able to get to. So rest assured, we're working to get that recording for you. I will check one more time with our colleagues in the back to see if we have a recording, and then we do have a thumbs up in the, oh, nope, thumbs down. Are you? This gets even funnier. Okay.
Sorry, Tammy, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm trying to see if this will be better.
Is this better for you?
Yes! Oh my gosh, we're all celebrating in here, Wei Jun. Yay!
Okay, good.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry that the presentation slides could not be sent over. I think we probably may have to forget about that. I can send the slides over without the recordings later, but maybe for now, if you can hear me, I'll just go through my presentation verbally and then send the slides over to you. I'm so sorry about that the slides.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. We so much appreciate that. And so sorry for the complications. We want to make sure that, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
please.
I will remove my video so that hopefully that will make the transmission a bit better. So bear with me while I go through for the next few minutes.
Oh yeah, no, we are going to be very patient because we're anxiously awaiting seeing your presentation and also being able to hear it. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Just while she's taking the time to get that ready, I have a confession to make. I was sitting up here pressing the wrong button the entire time. So special thank you to Sandra for getting me back on track. That was just, yeah, the day.
Okay, if it's fine, I'll go through my presentation without the slides. Apologies for that.
Okay.
Okay, so a very good afternoon to everyone. Today, I'd like to take this opportunity to walk you through the Singapore Medical Device Register, which we commonly call it as SMDR, and explain to you how you can make the most of the information it provides to you for your day-to-day work. The SMDR is the official regulatory database published by the Health Sciences Authority, or HSA. It is a single authoritative source of information on medical devices that have been approved for supply in Singapore. Whether you are a regulator, a healthcare professional, or someone working in the medical device industry, this SMDR is your go-to reference whenever you need to verify the regulatory status of a device or access detailed information on the product. Actually, accessing SMDR is straightforward. If you see the slides, you can find it on our HSA website. And once you are on the platform, you will see a search function that allows you to look up any approved medical device simply by entering relevant keywords. For instance, the name of the device, the type of device, or even the manufacturer. The register will then surface a list of matching results for you to browse through. From there, you can click on the device product number, which will bring you to a dedicated page containing the full and comprehensive information about that particular approved device. So what exactly can regulators do with this information? I'll walk you through the key use cases. The first is the verification of the regulatory status. Using the SMDR, regulators can cross-check the first registration date of the device in Singapore, as well as review its updated history, including the most recent change that has been done. This gives you a clear picture of the device regulatory timeline and any changes that have been approved over time. The second use is product identification and traceability. The SMDR allows you to verify the device name exactly as it appears on the approved labeling, ensuring consistency between what is being marketed and what has been officially approved. Where available, you can also review the Unique Device Identifier, or UDI, information, which is particularly useful for traceability purposes. UDI is available currently for all Class D, which is the high-risk medical devices. By the end of this year, all Class C medical devices will have UDI information. The Class B, which is the lower risk devices, will only be required to provide UDI information by September 2028. But companies currently are free to put in the information if they want to. It only becomes mandatory in September 2028. And thirdly, the SMDR supports the validation of the device claims. So regulators can compare the claims being made in the market against the intended use that has been approved in Singapore. So this is a critical check to ensure that manufacturers are not overstating or misrepresenting what their devices are approved to do. And finally, the SMDR provides important information on supply scope and manufacturing. You can identify the approved device variants and models along with their model identifiers as per the approved labeling, and review the critical manufacturing site locations associated with each device. This is essential for understanding the full scope of what has been approved or where the devices are being produced. Taken together, these capabilities make the SMDR an indispensable tool for regulators. It enables you to make well-informed, evidence-based decisions grounded in verified official data, which is the heart of effective regulatory oversight. once I send over the slides, I really would like to encourage all of you to familiarize yourself with the resource and to incorporate it into your regulatory workflow if required. Thank you very much. And again, apologies for the missing slides.
Oh, it's totally okay. We are so appreciative that you're spending the time with us. It's also not the best hour for her, so we're extra thankful that she's with us today. And no worries, because we'll make sure we get the recording from her with the slides, so you'll be able to access that after the event has been posted. So I think now I'd like to see if there are any questions from the audience. I know that you probably want some time to familiarize yourself with HSA's site, but are there any questions or clarifications that you might want to ask either Jane or Wei-Jung today? The group is so quiet. It's okay. I actually have a question, if you don't mind, and we can also check to see if there's any online. Question for either of you. Can you share with the audience how soon after a medical device or an IVD has been authorized does this information typically get posted to your website?
Tammy, if I may, this is Wei-Jun.
Yes.
For us, the answer is very simple. It's immediate. So the minute we approve the product and the minute we click the approve, the information goes on to our SMDR.
Okay. Immediate.
That's great. Yep, I think we're a little bit slower. So we have a system that will update twice a day. So if it's done in the morning, it'll be by the afternoon. If it's done in the afternoon, it'll be by the next day. Yep. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so information about authorizations is available on a daily basis, sometimes immediately, depending on which database you're looking at. And then a second question, and this time I'll start with Jane, and sorry for not indicating that last question. But Jane, can you share with us how soon product changes or changes in intended uses might be posted on this site?
Yeah, that's a good question. We're actually in the process of having a look at our variation or review process to streamline that with a lot of other regulators, but it is the same thing. So as soon as a change is approved, our system does allow you to sort of tick what the change is to the register, because our system is you can make an application to change the register. So all those fields can be changed if we approve it, it's the same thing. So it'll be updated that afternoon or that next morning. I guess that's not the same as when they've applied for the change, because that does take time depending on the complexity of the change.
Mm-hmm. All right. And Wei-Jun, what about you? What about your website with changes? I think you mentioned it at one point, but if you could clarify it again, that would be great.
Yeah, again, it's immediate. So the minute we approve any change, it goes on to our SMDR immediately.
Okay. So as fast as a manufacturer can get authorization in either Australia or Singapore, as fast as we can get that, same dossier to other regulators, you can access the information immediately, pretty much, on their website, including their changes. Does that spark any other questions with the audience, or? We have a question over there. Oh, we do. We have a question. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Fatemeh Razjian with Medtronic, and I wanted to ask a question from both our regulators. And my question is about exempt devices or devices that are not subject to approvals. I just wanted to see if your databases include those devices as well. And if you could comment on that, that would be great. Thank you.
Great question.
I guess I'll go first because it's pretty, I think I mentioned it in the presentation. Yep. So no. So there has been obviously discussion, I think, between regulators and industry about those products. We have we also have excluded, but yes, no, they're not at the moment. Exempt products are not listed anywhere. Yep. Other than the legislation.
Okay.
Yeah, for Singapore, for our class A, which is the lowest risk class, we do not require them to be registered, but they need to be notified. So we have a database for class A that are being notified to us. They're not just they are not considered registration, but there is a database for it. But if you are referring to non-medical device in that sense, then of course it's not listed in any of our databases. But for the class A, there are. Yeah.
Yes.
Can I ask, is that notification, is that publicly available or just to you?
Yes, it is publicly available.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, it's just a separate, slightly separate website, but a separate database. So we have a database for Class A medical devices, and then a database for those that require registration, which is the Class B, C, D.
I think this is a really important question and a good conversation because earlier this week we talked a lot about convergence and the convergence around classifications and how that impacts other relying agencies being able to rely on the reference agency and being able to verify that information. And the case that Fatime from Medtronic just asked and you all answered is a good demonstration of that conflict that can happen. If something is required in one jurisdiction to be reviewed and registered, but it's not required in another jurisdiction, that evidence might not be there. So the more we can talk about maybe why there's differences in classification and perhaps the evidence that you're really seeking behind the lower risk product or how you might be determining a product as a medical device when other jurisdictions decide it's not, then I think those are maybe fruitful conversations that would help lead to additional convergence, which would help with reliance as well. Great question. I have another question, unless we have somebody else in the audience with a question or online. Oh, Sandra, do you have a question? Okay.
Thank you for the presentations and apologies for the inconveniences during work. My question is in regards mainly on when other regulators are accessing your databases, both in Australia and Singapore, what is kind of like the most common question that you receive? Regulators not finding certain information or not clearly understanding certain information? I mean, are there any challenges of this kind that you are facing?
I'm happy to jump in, just in order of, yep. So I think, we have the two different searches and we try to make it really simple. I think what I touched on in the presentation is you might have the same product in there multiple times. I think that's a question we get because we can have a different sponsor supply something, but in Australia they both have to list it, so they might have different registration numbers, which is a complexity that can be difficult. That's more sort of healthcare professional public questions we get. I think a lot of questions is why is the UDI not linked, and that's obviously something everybody's working on, and that's a new growing thing. We do have the separate database for UDI, and nice to see Singapore have it linked on their database, which is really good. I think that's a growing field and a growing question we get regularly. And the other thing I touched on was brand names. So they don't sometimes, and I'm not sure what Singapore's position is, but the brand names for things, particularly with the lower classes where there can be a range of products included under one inclusion, you might not be able to find it. And we also might not be able to find it. So that is sometimes, and unfortunately have to direct people back. So that's that. I guess that's the most common things.
Yeah. Wei Jun, do you have anything to add to Jane's point? I think that was a really good response. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Actually, I was locked out earlier, so I didn't really hear the question. But based on Jane's reply, I just want to comment on the brand name part. The way Singapore register is based on the brand name. So I emphasized earlier that when you search, you will be able to find the product name as on the label. So it matches the name on the label, and that's the brand name. So you may find the exact same product that may have been, if it's private label, then you actually can have two different brand names, or the same product that is brought in by different, we call them importer or registrant. You can also list it differently. So we may have more than one registrant for the same product if they are being authorized by the manufacturer. I think that's something I want to clarify as well.
Thank you. I was just looking at Sandra to see if she wanted to re-ask her question for you. Go ahead, Sandra.
Yes, and before re-asking, John Wei, we have the website of HSA here. If it is okay with you, I'd like to share it so the audience here in the room may have a chance to at least take a quick look on this. Okay. Yeah. And the question is, in regards of what are the most frequent questions that you receive from other regulators when they are looking for information in your website while in their process of applying reliance to a certain product?
Okay. I think the most question is whether the identifier that they have or the model that they have has been registered. And that's also the reason if you, I mentioned that if you click in, if you have the product information, actually we do list all the models that are being registered in Singapore. So that's one of because sometimes you have the brand name, but not necessarily all the models are registered in Singapore. So we actually do have it in our register. And I think earlier, I think Jane was asking me about the Class A medical device. You see on the top right-hand corner, that's the link that you can go to view our Class A medical device database.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see that in blue.
And one of the things I wanted to also emphasize is regarding something that is called the free sale certificate or certificate of free sale, because we do get requests from companies for us to provide such certificates for their registration purposes in other countries. And we do oblige to provide them. But if you notice on our certificate, we say that is as current as when we issue the certificate, but we do encourage, and it's also stated in the certificate that you refer to our SMTR or our register, because when we produce that certificate, the information is as of that date. But like I said earlier, our database is updated as and when a product is approved or even delisted. And then that is the most updated. So the most updated information that you can get is from our database and not the certificate, because the certificate can only be up to the point where we issue the certificate. Yeah.
Yeah. Wei Jun, that is actually a really good point. I think that we are trying to find solutions, because I remember the Reliance Playbook recommended finding access to publicly available information for Reliance instead of requesting things that may add additional burden to the reference authority. But this is yet another reason to make sure that we are getting the most updated information about that product. And I would say real-time updates in your database, it doesn't get any faster than that. Thank you. And Wei Jun, I wonder if I might be able to ask you one more question about the Class A. I remember, if you recall, when we were in Kenya in the capacity building event, I think you talked about a sampling process that you use to review compliance of the decisions. Would you mind terribly spending just a few minutes explaining that to the audience, please? Thank you.
Okay. For medical device, because it's just so wide, we do targeted sampling, and that is based on intel that we have or a feedback that we receive. And with that, we actually first identify if we see that the product is on the market. And first we identify if it's even registered or notified to us, depending on the risk class. And if it's not, then there are regulatory actions that we take. And for certain products, we may also determine if there's a need for testing. And if there is a risk to having that product that is not even registered in Singapore, then we would do a press release on that.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's very helpful because we're also probably going to talk a little bit about the quality management system later and the responsibility of the manufacturer to follow that in order to determine classifications, but it's also, I think, helpful to see a regulator's perspective of how they kind of monitor that and help make sure that industry is making the correct decision. And Sandra's helping me with the question online. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without her. Thank you, Sandra.
And me neither without her. So. This is teamwork.
If I may, I wanted to also bring out a point about the free sale certificate, because there was something that we debated internally very much. I think there are some requirements by some jurisdiction on the validity period of the certificate. We used to say 2 years, 1 year, but we had an internal discussion, and we actually determined that actually we can't give a 1 year or 2 years validity, because it's as valid as is at the point of issuing the certificate, which is why we put the statement in to say refer to our database, because that's the most updated. It can change the minute after we reissue the certificate, it can change. So the validity is not really applicable in that sense.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And Sandra, do you want to ask the question that we had online? I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Yes, please. But before that, and I'm sorry for the pronunciation of your name always. Weijun. I think you made a really very relevant point with the validity of the free sale certificates, because we see in many different jurisdictions how stringent is the requirement for a certain period of time for validity of the free sale certificates. And now you're telling us what it is absolutely kind of like basic logic.
Zero.
It can be still valid, and the product registration could have already been canceled.
Yeah.
So that is kind of like absolutely meaningless. So really, thank you very much, and that also highlights the great relevance of having the opportunity for regulators all over the world to move towards digital systems and databases available to stakeholders. And we know that is a huge challenge. I mean, it's resources-wise, it's a huge challenge, but I think that we see more and more examples to encourage people to try to find the way to make that happen. So sorry, I was not supposed to be taking part of this, but anyways. So now
you're gonna help with the next question anyways.
Now the reason why I am here is just to read the question. So the question is, what are the criteria that are used to define which medical devices are exempt for registration?
Thank you, Sandra. Jane, we haven't come to you in a while, so I think that maybe Jane, would you like to
sure
tackle that question first? Thank you.
Pretty. So just our framework, so our legislation. So we have determinations that say certain things are exempt. So I didn't have a slide on this, but happy to follow up and provide information about where you can find that. So on our website under legislation, I think we even have a page about exemptions. There are a few very specific exemptions, and things that are probably changing in the future. But they're all under determinations and published. But happy to provide, if you guys want follow up, how you can find those, if that would help.
Yes, perfectly fine. And I think the audience, if you're going to follow up on that question, they may also appreciate if Australia has a monitoring process for products that are deemed by the manufacturer as low risk. That would be great too. Thank you.
Yes, so we do. I think we have. Okay. We did publish a consultation a couple of years ago about looking at how we do that. Do we want to have notification database, things like that? So it's an active space that we're looking at. So yes, I'm definitely happy to follow up.
Okay, awesome. All right, Weijun, do you have something to add to that question, please?
Actually, I have clarification on the question that I want to make. I think the question was what are the criteria that we use to accept a medical device? Is the question asking about approving a medical device or accepting a medical device for registration?
I think it was around whether or not the product is exempt.
Exempt.
Exempt, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, sorry, I heard
That's
wrong.
okay.
Okay, so we don't really have a product in a way that is in very exceptional cases where we may have products that's exempt from our regulation, and that was during the COVID time where we need certain products very urgently and they are not registered or they maybe not be brought in by a licensed importer and we need them. That's the time where we use our exemption order to exempt these products. But other than that, anything that falls within the medical device definition as in our legislation will need to be either registered or notified. So there is no way for exemption unless we do an exemption order for really special cases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully that answers the question. I think that makes sense. I think that also allows HSA to kind of track everything that's out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have another question, unless we have one in the room, and this might be our last question. Okay, so one question I have, I was thinking about this yesterday, and I'm wondering, either Jane or Weijun, when you were developing your databases, did you ever imagine that you would end up being one of the primary reference authorities? I mean, I think you maybe had in mind when you built the database for uses for either TGA or HSA. How does it reflect now that you are seeing so many different regulators want to access your database and to rely on the authorizations and the work that you do?
Jane, if it's fine with you.
Sure. I think that's a great, huge question. And obviously, I wasn't here when that was developed, but obviously, historically, I think, it's so insular when those things were developed that it was just for us. And the world has changed significantly in regards to regulation and comparable regulators and reliance and convergence and those things that you mentioned. And we are trying to keep up, and I think it's fantastic. And things like we have had to develop the advanced search, and I think HSA is quite fantastic because I think we know, yes, it is changed, but we do know we're on board, and we're trying to move along and make it more useful. I think, I think it's like to your point of your question. No, this wasn't what was imagined in the future, but it's great.
Thank you very much, Jane. Weijun, what about you?
Definitely not. When we were when we started with our regulatory regime, we were relying on the 5 reference agency. And the reason why we wanted this database was more for local use, because our healthcare professionals wanted to know what are the medical devices that have been approved in Singapore, and users wanted to know. So it was built for that purpose. But as we progress through our regulatory framework, and then we get asked about what we have registered, that is when we realize, okay, maybe besides Singapore, there are other regulators and other people who want to know what we have registered. So it was never intended for that, but it has evolved for that purpose.
Yes.
I think that's a really great point,
go ahead,
actually,
Jane,
about it being available. It is public for the public. So whoever, and that's our fundamental goal, really, for healthcare professionals. And that's what, and for the public. And that leads a lot of our other work, post-market reviews and information and providing information to the public and driving safety things. So, I think that's a really important point as well.
Yeah. I see one question, but really quick before I ask the question, I just think this is a really good demonstration again of how regulators have learned to build that fabric between them. And not only are relying agencies learning how to use the reference agency's database, the reference agencies are learning how to best pivot and provide the information in an easy format. Keeping in mind it was never developed for that, and also keeping in mind both TGA and HSA are also relying authorities, right? So they're playing both roles, and I think that's super cool and shows an incredible amount of regulatory agility. Okay, now over to Sandra.
Thank you. And this is not a question, this is really a humble ask. Have you thought for future developments of your databases, having in mind its use for reliance purposes? Kind of like strengthen them to make it easier for other regulators that are relying on your decisions, to make it easier to access, to have kind of like highlighting what it is relevant for the implementation of reliance? I don't know, probably it's too much to ask, but I humbly ask the question.
I'll jump in and say absolutely. There's a few things to consider with our register, including transparency and the like you mentioned, the reliance showing, so we don't get asked the question, so you can see the information you need. And I think we are thinking about it, and hopefully we can talk about that more in the future about actually, what you do want to see, what is missing, I think, and definitely on the cards for us. Yeah.
Absolutely. Weijun?
Yes, actually, some of you may know this database as a current is a version 2 of our database. Our version 1 was called Medix, and now it's called Share. And actually, along the way in the last decade or so, as we were using the database, we do get questions on what about this information do you have and all that. And so based on those information, we built this version 2. Because some of the information, obviously a lot of the information we would have internally, but we may not show it on a public database, or we may not track it in the form of a field. So based on those information, is probably meant for reliance purpose as well, we improve our database to cater to those purposes. But I'm sure there are other things that we can improve on in our database too. Yeah.
Very cool and great question. Are there any other questions in the room or online? I have one final question for both Jane and Weijun. So as you might also know, some of the regulators are also working on becoming reference authorities. So as you reflect on your journey with Reliance and in developing a database and now using it for something that has become something new, what recommendations would you have for authorities who are striving to be reference authorities or developing a database that might eventually be used to be a reference authority? Weijun, you first.
Okay, when we first started, being a reference authority was not probably one of the primary goals that we were looking for, because as you already know, when we first started, we were referencing 5 other reference agencies. But by referencing, it gives us the capacity to build our own regulatory science and our own regulatory knowledge. So based on that, then we, and of course, with the interaction of our other major, like-minded kind of regulatory authority, we gain the knowledge and the capacity to then eventually have other regulatory agency referring to our database for information and for reference. So yeah, that was our journey of being a regulatory authority for the last slightly more than a decade.
And Weijun, I would be remiss if I didn't take the time to congratulate you on being the first regulatory authority to achieve your standing through the GBT Plus tool with the WHO. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cool. They're all working, towards it and on it and helped write it. So it's super achievement for everyone who will become that level reference authority. So thank you. Jane, what recommendations do you have for the group here?
Yeah, I guess that's a really good question and interesting coming from Singapore, because obviously ours was built a long time ago, and I think if you're going from scratch, I think it's fantastic. I think, really considering the purpose, the scope of what you want. Are we going into lots of detail, or are we going to small detail and then supporting that through different databases? I think really the scope and the boundary of what you want to put on is really important. Trying to future-proof, I know that's tricky because we don't know what we don't know, but if you've got that transparency and the data, and there's no protections, I really think they should be available. I think our database has the basic information there, but it is limited, and we do get lots of questions. And I'd love more information. If it's available, I think provide it. And I think besides all the technical concerns and what budgets you might have, work within it. I think. And I think the other thing we're often asked about is not just approval, so limitations, conditions, and things like that. I think those are really, really important for a risk-based system as well. But I've got lots of things to say, but maybe we could have another hour discussion about that.
Oh, we welcome that for sure. I'm sure we would love to learn more, and I'm sure the audience would like to share more. Okay, if there's no other questions, I'm looking at Sandra, and I think we're at time, and I just want to thank Weijun and Jane for your time today, and I'm so sorry about the technical complications, but we couldn't ask for two more exceptional ladies to help lead us through their databases with all the challenges we had to today. So thank you very much, and let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, and have a wonderful day, evening, morning.
Yeah, day for me
above.
now.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye.
Weijun and Jane.
Pues muchas gracias. Vamos a seguir con la penúltima de nuestras
Great,
sesiones
so
del día
thank
de
you very
hoy.
much, and we're going to go to our next session today. It's one previous to last, and for that I will like to invite Douglas Rodriguez. He's the leader for regulatory policy for Latin America from Roche Diagnostics. And so Douglas, he's going to help us moderate the next session. Douglas, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Sandra, por la introducción.
Thank
Muy
you,
buenas
Sandra,
tardes a
for
todos.
that introduction. And good afternoon, everybody. It's an honor to be here with all of you today and to be part of this valuable and such a valuable and enriching space, and to be able to moderate the following panel with the representation of both COFEPRIS and Dinavisa. So in this panel, we're going to be talking about the potential of reliance through the medical device life cycle. And for that, I would like to present the representation of COFEPRIS and Dinavisa. So first, I would like to invite Dr. Angelica Zelaya. She's a specialized examiner of the Health Authorization Commission from COFEPRIS. And I also would like to invite Dr. Alison Iglesias, Director of the Registration of Medical and Dental Devices from Dinavisa.
¿Funciona? Sí. Ok, entonces,
Great.
bueno, vamos a
So
comenzar el panel entendiendo un poco
we're
la
going to start this
visión
panel
de
by
ambas agencias en
understanding
cuanto al
first what
manejo
is the
regulatorio
vision
del
of both
ciclo de vida
agencies
de los dispositivos médicos
regarding
y el
regulatory
reliance
management
regulatory.
of the medical
Entonces,
product life cycle
históricamente en
and
América
regulatory
Latina hemos
reliance.
puesto todos
Historically,
nuestros
in Latin America,
esfuerzos
we've
de reliance
placed all of
muy
our
enfocados en
reliance
las
efforts
autorizaciones previas a la
towards
comercialización.
the prior
Sin
authorizations
embargo, hemos visto
before
que el
marketing,
verdadero reto en
merchandising.
muchas
But we've
ocasiones
seen that the
recae
true
en la
challenge many
optimización de los
times
recursos regulatorios
comes
para
from
mantener
the
la
optimization of
supervisión y el
regulatory
control
resources to
regulatorio
keep the
durante todo el
supervision
ciclo de
and
vida de los
regulatory
productos.
control throughout the
Y en este
life cycle of
contexto,
the product.
estimadas
And
Angélica, Allison,
based on
¿cómo
that,
consideran que los
Angelica
marcos
and
normativos
Alison,
de
how do
COFEPRIS y
you
de
think
Dinavisa
the
pueden
COFEPRIS and
evolucionar
Dinavisa
para incorporar el
legal or
reliance regulatorio como
frameworks can
una
help us to
herramienta que
include
apoye la gestión
regulatory
regulatoria
reliance as a
durante todo el
tool that
ciclo de vida de
would
los
help us
dispositivos médicos,
manage,
abarcando procesos
regulatorily
claves
speaking, the
adicional a las
whole
autorizaciones
life cycle
precomercialización
of
como los
the medical
dispositivos
device,
de modificaciones
just if there's any modification of a registry or how can we use it to take advantage of it. From COFEPRIS perspective, we believe that reliance has become an important tool to approve medical devices and to optimize the health registry or sanitary registry of the same, taking advantage of joint technical work and to be able to have a co-responsibility. But we believe that this potential goes further from just the initial authorization. The evolution of the regulatory frameworks would allow us to make sure that this approach will go with the medical device throughout its whole life cycle. But to achieve that, we need to go to a risk-based approach with clear criteria to identify what changes could benefit from the reliance mechanisms. And so we have a lot of knowledge that this reliance concept, well, it's something that Mexico has been working on it since 2010. And since then, to date, there's been many changes, no, regarding this health regulation, and we are just in the process. I think that we've achieved a lot. It's a work group which is constantly being trained to achieve the goals. Well, thank you. And from Dina Visa's experience, we are aware of the benefits the reliance implementation has in the pre-market phase. We understand that. We also understand that we need to talk about how to implement reliance for the whole life cycle of a medical device. And as I had said before in a different panel, today it's 2026 and the new regulation it was enforced in mid 2024, and we realize now that we have to update it, and we have to update the type of modifications post-market that we had established back then. We only had that at the post-market for type 1 or type 2, and for both types, we need to include other modifications considering the experiences that we've had with the industry. And for that, well, we also wanted to take advantage of this so that we can implement the reliance mechanism for this post-market requests. And the idea is to cover as much as possible, so that we can include the innovative devices, software, AI, etc. So I think that this is a great opportunity we're going to have right now to be able to work on that process and continue making everything much more agile. Excellent. And now that you're talking about changes for registry and talking about the life cycle the management of the life cycle, we've seen that the post-market modifications or an approvals is one of the main bottlenecks, globally. We live that in the Latin American region when Europe changed or they did transition to the IMDRF. That's no secret, and the WHO is now going to this risk-based approach where they did have this difference. But many times in the region and globally, we see that if we have identical changes, And if that's low risk, they can have different timelines. And sometimes they can occur at very extensive times. And they could be an issue because there's a duplicity in the reviews in different countries, and that would add to the timeline. So considering that and considering the experience that you've had with implementing the regulatory reliance as part of your health review system, how do you think we can apply reliance mechanisms to be able to modify the health registries? And in your experience, what elements are considered indispensable so that it could be adequately adapted from the operational, implemented from the operational and point of view? In my experience in this area, we think that the next step in the reliance mechanism is to apply it strategically, in managing all the changes for health records and registrations, because today we do allocate an important amount of resources to assess this. And these are changes that many times had already been approved, reviewed and approved by another reference authority. But in order to do this, it's not only to recognize that we have a regulatory decision, we need to have the clear regulatory framework that will establish what type of modifications could benefit from these reliance mechanisms, under what criteria and what level of evidence. From my perspective, the main challenge is to find the right balance. Reliance should not be thought as, oh, we're not going to review or evaluate anything. No, it's how to use all the technical work and all the work organized by other agencies with those changes, and just take advantage of that, and just do the analysis of those that require a more in-depth analysis. And last year, on July the 18th, we published the abridged regulatory pathway, and in a short period of time, we started working with 10 agreements that were published, and we had to start working with a platform that is currently being worked on so that we can update the health records on time, so to go from a publication to do this publication like 24 hours after it's already done. And so, I mean, we don't want to over-regulate, because that's the main issue. We don't want to over-regulate on something that has already been regulated before. Well, for us, in order to implement the reliance mechanism in all the post-market authorizations, I believe that firstly, we need to know what type of modifications or changes could be subject to that reliance mechanism with everything that it entails. I think that's the main point. And after that, it would also be important to understand what would be the document requirements that will be asked to the industry so that we can do these modifications, so that they can introduce this information, and that if this information is clear in the regulatory, the standards framework, that will be very important. Something else that could also have a huge influence in this implementation of Reliance is that the platform or the tool that is going to be used for this is fully adapted to that modification, that post-market modification process. That's really important. The implementation of our regulations has occurred hand in hand with adapting the model for the digital platform. So, as we all know, we know this is not easy, and it's not easy to try to make sure that regulation or a standard is implemented, and also to have all the tools for this to be done. So I think that all of those points are important. And also, we need to make sure that all reviewers and evaluators receive constant training, in regulatory updates, in new standards, because we always have new standards. The regulator authorities are constantly publishing things. So I think that that's really important, because those are the ones who review all the information presented by the companies, and they will be the end users, the end reviewers for this. So they have to have constant training to that regards. And we talked about that yesterday also, training related with technologies also that will be innovative. that the new technologies. I mean, we had the presentation on AI, and we saw how these new approaches, like how to have the PCPs, how could all of those make a huge difference in the continuity of the products and presenting solutions in the health system benefiting the patients. And now going into another process that's also key as part of the life cycle, the renewals of the health registries. We found out that the periodical renewals of these registries represent an administrative burden that is quite considerable. And they take up a lot of time from evaluators, the manufacturer, those different stakeholders in the health sector. And this time could be used or dedicated to other key activities like, I don't know, merchandising, surveillance, or to work in critical points for both the regulatory system and the health system. And if we talk about that, if a medical device has been in the system, the health system for years and has continued with their has its authorization update, its interim, with the local agency and with other reference agencies, and they have the safety and the quality history of it and hasn't present any relevant changes that would modify that criteria, how do you think that we could use regulatory alliance mechanisms to go towards these registry or the renewals of these registries that will become much more agile and simplified, keeping always the regulatory guarantees?
Well, first of all, we should not forget that we are a work team, the industry, COFEPRIS, everyone, and therefore from COFEPRIS's perspective in Mexico, great progress has been made regarding simplification of renewals. With the recent reforms, an extension was reached to 10 years, and the requirements to ask for an extension have been reduced so as to bring down the unnecessary burdens and lose control. Even that legislation foresees that once the first extension is granted, the other ones will take place automatically as long as the established requirements are met. However, compliance also implies a responsibility for the holders of a sanitary registry. It is of the essence that the device keeps its authorization current with the rules authority, and that a timely notice is given for any change or regulatory measure that can affect the security, efficacy, or safety of the device. And to extend this further, let us not forget, and I have said this several times, reliance is based on regulatory trust. I believe that is the most important step, and we should not forget that at the end of the day, we're all here together to look for an improvement from our own trenches, but for the world altogether. So it is a shared responsibility, and therefore we are all trying to get a global improvement. That is a very interesting question. And in this regard, there's another important change in our regulation, because in the past, in the sanitary registration, they would only have a term of 5 years. Now they can last for 10 years, and the renewal requirements used to be almost the same ones as that for the original submission for a medical device. So the workload that we had was extremely big because we had an enormous amount of submissions of new submissions and renewals, and we treated them all equally. So after some reflection and with the new regulation, what we're trying now to implement is that the renewal is done in a simplified procedure, and that it is done automatically in the sense that no new review of everything is done. We're not starting from scratch. As long as the information that is presented is the latest approved information by Dinavisa in the registry. So this registry during its life cycle has suffered different changes. They have been notified and approved. And then the renewal is requested, and during the renewal, the latest information has to be presented, and it should only be a superficial review that's required. And we've also incorporated a report on any incidents that the product could have had from the side of the importer or the exporter, everywhere, from the producer, everyone. So the idea is to have that information handy so that at a later date and randomly, if it is really an audited and if a regulatory action is required, the evidence is there. So the purpose is for renewal to be as quickly as possible. The final goal is for everything to become automated at some point, but right now, we're verifying that the information is equal and the sworn statement is presented regarding how the documents that are presented are current, are valid. Technosurveillance has been observed, and the risk class with the updates and new rules of classification, if the class changed, that has to be addressed. Those are the three things that we look into, and after that, it goes to another office. It is not assessed from scratch as a new submission. It is also important to say that the documents that are required for a renewal are minimum in comparison to what we used to have in the past. So the idea is to expedite and focus on the authorizations to promote trade. So in this sense, and if we leave the life cycle aside, today, during the different sessions, we got a perspective of how to access information from other regulatory agencies, other reference authorities, and we have seen how during the last few years, the exchange of information between the agencies, the reference agencies and the regulators who want to benefit from their work, it's helped both the authorities and the health sectors. The pandemic is a very good example of that, but it goes beyond that, like during the International Forum of Medical Devices, the MDRF Forum. And in a sense, we have also seen how, as a consequence, access has been benefited. Patients are now getting quicker access. And now there's another good example, something that was discussed during the week, which is the MDSA program. That is a good program of how the exchange of information, when it's well organized and structured, can benefit regulators and also the different actors. And so considering the progress of the international convergence that has taken place during the last few years, where COFEPRIS and DINAVISA have been a part of that, how would you consider for this exchange of information and this collaboration between the regulatory agencies, the reference agencies, and those that will become that, how can they strengthen reliance mechanisms during life cycle vital stages, like, for instance, when we want to create more harmonization, more efficiency in their own countries, what is it that they do? Well, I dare say that speaking about regulatory convergence, I believe that that is one of the pillars of reliance, and that at the same time, as you have said, it is strengthened with the exchange of information between authorities. Just being sitting here, we notice, we realize, several of my colleagues have attended, we realize that, well, these people do the evaluation in this way or another, so we are invited to rethink when we are working to create our platforms or doing changes or implementations. We get ideas. That's what reliance is all about at the end of the day, to consider what other authorities do, to see how we could benefit and benefit others. And so the harmonization criteria can help us optimize our decision-making processes, avoid effort duplicity, and make a better use, a more efficient use of our resources. The things that have already been decided by authorities can benefit the rest. Thank you. I believe that this exchange of information and collaboration between regulatory authorities that currently is enormous has many benefits for everyone, the authorities and the regulated sector. However, I believe that the main thing is there is a great opportunity for harmonization to be done at a standard level, because if our standards are harmonized, it is going to be easier to implement reliance. Therefore, there are many benefits to consider that come as a consequence of the collaboration and exchange of information, but particularly speaking, I think that one of the most important things is for us to strive for harmonizing our standards. That is a very important point. Harmonization does contribute to accelerating the adoption of reliance, and we've seen that it doesn't have to be a harmonization, a complete harmonization for reliance to work. So this is where we get the benefit of seeing how through the exchange of information, reliance is becoming more and more beneficial to all the shareholders and for the system as a whole. Now let us think. We are all collaborating, all of us. We wish to cooperate for the next steps. Reliance beyond sanitary authorizations. If you had to identify the main factor, be it legal, technical, or operational, that in your perspective is now limiting a broader implementation of regulatory reliance all throughout the life cycle of products and the different regulatory processes that your agencies are in charge of, what would that be? And what are the actions that you consider that the industry could take? And what is the type of support that could be given by international organizations such as the ones we have here in the room, the Inter-American Coalition, one of them, so that we could collaborate and contribute with the agencies to overcome the challenges and capitalize in the use of reliance in a way that is much more robust and strengthened for the agencies and for the regulatory system. In my perspective, one of the main challenges to strengthen reliance is not only regulatory, but also it has to do with implementation. So I would like to stress that, yes, when we speak about agreements that have been published and that we need to work on them, well, within COFEPRIS, it's all about implementing a system that is a great deal of work. That is one of the big challenges, because at the same time that we are working with the registry submissions and all of the procedures that go along with that, at the same time, we need to keep on studying. We have said this during lunch hour. Once you get into this world, you never stop studying and you never stop learning. So I believe that once again, I insist, it's all about regulatory trust. And it is important to convey to the people who are getting trained that this trust it has to be gained through our studying. And one of the most important challenges that we have had during the last year, less than a year, because everything's been so quick, that is the world of medical devices. Everything is very fast-paced, is the implementation and the training within. And on behalf of the industry, as we have said, it is paramount for us to, or for everyone to know the regulatory framework of the receiving country where the rights request is going to be submitted. In the practice, sometimes we see requests that mix registers from different schemes or reference authorities, and this is something that could create difficulties for the technical assessment and discrepancies. It's understandable because this agreement is brand new. A learning curve is going to be necessary, but we have been working very hard to be able to publish the guideline of the abbreviated way, so that this can become a compass within and without in the way in which we are practicing reliance and we are abbreviating sanitary regulation within COFEPRIS. Well-integrated files that is aligned to a regulatory framework not only expedites the assessment, but also it benefits all parties, authorities, producers, exporters, importers, and the population. Well, as we had also mentioned in another panel, in our experience, we have detected some factors that limit the right implementation of reliance. One of them has to do with ignorance or incorrect interpretation of the regulation. In our case, that can be an incorrect use of the digital platform, an incomplete presentation of a dossier. We also had some trouble in the search of information of medical devices authorizations in official websites, amongst other things. So those are some of the examples. Now, regarding private-public participation or cooperation, I think it is very important for us to keep on fostering socialization, exchanging of experiences, exhibits, and also speaking about the difficulties so that we can analyze the difficulty of complying with the guidelines that the regulatory authorities have created, and also to assess possible actions to solve the difficulties found. I believe the exchange of information is paramount. And another way that is also very important for us to collaborate all together is the active participation in public consultations of regulations and the projects of resolution. For us, that is something that is extremely fruitful. It contributes a great deal. It makes our standards to be more expensive for everyone, and therefore I believe that that is a point that is worth considering for a greater public and private cooperation. What I take away is that there's a general positive sense of collective cooperation opportunities. We, all of the actors, believe that reliance goes beyond mere authorizations before the market and the benefits that it can bring to the whole health sector. I believe that this is a commitment of everyone to keep on working together. And the truth is that I feel very optimistic that COFEPRIS and Vinavisa have the ability, the desire to face the challenges that come our way and keep on figuring them out to benefit the whole health sector. Now, with this, I would like to open to a Q&A. Let's see if the audience has any questions or comments. And Sandra, do I have to stand up and see what's going on within the Zoom call, or can you help me? Oh, I see several hands have been raised here. I didn't see who raised the hand first.
Excelente.
Si quieres ir viendo, exactamente, se te activa aquí para Q&A y acá en el chat.
Ok, excelente. Buenísimo. No sé quién pueda llevar el micrófono.
So could somebody help me with the microphone?
Allá va el joven con el micrófono. Ven, Camila.
Yes, to the young person.
Hola, buenas tardes. Claudia
Hello,
Navarro de
good afternoon,
Boston
Claudia
Scientific.
Navarro from Boston
Creo que hablo por
Scientific.
la mayoría de mis
I speak on
compañeros
behalf
de
of
la
most of
industria.
the
Reconocemos
people
el
here in the
esfuerzo
industry. We
que es
recognize, we
monumental
acknowledge
que
the
las
monumental
autoridades
effort that
trataran de
the
implementar
authorities
estos
have done to
marcos de
try to
referencia
implement the
y todo el trabajo
frameworks
que eso
of
conlleva,
reference
¿no?
and
Y
all the
de
work
parte de
that
la
that
industria estamos
implies.
más que
And on the
dispuestos a
side
apoyar
of
en lo
the
que se pueda para
industry, we're more than
lograr
willing
que
to
esto
support
fluya de
so
la
that we
manera
can
más
make certain that
acelerada
this
posible.
moves ahead as
También
quickly as possible.
estamos muy contentos de
And
que
we
ya
are
se
also very
publicó
pleased
recientemente
that
esta semana
recently
estos
this
nuevos
week
acuerdos para
the new agreements
aclarar un
have
poco
been
más.
published
Sin
so that we
embargo,
have
nos
more
preocupa
clarity.
que
However,
seguimos
we're
viendo algunos
concerned that we
requisitos
still see
que
there's
en
some
teoría ya deberíamos haber
requirements that
superado, ¿no? Por
we should
ejemplo,
have
se habla
left
de que
behind. For
ahora un
instance,
510K,
now
un 510K tiene
5,
que venir
10K,
apostillado.
10K has to
Se
be
puede
apostilled, but
consultar
a
en la página de la
510K can
FDA,
be
entonces como que hay un poco de
looked at
contradicción
through
en lo
the
que hemos venido manejando
FDA
esta semana,
website. So that's
de que se puede
contradictory
consultar los organismos de referencia,
because
las páginas web,
if you can
pero
go
que
to a
la ley eso
website
obliga
you find the information there. Why is an apostille, for instance, mandatory? So if you could please help us understand. And from our perspective as industry, we believe that perhaps it would be more helpful to have a checklist for each one of the reliance pathways, because in this way, it would be more efficient. The dossiers from the different companies would be also consistent, and that would help you as authorities to accelerate the review, because with the checklist, it makes your lives easier. And we also see if the checklist is not complied with, it has to be rejected and go to the next one. Now, speaking about the reference and the apostille documents, we have had many preventions because we are required to present a physical apostille document when we present the electronic apostille. It's not taken into consideration, so that's an inconsistency. And so how can we help the authorities so that doesn't happen anymore? It is to a great interest and yours. You know, you're very busy. You know that you have to look after so many requirements. So how can we help you? Another thing that we have discussed during this forum this week is the matter of technical appointments. In the past, we had access to those fora to solve things that were more complex, but they have stopped. They have not been reactivated. We would like to know how could we make certain that this process is rescued, because it was very valuable for both parties yesterday. We spoke about that we could send emails to sanitary fostering. Some companies have done that, but we don't get answers. For several months, we have been waiting an answer and we haven't gotten one. Another thing that we have seen, I'm sorry that I'm taking advantage, but this is a collection of responses from all companies so that we don't repeat ourselves. We summarize them. Now, the subject that has to do with the free writings or internal corrections have to submit, because we see many mistakes, typos, or information omitted in the resolutions. Information is added or omitted, or sometimes the resolution is given without the changes that we have requested. Another point has to do with the immediate approvals of the managerial authorizations. It took place for a while, then it stopped, the process changed. But those that were submitted before the change of the process, what happened with them? Because they're still in nowhere land, they haven't received an answer. Now, artificial intelligence, we know that there is a significant delay. Some of the companies, we are lagging behind. The institution is trying to use AI, I think, so as to do those reviews and accelerating them. And if that is the case, so how are you controlling those AI reviews to make certain that they are valid and verifiable? Because we know that AI sometimes hallucinates. So in order for everyone to not fear the AI hallucination, perhaps this could be a tool for this type of things to be solved. Once again, the industry is committed to support the agency to the extent in which it's possible through training or with the use of tools. How can we accelerate those matters? Because at the end of the day, we're committed, and the ultimate purpose is that we need to make those medical devices and new technologies to the patients that need them so much in Mexico. Thank you.
No sé si
Sí,
logramos anotar
creo,
todos los
creo que las tengo
puntos.
en mente,
I
sí, me recuerdo.
didn't write down every point. I do remember.
Que tenga
Well, why don't we
memoria
go
reciente.
one by one?
Pues bueno, el primer tema,
Okay,
que
the
son las
first point that
apostillas,
has to do with the
sí fue ese el primer
apostilles,
tema, ¿verdad?
that was the first thing you
Bueno,
said.
la guía tratamos de
In the
plasmar
guideline, we tried
junto con
to
todo el equipo
reflect along
de
with the
qué manera
team what
no se
was
ha,
the
de
way
que a
in
darles a
which
entender que el
we
acuerdo
can
del
handle this,
2010,
because the 2010
2012
agreement,
no
2012
se ha
agreement,
derogado. Ahí
it
se
has not
establece que
been
el
canceled.
requisito es
It
la
established
información
that
legal
the
debe de estar
requirements, legal
autenticada por
information has to be
apostilla.
authenticated through an
Seguimos en
apostille
ese
document,
sentido,
and
porque ese
that
es nuestro
prevails,
marco
because
regulatorio.
that is
Ahora
our regulatory
entendemos que
framework.
al
Now,
fin y
we
al cabo
understand that at the end
la
of the day,
digitalización de lo que es el tema de apostillas
digitalization
está.
of
Tenemos
apostilles
apertura justo
is there, and
de
we are
tomar en cuenta las
open to
apostillas
consider
digitalizadas. De hecho,
digitalized apostilles.
en total
As a matter
apertura
of
no
fact, we
solo
are
para
completely
registros,
open not
para
only for
cualquiera
the
de los
register, but for
trámites
any
se
of
toman en
the
cuenta. Ahora,
procedures.
lo
We
que
do
hemos tenido
consider
en
them,
ese
but what
sentido
we
y lo
have
hemos
seen,
observado la mayor parte de las veces es
unfortunately,
que les
most of the
pedimos que
times
la
is that
ruta sea
when
muy
we
precisa
ask
y exacta.
a precise
Si han
route
encontrado
for that, we
prevenciones,
don't
no me
see
puedo
them.
atrever a
I
generalizar
I
todas,
cannot generalize all of the
pero debe de haber
preventions
tenido
given,
algunas de las
but
presentaciones, de las
some
prevenciones, sus
of the
particularidades, pero de
things
lo
that
que
have
yo
been
he
reported,
observado,
of the things that I
hemos
have observed,
prevenido por el
we
tema de que
have
no nos da la
stopped
ruta.
things because sometimes
El tema es que
things don't
ese
check
fue
out.
como pues
The
el
pathway, the
acuerdo que
route is not,
habíamos quedado en
it doesn't check
algunas de
out.
las reuniones que hemos tenido
We
con la
had reached
industria, y pues
agreements,
bueno,
but
el
they
tema
were
de la
not given
apostilla
follow through.
debe de
So
ser clara.
apostilles have to be very
Vuelvo
clear
a repetir, no
in how
quisiera
they're produced,
generalizar,
and I
pero sí
don't want to
estamos
generalize,
implementando
but
el
we
tema de
are
la digitalización
implementing
y pues bueno,
digitalization,
nuestro marco
and because of that,
regulatorio
our regulatory framework
lo requiere en
requires that
autenticado de origen, ¿no?
it has
El
to be
documento.
authenticated from the
Entonces,
source.
pues bueno, ese es el tema de las
So that
apostillas,
is
no es que
about your
estemos
point.
previniendo con
It's
eso,
not that we
sino
are
que bueno, hay que analizar, yo creo
creating
que
hurdles, but
los
rather
casos
we
en
have
particular,
to
pero sí me
analyze
atrevo a decir
cases
que
on a
la
one by
mayor
one
parte de
basis.
las
But most
prevenciones
of
tuvieron que haber tenido algo
those
en particular,
prevention
ya sea que la
notices had to
ruta no
do
nos dio
with
acceso,
either
a
the
veces nos
pathway didn't
imprimen el
work well,
código QR,
or sometimes a QR code is
que tampoco
given,
nos da acceso, lo
but it
checamos
takes you
en la
nowhere.
página,
We look
ya sea
at
que
that
algún
at the
número,
website,
alguna letra no nos den
and
la
there
ruta,
is a
pues también es
mistake
complicado estar
somewhere.
como
So it is
checando
very
ese tema,
complicated
¿no?
for us
Si
to try
ese
to
es
figure
el caso de
out
las
things that should have
apostillas.
been clear to begin with.
Hay un
That's
puntito
the
que me
first case with the
gustaría
apostilles.
tomar, que creo
Now,
que
there's
fue el
something that I would like to
último,
go back to,
pero
which
creo
was
que es
the
bien
last thing that was
relevante,
mentioned, but it's quite
y era
relevant. And it
sobre
had to do
qué
with what
consideraciones,
are
qué
the
ha
considerations or what are
evaluado
the
COFEPRIS y
evaluations
incluso Dinavisa
COFEPRIS
también
and
sobre el uso de
Dinavisa
inteligencia
have
artificial. En
thought
la
of regarding
sesión
the AI
donde tuvimos la
during the
participación
session
de Scott de
where
la FDA, él
Scott from the
mencionó en una de
FDI
las preguntas que la
presented,
FDA
he
está
mentioned that
utilizando
the
un
FDA is
sistema que llaman
actually using
ELSA.
a system they call
¿Han
ELSA,
considerado
an
ustedes
AI.
como
Have you
agencia
considered as an agency to
incorporar
include
inteligencia artificial
AI
en
for
sus
your
procesos
reviews,
regulatorios?
for your
Pues
regulatory
no,
processes?
obviamente no podría
Well,
decir que no,
obviously, I cannot
porque
say
obviamente
no,
en algún momento se va a
because at
tener que
some
hacer, pero
point
por el
we will
momento
have to
estamos
go
trabajando
to that.
pues
But
tan
for the
solo en la
time being,
plataforma
we are only working
la
on
forma en que
the
vamos a
way in
digitalizar
which we're going to
algunos puntos.
digitalize the platform for
Entonces,
certain
pues
items.
es
So
complicado, no puedo decir que no,
I
pero
cannot
pues
say
tal
that
vez
it
yo
will
lo pase
never
a la mesa
happen,
y considerarlo al fin y al cabo, ¿no?
but
Pero
it's something that I
pues
would
por
have
el momento
to
no
take to
contemplamos
the
lo que es la
tables for
inteligencia artificial
another
ahorita.
answer. So far, we have not considered AI.
Muchas gracias. Pues creo que la
Thank you very
doctora
much.
ya lo concluyó. De
Well,
momento no se están haciendo las evaluaciones con
she's answered
inteligencia
correctly. We're not
artificial.
using AI
Más
for the time
adelante
being.
quizás por
Perhaps in the
indicaciones
future,
también de nuestros
if
superiores del comisionado
our
federal,
superiors, the
se
federal
pudiera explorar,
commissioner,
pero la verdad
gives
es
us
un
the
tema
instruction,
que se
we
tiene
could
que
explore
cerrar con
that, but
ellos,
this is
pero al
something that
momento
is not
las
up
evaluaciones
for
se
us
hacen de
to
manera
decide. Evaluations
todavía humana,
are done in the
podríamos decirlo.
traditional human
Igual,
way.
me gustaría, si me permite,
And if I
doctora,
may,
la
I would like to
otra
say
pregunta
that
de citas
another
técnicas.
question about the
En
technical
las citas
appointments,
técnicas,
during those
pues al final de
citas
cuentas también los
técnicas, technical
dictaminadores
appointments,
son los que
the
atienden estas citas
examiners are
técnicas,
the ones
estamos
who
abiertos,
give
pero dependemos del
follow-up
área
to
de
that. We're
fomento
open,
sanitario.
but we
No
depend
sé
on
si ya
the
cuenten
sanitary
todos
fostering
con
area. I don't know
el
if
correo,
everyone
si nos
has
lo
the
proporciono,
email
a lo mejor
address.
se
I'll
los
give
dieron
it
mis
to you,
compañeros el
or
día
perhaps
de
it's been
ayer.
given to you
Reuniones fomento,
yesterday.
si lo
The
tenían, @cofepris.
email is reunionesfomento
Y
at Cofepris
seguimiento
or seguimiento
cfs@cofepris para
at
temas ahí de
Cofepris.
trámites
That's
pendientes.
for
O
any
sea, nosotros
pending
pasamos a la
procedure.
mesa de fomento
We
sanitario esta
send
interacción
that
que debemos
area
de
all
tener.
of the
Para nosotros
interactions
de
that are
verdad crean que
required,
también es muy
because you
importante
must
tener
believe
esta
that for us it is very
retroalimentación.
important
No me
to
dejarán
get
mentir,
your your feedback. You won't let me lie. Technical sessions are the other way around. Some of you, if you would like to speak about this, we have had technical meetings with you, but they have been requested by the area. I know that you also request them, but we work with the Commissioner Dr. Yuna of that area, and this information is important. It has to be given follow-up. It has to be done through the right channels. What else did you ask? We don't want to hold the microphone, so let us take advantage to invite another question. And so at some other time, if you have some other questions that were not answered, ask them directly, because we want the chance, give the chance to other people to ask as well.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Bueno, Carmina Arevalo Abbott,
Carmina
y
Arevalo
en
from Abbott.
representación de la titularidad del Comité
I'm
de
also
Regulatorios de Cani Pharma.
representing the Cani
Primero,
Pharma
muchas gracias
committee.
por
First
el
of all,
trabajo que
thank you
están
very much
haciendo
for
y
the
por la
work that
apertura de
you're
estar
doing
aquí
and for
hoy.
your
Sabemos
openness
que
to
no
be
es
here
fácil para
today. I know
ustedes
it's
y
not
que
easy for you,
pues
and
representa
that
tiempo
this
para ustedes que están
represents time
invirtiendo
that you're
en lugar a lo mejor de
investing
estar
instead
evaluando
of being
dossiers. Entonces,
assessing
primero que
dossiers.
nada les quiero
So first of
agradecer
all,
y
we'd like to
valoramos mucho el
thank you,
esfuerzo de
and
ustedes
we
que están aquí
value your
presentes.
effort for
La
being
pregunta que
here.
yo tengo va
The
más allá de
question that
las
I have
capacitaciones que
has
hay
to
en la
do beyond
plataforma
trainings
actualmente.
that are
Si
currently
COFEPRIS
available in the
considera
platform.
viable
Has COFE please
implementar
consider
alguna sesión
implementing
presencial con la
some
industria, o sea, no
face-to-face
solo con una
session with the
empresa,
industry, not only with a
muchas
single company,
empresas
with many
en las
companies
que tengamos
simultaneously.
casos prácticos y
We have
experiencias
practical
reales
cases and real
con el
case
objetivo de
experiences with the
alinear
purpose of
criterios, mejorar
aligning
la calidad de los
criteria,
dossiers de los que
improving the
hablaba la
quality of the
doctora Celaya
dossiers, so
y
Dr.
contribuir a
Celaya
una
referred
evaluación
to,
más eficiente
and
para
contribute to
que
more efficient assessment
ustedes tengan
so
esta
that you
evaluación que
have
sea más eficiente y
a
que
more
pues a lo
efficient
mejor de esta manera
assessment,
se puedan
and in
reducir
this way,
tiempos.
perhaps we could
¿Hay
bring
la
down the
posibilidad?
response times. Is a possibility available?
Igual, en ese sentido, estamos evaluando ciertos
We are
mecanismos para
assessing
poder
different
hacer
mechanisms to be
esta
able
interacción
to
con la industria,
this interaction
justamente
with
porque
the
sabemos que hay
industry,
muchas dudas.
precisely because we know there
Retomar,
are many
a
questions.
veces lo que pasa es
Now,
que
sometimes what happens is
hay
that
muchas particularidades
there
en los
are many
dispositivos médicos.
specifics regarding medical
Entonces,
devices.
casos
So,
particulares,
the
ustedes
particular
saben que es
cases,
complicado.
you know, it's
Tratamos de
complicated.
hablar de
We
generalidades,
try to
pero
speak about
quizás sí con
generalities as
estas
much as
citas
possible, but when
técnicas
we do
o
technical
lo que
appointments,
hicimos la vez
or
pasada,
what
que
we
fue
did last time, which
perdón,
was what was the name
las
of
que
it?
son las jornadas de atención, donde era uno a
Days
uno
of
estar
work, yeah,
platicando,
jornadas de
ver en el
atención,
dossier en
in
el que me
which
decían,
we
es que
had
sí lo
one-to-one
presenté, y
conversations.
les decíamos,
People
bueno,
would
¿me
tell
lo
us,
muestras?
you did
¿No? O
present the
viceversa, que
submission,
nosotros
or
no lo
show it to
habíamos
me, or
visualizado.
perhaps we had
Me
not
parece muy buena la estrategia.
processed it
Igual
correctly. It's a
lo
good
comentamos con
strategy.
el
We
comisionado
will
Rodrigo
talk
Basúa, que es ahorita el
to
comisionado de
Commissioner
CAS.
Rodrigo
También tuvimos
Basula,
esa
who's the CAS
transición apenas en
commissioner, because
febrero
there's the
y
transition only
les
took place in
estamos también
February.
pues
So he's
retroalimentando, ¿no?
also
De los
learning
trabajos que
his
ya
new
se han hecho.
position, and we've letting me
Gracias.
know of the work that was previously
Buen día,
done.
Emanuel Franco
Thank you.
de Medtronic. Primero que nada, agradecerles
Emmanuel
tanto
Franco from
a la
Medtronic.
FEB
First of
Paraguay
all,
como a
I
la FEB
want to
México estar
thank
presentes y por
both
supuesto
Paraguay and Mexico for being
externarnos y
here.
compartir el
And
proceso
of
que están
course,
experimentando.
I mean,
Sin duda,
for
en el caso
sharing the
de
process that
México,
you're
transicionar
undergoing.
de
In the
3
case of
autoridades de
Mexico, to
Reliance
go
a
from
todas las
3
que
reliance
implican
authorities
MIDRF
to
son procesos
all
bien
of them
ambiciosos,
that are part of
pero estoy seguro que
IAM
llevando de la
DRS
mano
is a
entre la
very
autoridad,
ambitious
el
process.
regulado,
But I know
incluso la
that,
academia de
I
algún
mean,
otro
going
actor,
in the hand in
se va a
hand with
llegar
the
a un buen
authorities, the
puerto.
regulator,
Yo quería compartirles sin que
entities, and
esto
everybody else, this is going to
denote la
reach
edad
a
que puedo
good
tener.
result. And
Cuando se implementó el primer
without
acuerdo de
mentioning my
equivalencia,
age,
uno de
I
los
want to say when we
factores de
implemented the first
éxito que nos
equivalence
ayudaron a
agreement,
todos, al
one of the
industry
main
y por
success
supuesto
factors
al
that helps
regulador,
everybody and
fue
help the
tener
industry and
precisamente
the
lo que
regulator
menciona Carmina,
was to have what
sesiones
Carmina has
generales
mentioned, to
donde
have these
podíamos
general sessions
revisar y llegar
where we
preparados la
could
industria, pero por otro lado
review
también la
and have
autoridad
the
con
industry there
puntos
already prepared, but
específicos a
also the
revisar de los
authorities
acuerdos,
talking
¿no?
about
Claro,
specific points
no
that
en
had
una
to be
sesión
reviewed
vamos a
from the
revisar todos,
agreements.
pero
It's
sin
not
duda las que
we're going to
nos,
review
las
all
que
of them in
tengan
one session,
mayor
but
dolor.
yes,
Entonces,
those that
yo
cause more
me atrevo
pain.
a reforzar
So
esa solicitud que
I
hace
would like to
Carmina
reinforce that
basado en
request
el
that
éxito que
Carmina is
tuvimos en ese
asking.
momento.
You know,
Fue
based on the
muy
success that we had back then, I think
sustancioso
that that was
algunas
really
interpretaciones que teníamos
helpful.
o del regulador
We had
o
some
del regulado
interpretations,
se
both
pudieron
from the
aclarar
regulated entities
y
and the
pudimos
regulators,
profundizar en algunos
that could
casos
be
que bien
clarified at that
mencionan,
moment. And
que no necesariamente están
even
tan
in some
acotados
cases, we
en
could
este caso, pues
solve
las
things that are
regulaciones, ¿no?
not
Y
that
que hemos ido adoptando algunas
specified in
prácticas.
the
Entonces,
regulation and
en
that
ese
have been
sentido, me
adopted
permito
as best
reforzar
practices.
esta
So to
solicitud
that regards, I
y
would like
también la
to
solicitud de
reinforce this
jornadas.
request and
Claro,
also the
hay
request of
temas
having this
específicos que las
daily
empresas
works, you know,
tenemos
or
pendientes,
these
trámites
sessions.
que
There's
quisiéramos
companies that still have procedures that are pending, and we would like to find out how we can work on them so that there's not pending, we're open for that collaboration. Now, my last question is, as the regulated entity, in addition to forming the dossiers, what else can we help you with for this improvement process and this path towards a reliance process?
Voy a hablar de manera en general
I'm
porque
going
es muy
to talk
complicado
generally
tratar de abarcar
because it's really
varios
complicated
temas
to
que hay,
try to
pero pues bueno,
cover many of the issues that we have, but I think that of the most important things that we have is if that device has already been evaluated before, what did you present to the authorities to that regard? I'm just trying to summarize everything. So what did you present to that authority? If you have that, present it to me as a comfort piece, but just as a summary, I think that most of the issues that we've had when evaluating these devices is the way in which the summaries are being presented, because it complicates the understanding of it. And I'm talking about very general, if there is a change in the primary packaging to another type of primary packaging, then they stop. We have to stop and say, okay, but when did it start with this packaging? Now what happened here? And we don't have the information. And so that makes us go into the database, compare it, and then say, oh, I understand where the change occurred, but that does take some time. So if you also want those timelines to minimize, just clarify and say, summarize it and say, okay, we had these changes because of this or that. And that's it, because sometimes they say stability time, 36 months. And that's it. And for us, it does represent a conflict, not because we are over-regulating. I would like for you to understand that it's not like, in the way that you ask the questions, you normally tell us, oh, what do you want me to present? And it's not that what I want you to present me, it's what I need so that I can provide the best health registry possible. Another question that they asked was, oh, but what are you changing my description? Oh, but we're talking about stainless steel surgical instrument. Where are you going to use it? That's part of the description. That's part of the medical device description. So trying to speaking about this generally, I'm trying to visualize several scenarios that we've had which cause conflict within the organization. So maybe, as you're saying, maybe it's a bad interpretation that you think that we are over-regulating, and you say, oh, but I already have that in the approval, so what are you asking for in addition to that? But it's important to understand what is the life cycle, and this life cycle means all the changes, the minimum changes to the larger changes, because the larger changes will lead us to a modification of the registry. So the clearer the information provided, and almost all the approvals, as they were saying in Australia, also happens. Well, what parts are changed, or what could be visualized in that database? And we have to do the same here. Let us know about that and tell us, okay, if my record has this section, which is, I don't know, the expiration date, and most of my provisions come because of this expiration date, then explain and tell me, how did I get to that stability topic, even if it was already evaluated? Because we're going to that same point. We are here in Mexico, we have different conditions, and so we have to match the information so that we can bring it here to Mexico. So just generally speaking, that's what we're talking about. It's not what we want to see, it's what has to happen so that we can have the best health registry and make sure that that is efficient and safe. I wanted to add something to that just very quickly. Adding to that, examinators have issues with translations. And that's what we added as part of the guide, that they suggest to present the technical information related to the sections present in the health registries together with the simple translation into Spanish, so that they could prevent any issues with the translation and the relationship with the original document. Because many of these examinators also act as a translator, because the information here has to be in Spanish and we have the formula in English, and I asked them to translate it, but sometimes it's not the same. The formula or the change is not exactly the word that had to be used, or the one that the holder wants to use, even for the instructions of use or the indications of use, So that's what we're also reviewing. We're reviewing all of these indicators within our area because we have indicators for internal corrections. So when I did that analysis, I wonder, well, what's happening? And they said, well, we have to translate things that come in Chinese, and then they're translated into English, and we translated them from English to Spanish. And so that's why we have it in the guideline.
we
La información
suggest, it's not
técnica
compulsory,
relacionada
but
con
we
esos
suggest that
rubros que se
technical
ponen en el
information that
registro
has to do with those line
sea
items
simple.
that
Así
are part of
nosotros
the
ya tenemos
registry
una orientación.
present a simple translation, because that way we can have a good translation so that we can place it. Okay, we're going to go now to the virtual questions because we have several questions here. And so we're going to cover some of those. First of all, this question comes from Juana Luisa Castillo, and she's asking COFEPRIS, in order to present a registry based on the regulatory pathway through the agency, the European Union agency, there are devices that are class 1 or low risk, and that the recognized authority is not issuing any type of statement, just the statement of conformity, and that it says it has the marking CE. Could that help us as part of the recognized agency? And if that's the case, if we have the marking of CE and we have the conformity statement, and if they cover several devices, can I present all the same medical devices that are intended for the same use as what is explained in these documents? That last part. So if it's the same for both certificates, that they cover both medical certificates, can we then present all the medical certificates under the same intended use? That's what we have there. Well, actually, we do have registry requests like that, and we've considered it with the CE marking only. We've considered it always, and we do understand that not the approval, but the CE marking provided by the European Union does not include all of the information as the devices that come from another classification, like, for example, the description or other type of information for these devices. But we go back to that same point, through our regulatory framework and through RIS 179 and 180, that's where we have the minimum necessary information for certain devices, for medical devices. And so, yeah, we need to comply with that information, present that information that is necessary. And that's part of a monograph, also a detailed description. So, I mean, the answer is, if we take into consideration the CE marking, yes, the answer would be yes. I have another question, Rosa Macias. She doesn't clarify this is for COFEPRIS or Dinavisa also, but I'm talking about, she has a question regarding with ISO 13485. And so if this certificate has to be issued by a certified accreditation organization or the MDSAP. If the organization that issued the ISO 13485 does not have the certification, would that stop being valid or would it be accepted by the authority? If it's for me, last year, we published the guidelines to be considered, to consider good manufacturing practices as equivalents. I did consider ISO 13485, ISO 13485 with MDSAP, or the free sale certificate that has the legend and the guarantee good manufacturing practices. So in our case, yes, it would have been an issue, we could consider an ISO 13485, into consideration. For the Navisa's requirements, it's valid to present a certificate that has been issued by a non-certified agency or the MDSAP certificate also. It's also valid. Okay, now we have another comment here. They thank you for the openness and for clarifying all the doubts. And they also ask, well, is there a way to correct any internal issues? Because we have received notifications that have some mistakes, even though the information is entered digitally through the USC or the CD. I mean, we no longer use CDs, but I mean, that's part of it. So is there any way for the industry to support us with COFEPRIS in this aspect? Well, at the beginning of any document, we have the possibility of do the registry the health registry of label versus label, and we textually take the information from there for what's requested. I think that what they're referring to is, I don't know what type of corrections they're talking about, because the information is tries to be present like that, but I mean, these are not digital procedures. You know, the registry is not a digital procedure, and sometimes we even had to transcribe, I don't know, codes. So I think that the question is quite vast, it's quite open, just to try to answer it specifically.
Sí, no sé si alguien le puede, por favor, compartir el micrófono. Y creo que luego por tema de tiempo, creo que tenemos espacio para
Sometimes
una
because of
pregunta
time
más.
restrictions, I think we have time just for one more question. Well, good afternoon, Janely Gopat from Boston, and thank you very much for this openness and for being here with us. My question is more considering physical authorizations. We've seen that there's an increase in internal corrections to these, and that means additional work for you and for us, for both parties. And so my question is, how can we help you with this? Because we normally present a USB or a flash drive or a CD. And so what would be the best practice for you just to copy paste? Because we've seen that the number of mistakes have increased, and that also increases the amount of work for everybody.
Hola, buenas tardes. Bueno, yo creo que lo de las correcciones más bien es una culpa,
Well, I believe that regarding the corrections, it's kind of like responsibility of both parties. What we are doing is we're trying to improve this part of the review, and it's not only to trust 100% of what the industry is presenting in their information. On our side, we're also reviewing dots and commas, you know, and so maybe you could, on your side, you could pay a little bit more attention in what you're presenting in the different projects and the instruction guides. And on our side, we're also doing the necessary works so that we can work on this internal corrections indicator, review and everything. But yes, we are doing it. Excellent, thank you. And we have one last question. I was just going to mention here, I mean, just right now, where Ms. Brenda was mentioning of the topic, I'm trying to have a general overview of all the corrections that we have based on what you're mentioning. We have the registry project at the USB and the headline project. We check the information, we compare it, we say, yes, it's correct. We go and we paste the charts as such. And when we do the review, because internally, as they said, we're doing review after review. So when we do that, we see that some codes do not match. We check it with CLB and we correct it. So it's like a shared responsibility, you know, just to re-review it so that we can have it as best as possible. And even in the descriptions, you know, we copy it, and some symbols, when we copy that and we paste it, the symbols disappear or they're modified. So we need to correct them manually. So internally, we are doing these reviews, and you just have to make sure that the registry project and the labeling project is in agreement, and also the free sale certificate. So it's the same thing, so that it is presented in the best way possible. Carolina Morales from GE Healthcare. And first of all, thank you for your presentation and for sharing your Reliance experiences in each agency. And I do have a question, maybe it's quite specific, but I would like to know how the local regulatory framework aligns to Reliance mechanisms. So, taking a very simple example, you know, maybe considering that the grouping criteria, the local regulations allows us to group certain groups, certain products by group of family, by these groups. And so if I consider the FDI, many of these families have a 510K per model. So how is COFEPRIS interpreting that? Or how is the Mexican regulatory framework aligning to these relying exercises that they have? Well, we have, as you're saying, these type of approvals
different types of approvals that when we present them to COFEPRIS, they only just want one presentation of that 510K that maybe was granted for a whole system. COFEPRIS does take that into consideration, does that equivalence, as long as it's the same indication of use for what it was approved for. So we do take that into consideration, and also to take the use the term substantially equivalent. You know, if they present the first 510K, but they want to authorize the last 510K or the last version, and if we can do the traceability that it's substantially equivalent, we also consider that. Sometimes the grouping in families is something that we have considered also, as long as, I mean, in pharmacopoeia, we have some criteria established on how to group by families. And so we take into consideration grouping of several devices as long as they come in the same primary packaging. You know, for example, so we are considering the topic of grouping per families and the way in which other authorities are authorizing it. So we've reached the end of the session. We want to thank Dr. Angelica and Dr. Allison for their participation and for providing this openness, you know, of how both agencies are evolving in the regulatory framework for towards reliance more than just to do more than what is just being implemented. And so with that, I would like to call Sandra back to the stage so that she can introduce the next presenters. Thank you very much, everybody.
Pues en teoría tenemos
So in theory, we have a coffee break right now. Do you want to take like a 10-minute coffee break and then we come back? I saw somebody saying yes. Okay, so if you agree with this, we can just shorten the coffee break so that we can finish on time. And we have our brandy, our cocktails at the end without any alcohol, but with good hors d'oeuvres. But 10 minutes then, and we can finish on time. And we'll see you back here. Thank you very much.
Sesión que vamos a cerrar para el cóctel después.
So we're going to wrap this up so that we can go to our cocktails afterwards. And to do so, we are going to have Karina here, our dearest Karina. Our next speaker, I'm sorry, we have Tammy Stewart from Roche.
Post-market surveillance. And it's a pleasure to have her again for this conversation. Tammy, welcome again.
I have a new name. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to take these out because now my words are echoing. Thank you very much. All right, so not cool putting me between you all and the end of the day, as well as the reception. But I know you guys hear me talk a lot about reliance, but I must admit my first career was in post-market. So it is my roots. Post-market is my passion. I believe post-market starts to protect patients. It leads the way. Today, we're going to start with uncharted territory in a way. We're going to talk about how reliance can be practiced in post-market. All right, with that, let me make sure I'm using the right button. Oh, and I'm going to look at my notes too, because it is getting late in the day. I wanted to add for this particular slide that the Reliance Playbook from IMDRF does state that reliance principles can be applied to any phase of the product life cycle, For example, technical documentation, post-market activities such as what we're going to talk about today. Probably the most you're familiar with post-market changes with post-market is in changes. All right, so we'll go to the next slide. So for this session, we're going to break it into 3 buckets to make it easy to digest. We're going to talk about adverse event reporting, we're going to talk about post-market changes, and in inspections. And throughout these particular sections, we'll talk about where convergence might be needed in order to best benefit from practicing reliance. So first up, adverse events. All right, so it's difficult to have a discussion on how reliance can happen with adverse events without first talking about the background of practicing or reporting adverse events. So I know you probably already know this, but adverse event reporting starts with complaints, right? It starts with customer feedback, whether that's through an article, whether that's through a phone call that comes into the manufacturer, whether that's a phone call that goes to the regulator. These are the complaints that are the beginning of what could end up being an adverse event. It's important to note that not all complaints are reportable adverse events. And it's also important to state that not all incidents are reportable. So there's a lot of confusion in some ways between complaints, adverse events, and incidents. And is an incident the same thing as an adverse event? No. And I think part of that is due to translation, part of that is due to lots of different documentation, but later we'll go over what IMDRF says, and they don't have the word incident in their reporting. All right, so you already saw the definition of a complaint on the previous slide. I have it here for you as well. This is the ISO definition, it's really the same. So whether you're looking at MDSAP, or you're looking at ISO, or you're looking at WHO, or you're looking at IMDRF, this is what a complaint is. It's an allegation that alleges the deficiency that is related to the device, quality, durability, reliability, usability, or the safety or performance of the device. So that's what a complaint is. And from a high-level perspective, from a quality management system perspective, from MDSAP, ISO, and from many regulators, this begins with receiving and documenting the complaint, to review that complaint and evaluate it and confirm that that complaint or that report actually meets the definition of a complaint, to investigate the complaint if necessary, because not all complaints need to be investigated, and then to evaluate for adverse event reporting. This actually is an old slide, just so you know. This has 21 CFR, but that's great. You know, we heard from Scott earlier today in the FDA. They have 21 CFR for their reporting. And then also in this process, it might lead to a CAPA or even a recall. So we'll see what the next slides bring up, since this is an old version, so you guys hang with me. All right, so to fully benefit from reliance, I think convergence is needed in the area of terms used, definitions. We also see a lot of divergence in timing and even in exclusions to reporting. So on this particular slide, what we see across multiple jurisdictions is obvious when you have a death case, which is absolutely the most horrific thing that can happen with products. We do our best to make sure that our risk assessment and the quality controls in place, that should never happen. That criteria is clear. We also have on the other end when something's not reportable. The chunk in the middle represents about 99% of the cases that regulators see. And these are reportable malfunctions, is one way to say it. But if you look at the criteria across the different jurisdictions, they all use different words in many cases. They use likely, a near miss, might lead, may lead to. And I ask you, if you were doing the adverse event reporting, would you make a different decision based on criteria that said likely versus may? Just think about that, because manufacturers make that decision every day for the cases that we get from a complaint handling perspective. And we also make that decision based on the knowledge and understanding of every single jurisdiction's regulations that we report to, because we're responsible to report in every jurisdiction. Okay, so as I mentioned, there's a lot of challenges around the terminology being used. I have a list of different terms being used. There's malfunction, there's serious public health threat, serious incident, adverse event, serious injury, safety issue, sentinel event, serious illness, and on and on. This is just a sampling of all the criteria. I do a lot of commenting on consultations, and I'm always very passionate about responding to consultations with post-market, because this is the best indicator once the product is out there for how our product is operating, and understanding the criteria is a must. So also with reporting thresholds, we see, as I mentioned, might, likely, or near miss, or may. We also see a lot of diversity in timelines, whether it's immediate report, a 2-day, a 5-day, 10-day, 15 or 30 days. So we see all of these. So let's take a look at what IMDRF describes as adverse event reporting. Oh, I think I added a slide. Yes, oh, this is it. Okay, perfect. So what I have highlighted in green for you are the words in the IMDRF guidance, some of which are from 2006, and I know the 5-year strategic plan at IMDRF will probably focus on some of these documents, but these are the terms they use. They use serious public health threat, serious injury, event, unanticipated death, or unanticipated serious injury, or a life-threatening illness or injury. There is no appearance of the word incident in here. And I don't know everybody's regulatory framework in the room, so I'm not trying to point anything out. I'm just saying that it's not in the IMDRF framework. So the threshold that IMDRF uses is might lead to. Admittedly, might is one of the more difficult terms for manufacturers to report against, because might is a little bit ambiguous. How attenuated does an event have to be before you don't report it if you use the word might? And then from a timing perspective, they have immediate, 10 days and 30 days, noting that immediate is defined in their procedure or in their policy by 10 days, 10 working days. Here I have for you the exact kind of flow that IMDRF goes through in their document from 2006, and it's compressed so that it fits on one slide. But basically, an event's occurred that the manufacturer has become aware of. So if we have reporting that's going directly to a regulatory authority, we cannot investigate that complaint and determine a reportability until we get it. So the timeline that it takes for us to get the complaint is the timeline that it costs us in determining what should we do with this particular safety issue. The event has to have occurred with one of its devices, and the manufacturer's device has to be actually associated with the event itself. And the event had to lead to either the death or serious injury or no death or serious injury, but it might lead to one if it were to reoccur. And importantly, and so many times we forget about this, and an exclusion wasn't met. The IMDRF has a number of exclusions that even if you reach the threshold of reportability, if you meet an exclusion, it's not reportable. So it's important to also include those when we're looking at establishing criteria. Here is where I had a slide. I'll make sure you have the updated one. It's got the exclusions. They might already have it, but when we publish this, it'll have the list of exclusions for everyone. Okay. What I wanted to point out on this particular slide is that IMDRF already has kind of the makings of a reliance program for adverse event reporting. It's called the NCAR. I don't know if some folks may have heard of that. It's the exchange program that the management committee uses to focus on serious public health issues. They share information with each other. Now, this requires a confidentiality agreement, and it is just with the management committee members, but maybe we can build on something like this. You know, like Tracy said before in our earlier session, on the front end for pre-market, if we had one database for everybody to access this information, the same can be done from an adverse event reporting perspective. And what that also is going to require us to align to is what information has to be included in the report. Of course, what meets criteria in the first place, what is timing and what are exclusions, but then the format of all of the information that goes in there. So manufacturers will have a different submission for every single country for the same event. So at some point, to get to this great place, we'd have to align on what that is. Okay, so I think this is the last slide on adverse event reporting. So we need to have some more convergence when it comes to adverse event reporting in terms of the definitions, the criteria, the exclusions, the timing. We need to try to focus on where we have overlap so we can build on that success, and standardize formatting so that we can have eventually one database that has these adverse events. And then eventually, as regulators continue to work to digitize their processes, IMDRF also has quite a lot of information on coding. So if we talk about signals, for example, number one, if we're not talking about the same criteria, how are we going to identify reliable signals? But number two, if we're reporting it all differently in every single jurisdiction because we have different coding, then that's not rolling up to a safety signal that we can rely on. So at some point in time, regulators should focus and continue to focus on implementing the coding so that we are talking this phrase apples to apples. I don't know if everyone knows that. Okay, apples to apples. And then also, when developing or reforming requirements, take the opportunity to infuse these IMDRF terms, definitions, timelines, do what we can to align it. I realize it's not always easy to reform laws and regulations, but when we have the chance, then let's try to get it in there. You can count on my comments. All right, we're going to transition to a hot topic, product changes. How exciting. All right, so we're actually having a lot of conversations at the IMDRF level about product changes because that's really the next horizon for regulatory reliance. And what we started to dig into, because we have access to lots of different practices, what we started to realize is that there's a great deal of difference between how changes are handled across the jurisdictions. In one scenario where we have somewhat suitable alignment, it may be possible or should be feasible to practice recognition. So if you have good alignment between the requirements for what you would review and how you would review it, what you would expect to see, then take advantage of that opportunity to practice recognition. Because it's not just reliance where we're seeing abridged reviews, there's also this idea of recognition in the playbook and in the WHO document, which means you accept full stop. You still have the ability to make the final call, but there's no review. It's because we're taking the work full-heartedly without an additional review from the reference authority. In scenario 2, we see significant differences. There may be differences due to what does a regulatory authority require to be reviewed. It may be that a regulatory authority requires everything to be reviewed before it can be marketed. But the risk-based approach and what the IMDRF Management Committee and we have talked about is only those changes that have an impact on safety and performance should actually be reviewed. The quality management system is built to oversee those kind of changes on a day-in, day-out basis. That's what we have to do to be a manufacturer of these types of products. And when we talk about MDSAP or ISO 1345 or a jurisdiction-specific inspection, they're auditing whether we are following those procedures every single time we make a decision and documenting it. Because if we didn't document it, it didn't happen. It's gotta love that. I don't know if you're still on the phone. So we need to do a little bit of work in convergence here. And I think part of that process is kind of discovering that we have work to do. And yes, we have work to do. We need to take a risk-based approach. We need to, walk before we run. We need to make sure that we first have alignment on what kind of changes should be reviewed and what changes should be encompassed in the quality management system. Of course, subject to inspection, and upon request from a regulator, of course, that information should be available to be given to them. I've already covered most of this, and in the interest of time, the only thing I will point out on this slide is that since we're working with IMDRF to lead in this area, we don't yet have that. We do at least have the WHO's guidance on it. It's also in the Global Model Regulatory Framework, and they refer to changes as either substantial or non-substantial. So you might see substantial, non-substantial, major, minor, significant, non-significant, or none of the above. But it's all about the same idea. Quickly, we wanted to share the 2 case studies that we actually shared with the management committee when we were talking about the diversity we see in product changes. This is actually one of the case studies, and it's for shelf life extension. So this one was an extension from 12 to 18 months. The manufacturer followed their quality management system and identified that there was no impact to safety. The intended use was unchanged, and they verified that through their processes and documented it. And what we saw when we went to many jurisdictions with the same product and the same change is diversity in treatment, going all the way from a notification only to a full review before that change could be introduced. And so ultimately what happens is that that product becomes available to patients in other countries that have a risk-based approach, and it gets stuck for the countries that don't take a risk-based approach, and that impacts patients. The other example that we provided is, oh no, does it not have, oh no, here I go with my slides again. I have to go backwards, sorry. The title's wrong on this one. That's what I fixed in the slides, the updated slides. You have that version, it's just not being presented. That's okay. This is a change in sterilization site. So this is the second example that was provided to the IMDRF Management Committee. It was for a change in a sterilization site. There was no change to intended use, no identified impact to safety and performance. Keep in mind, when manufacturers have multiple manufacturing sites, they're under the same quality system that gets inspected through MDSAP, ISO, and all the jurisdictions. So it's the same quality management system managing site A and site B. So this was another example that we provided to the management committee where it ranged from a notification to a full review. All right. The WHO has guidance in the Global Model Regulatory Framework. It says that minor changes have little potential impact to safety, performance, or quality, and that substantial changes are likely to affect safety, performance, quality, or conformity with the essential principles. And more specifically, the WHO recommends that manufacturers should establish and maintain and apply consistently procedures for categorizing and documenting any changes to the device design or type, including software and or the QMS, as either substantial or non-substantial, or significant or non-significant. And ISO 13485 and MDSAP also audit this, as I already mentioned. For national regulatory authorities, or NRAs, as WHO refers to them as, they should establish guidance on changes, including a definition for significant and non-significant, and on the tools and processes used to handle such changes. When possible, the NRA should implement reliance and recognition principles when evaluating changes. So we look for IMDRF to maybe build on this, but the Global Model Regulatory Framework gives us something to start with. And Canada also came out with a recent guidance on product changes that I think is a really good risk-based approach and has lots of examples. So what does this actually look like in practice? If we take it a step further, changes to low-risk devices, just as they aren't necessarily fully reviewed, right? As we heard from HSA earlier, as well as TGA, those are listed. Those are not required for a full review. Therefore, the changes for those products also shouldn't require a full review. It's not to say that the same risk assessment doesn't happen with that product change. It is documented per the quality management system and inspected. It's just not every single change being reviewed to a low-risk device. Changes to high-risk devices that are likely to have a significant impact on safety and performance should require the regulator review. And all other changes should be documented internally per the established quality management system, as I mentioned, according available for inspection. Ideas for when the regulator review is required for higher risk products. Don't forget about the pre-approved change protocols that we talked about yesterday. Those apply not only to software as a medical device, but all changes. So it's not just software as a medical device that PCCPs apply to. Of course, practicing reliance on the reference authorities change. Considering pre-certification of the regulated companies, this is an idea that has come across in past years where certain manufacturers have a tried and true culture of quality where they repeatedly exercise the quality system accordingly. And so products or a group of products could be provided to the market without requiring a review of every single one. And I won't go into reagent replacement policy, just know that FDA has a policy where you can migrate an IVD to another analyzer. That's very, very simply stated, but if there's any interest in it, please let me know, we can provide you more information. Okay, let me make sure I'm on the right slide here. Really quick, I think you guys probably already know this, but the MDSAP approach to change management, it's a core requirement, right? MDSAP audits this. It's a fundamental part of MDSAP, which was built on ISO 13485. So both 1345 and MDSAP inspect for this. From a design and production perspective, manufacturers have to have procedures to review, verify, and validate and approve the changes before implementation. The process requires evaluating how these changes might impact the existing risk management file and update it accordingly. From a supply and production perspective, if product changes require substituting materials or changes of a supplier, the manufacturer has to assess the change in that supplier, and they have to document any risk to that product. And then the audit impact through MDSAP audits, the assessors verify that risk management remains an ongoing activity. When a change is introduced, manufacturers update the risk assessment to prove the benefit risk remains acceptable. So I guess the message is that it's audited over and over again, but it's audited from a process perspective, not of every single change that's made to medical device or IVD. We get to transition to the last of the three buckets. We're that much closer to the reception. MDSAP and ISO 13485. All right, let me transition these slides. Bear with me a minute. All right, so we're going to learn a little bit more about MDSAP later on in the week, so I won't go deeply into MDSAP, but suffice it to say that MDSAP is a really good example of how Reliance works well. It combines the requirements, the inspection requirements from multiple regulators into one inspection. So from a medical device manufacturer, this allows us to access many jurisdictions without having to perform the same audit over and over again. Without MDSAP, ISO, and 13485, what happens is we have increased audit demands across the multiple jurisdictions. We see divergent approaches due to unique requirements, and then it becomes very resource intensive, not only for manufacturers, but also inspectors from the regulatory authority. And if another pandemic, or as the WHO says, when it happens again, we won't be able to have on-site inspections for every single jurisdiction. So we're taking this time to learn from what we went through, and MDSAP is a really good example of how we can work together to combine the inspection efforts into one inspection and to converge to what those inspection requirements are. I'm sorry, I'm adjusting as I go because the slides are a little different. Thanks for bearing with me. The regulatory authority and inspection types, I think you all also know this, but we have what we refer to as pre-approval inspections. Many jurisdictions only have pre-approval inspections for very high-risk products. Otherwise, they rely on past inspections or the quality management system to ensure the product is going to be produced according to that quality management system that's already been proven. We have post-approval surveillance inspections to ensure the facility remains in compliance with the regulations after the device has been introduced to the market. And unfortunately, in some cases, manufacturers experience for-cause audits. And a for-cause audit is when something has been identified that is a safety issue and they need to dive into it and work with the manufacturer to make the necessary corrections, not only with the product, but in their processes to prevent it from happening again. And then, of course, compliance follow-up to make sure that the manufacturer has dealt with the issue suitably, and then move on from there. So while MDSAP and ISO 1345 reports are accepted, it's really important that we also point out that the regulators maintain full authority to inspect, especially when things are triggered by a specific cause or reason. I'm not going to go over this whole slide, but you have it. These are the major components of an MDSAP audit, and I think Melissa is actually going to go more into MDSAP, so we'll go ahead and skip this slide. This shows you who's participating, and there's a ton of affiliate members as well. I think the only point on this slide is just know that you don't have to be an affiliate member or a RAC member or any type of member of MDSAP to benefit from it. And if need be, you can get the certificates directly from the manufacturer. And if you have a distributor model, the distributor, they can get it from the manufacturer, right? So we work together to make sure that those things are provided as needed. All right, strategic benefits from MDSAP, it goes without saying. It helps ensure global market access. It delivers on operational efficiency, and it enhances predictability, which, as we learned on the first day, is a huge component of good regulatory practices. Manufacturers have to do the same thing over and over again because that's how we control the quality and performance of the products we produce. And so we need to know what is expected of us and when it's changing, and give us enough time to make that change so we can continue to deliver on that commitment. Oh, I'm not even following my slides over here now. Let me just check something. Okay, that previous slide was a duplicate, so it was taken out. It says the same things that we already talked about. This is my last slide. We have seen post-market reliance in action. It is not as adopted as I know that we will see even in a year. We have jurisdictions that are working on consultations even now to implement the risk-based approach to product changes, which encompasses reliance and recognition as well. We have a little bit more work to do, I think, on adverse event reporting. We need to be careful how we proceed with that, only because adverse event reporting is super important to patient safety. But I do think the first thing to do is to converge on terminology definitions, timeline, and exclusions. And then inspections is easy. MDSAP and ISO 13485. It's important to maintain the flexibility with either MDSAP or ISO 13485. As we've learned, MDSAP is built on ISO 13485, and we have seen at least one jurisdiction require MDSAP, and that has an impact on especially small to medium manufacturers who don't have an MDSAP inspection or who can't afford it, or who aren't far enough along in the queue to even get an MDSAP inspection. So the impact of requiring an MDSAP inspection is that those innovative products won't get to that market. So it's important to maintain the flexibility between either MDSAP or ISO 13485. Gracias. Sandra, are you joining me? Okay. I'm going to put my headphones in so I can hear.
You want me to question in here? Oh, it is in English, so anyways. So, great presentation, Ms. Torwald. Does IMDRF have a glossary for post-market terms and definitions? If don't, what reference for definitions do you recommend to be used instead?
Thank you for that question.
Oh.
Okay. So the IMDRF 5-year strategic plan, I think in some ways focuses on these types of documents because one of the documents goes back to 1999. But I would say the most important document is from 2006. It's the GHTF IMDRF document. I have the link in the presentation that you will get. And it goes through the stepwise approach of what is considered an adverse event, when should it be reported, and what are the exclusions that can be considered. So I think that 2006 document on adverse event reporting is the best possible resource at this time.
Okay, that was the only question we have online. ¿Tenemos alguna pregunta en la sala?
Are there any questions here in the room?
La pregunta es, ¿ya nos vamos a la recepción?
So shall we go to the reception now? That's the question, right?
Sí, tenemos acá preguntas.
Yeah, no, we do have a question before that.
¿O en español?
Spanish?
Sí, como prefieres.
Whatever, English or Spanish, she has the interpreter.
Bueno,
All
muchas
right.
gracias por la
So thank you very
presentación.
much for
He
the
tomado muchas
presentation.
notas.
I took many notes.
Bueno, quería
So
pedirle
I wanted to ask you,
si es que pudiera compartir con
if possible,
nosotros
could you
algunos
share with us
ejemplos
some
de
examples
reliance en la
of
etapa
reliance in the
post-comercialización,
post-market
específicamente en lo que
stage,
refiere a
especially
modificaciones
regarding changes
post-registro de
post
dispositivos
a
médicos.
registry of medical devices?
So just to clarify, because it broke up just a little bit, are you asking for examples of reliance and post-market changes? So I think that my colleagues, both Diane from GE and Fatime from Medtronic, and probably John as well, probably have some examples. I can't think of any right off the bat, but I know that we have a mapping of who has regulation that already allows reliance and product changes, and we can definitely get that for you. Thank you. You're welcome.
¿Alguna otra pregunta o
Any other
comentario?
questions or comments?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Vamos
All
a
right
proyectar
then.
de nuevo el
So
código
once
QR
again, here's the
acá traducido
QR
al
code
español
for
del
the
playbook de Reliance para quien no lo haya
Spanish
tomado
version of the
ayer. Si
playbook in
están
case
interesados,
you
si me
don't
ayudan con la
have it.
proyección.
Help
Y
me
con
with the
esto, pues damos
QR.
por cerrada
And
la
with
sesión
that,
del día de
we
hoy.
wrap it up
Nuevamente muy
for
intensa,
today.
creo
Once
que
again,
de mucho
what an intense
aprendizaje,
workday.
de
Lots of
confirmación de
learnings,
muchos retos, pero
lots of
sobre todo
confirming that we have many
más confirmación
challenges.
todavía de la
And
voluntad de
we're also
seguir
becoming more
trabajando
aware that we
para
have the
todos
will
sobre
to
para
keep
poder seguir
working together
construyendo.
to
Así
solve
que
the problems and keep
muchísimas
on
gracias
building.
por todo el
Thank you,
trabajo del día de hoy.
everyone, for the
Los
hard
esperamos
work.
mañana
We'll
nuevamente
see
a
you
las 8:30
tomorrow,
de la mañana para el
8:30
registro,
in
para
the
empezar
morning for the
puntuales a las
registration
9
so
que
that we can
tenemos
start at
toda una
9.
jornada de
We have a
lo que
very long day as
entendemos
well
y
of
estamos
what we
convencidos
understand
que
and we're
es
convinced
la
of,
base
that, which is
fundamental
the
para tener las mejores
foundations for
regulaciones
having the
posibles,
best
que es
regulations
todo el tema de buenas
possible, which is
prácticas
everything
regulatorias. La
regarding good regulatory
implementación
practices,
correcta,
its
completa,
implementation,
oportuna de las buenas prácticas
timely,
regulatorias son
efficient
para nosotros
implementation.
no
That's for
solamente
us.
el
It's
cumplimiento
not
con la
only
obligación legal,
about
es
complying the
realmente
legal
la red de
requirement,
seguridad que
it's
nos
the
garantiza que
safety net that will
efectivamente el
guarantee
resultado del
that the
proceso de desarrollar
results
una
of
regulación o actualizar
or
una
processes
regulación va a
of
ser la
updating,
mejor
of
posible
reliance, everything
contando
will be as
o
best as
considerando
possible,
los recursos disponibles.
considering
Entonces,
the
mañana
available
vamos a
resources.
escuchar
So
de
tomorrow we will
expertos de muy
listen to
diferentes áreas
experts
sobre
from
estos
different
temas, así
areas
que
about
pues
those
los esperamos
subjects.
nuevamente
So
mañana.
see you
Muchas
tomorrow,
gracias y
everyone.
disfrutemos
Enjoy
ahora de la recepción.
yourself.
Gracias a todos.
Bye bye.